Hey guys, welcome to React Front to Back. So this course is really for anybody, whether you're just learning React or you already know it and you just want to build some projects. And those of you that have taken my courses before, you know that I like to teach in a very hands-on way with actual projects. So what I've done is I've broken this course up into 3 separate projects, the first being a feedback app. And in this one, I want to take things really slow because I want this to be a very beginner-friendly course. So I'll be explaining things like components and props, state, all the fundamentals that you really need to understand to build React applications. And then the second project will be a GitHub Finder app where we work with the GitHub REST API to be able to search users, look at their profile. We'll style it with Tailwind. We're also going to use the context API along with reducers and the use context and use reducer hooks. Now the third project is the main one, the biggest one, which is a house marketplace that uses Firebase 9. So users will be able to come to the site, register either with just an email and password or with Google, with their Google account, and they can list apartments or houses either for sale or for rent. They can set a special discounted price to show up on the offers page, and then every listing will have a map of the location, and it'll also have a slider of all the different images. You can upload up to 6 images per listing, and we'll be using Firebase storage for the images. And you'll be able to go to your profile and manage all your listings, so you'll be able to edit and delete them. So it's a pretty good sized project, and we'll be using the latest version of Firebase, which is version 9. We'll be using the latest version of React Router, version 6. So I think it's a great course for both beginners and for people that already know React, where you might just go and do the main project. So hope you guys enjoy it, and let's get started. All right, guys, so if you've ever learned from me before, if you've watched my tutorials or courses, you know that I'm a very hands-on type of teacher. I like to show what's going on in the code by building actual projects and having you code along with me. But before we get into that, I just want to talk a little bit about what React is, why we use it, and a little bit of how it works. So React is a JavaScript library created and maintained by Facebook that's used for building user interfaces. So it's technically a UI library. Now you've probably heard React referred to as a framework more than a library. In fact, I myself call it a framework, and the reason for that is because it's in direct competition with frameworks like Angular, and it does a lot of the same things, and it's used in a lot of the same way. The only difference between React and Angular is that React at its core is only responsible for creating user interfaces. It doesn't have things like a router or an HTTP client built in. However, we have popular packages like React Router DOM, then we have the Fetch API that's already built into the browser. So once you account for some of those things, then it's basically a framework. At least that's my explanation of why we call it a framework. So React gives us a way to build websites and front-end applications and UIs in an organized way with reusable components. So components can include the output, which is basically the HTML. In React, we use something called JSX, and we'll get into that later. The logic, or the JavaScript, and you can also include the styling, or the CSS, within your components as well, which is a little different than the old school way of doing things. Like when I got started with web development, everything was separate. You had your HTML file, you had your CSS file, you had your JavaScript file, and it was all separate. And with React and other front-end frameworks, we do things in kind of a different way, where instead we look at our UI as different components. So the search bar, the header, the footer, each blog post, everything we look at as a component. So we'll be talking about that as we move along through the course. Now, before we move any further, I just want to talk a little bit about what you should know before learning React, or at least what I suggest you should know before jumping into not only React, but any framework. So I'd say you need to learn the basics of JavaScript, including things like data structures, variables, arrays, objects, loops, functions, etc. You should understand the document object model, or the DOM, and how it's structured, and just some basic manipulation with vanilla JavaScript. In my opinion, you should also know about the popular high-order array methods like for each, map, filter, reduce, find, etc. And these are used all over the place in JavaScript. So I think they're super important to understand when working with data and arrays. Arrow functions are really popular in modern JavaScript and really useful. We'll be using them quite a bit. Asynchronous programming in JavaScript and using promises is also really important. Understanding the dot then and dot catch syntax, as well as async await. Also the fetch API, because in many cases you're using React on your front end and you're sending requests to a back-end API, whether it's your own or a third-party API. So knowing fetch is really important. You might also know third-party HTTP clients like Axios. And then NPM, or Node Package Manager, is also important because oftentimes we use third-party packages that we'll be installing with NPM. We also use NPM just to create a new React application. So these things, in my opinion, are essential to know before jumping into any framework. I do have a course called Modern JavaScript from the Beginning that teaches all of this. It will be updated soon, but not much has changed in terms of the fundamentals, so it's all still very relevant. So why learn React? Why not just build all your front ends with just HTML, CSS, and vanilla JavaScript? Well, as I said before, things used to be really messy with no consistency. You'd have everything would be separate. React and frameworks in general have made it much easier to organize our user interfaces or our front ends. And when I say front end, I mean the user-facing website or application, what we see in the browser. One of the main reasons it gives us organization is with reusable components. We look at every website and UI as a set of components. Like I said, the search box, the header, all that stuff is looked at as a component. It allows us to organize our code much better. React is also very flexible. You can use it in many different ways. You can use it for just part of a project if you want. It can be used with mobile apps with React Native. You could use it along with something like Electron and create a desktop application. You now have server-side rendering with Next.js. There's just so many things you can do in so many different ways with the React library or framework. React is also very popular. I'd say it's the most popular front-end framework in the world at this point. There's a ton of big companies using it. If you're looking to find a job, it's a great framework to choose. Since it's so popular and maintained by Facebook, which is one of the largest companies in the world, you have a ton of support. So there's a great community, a huge community around React. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, and if you run into problems, it's pretty easy to find help. React also performs very well. It uses something called the virtual DOM, or virtual document object model. We have separate components in the UI that have something called state. And when a component state changes, React basically compares the existing DOM state with what the new DOM should look like. And then it finds the least expensive and most efficient way to update the DOM. So it's very fast and performant. All right, so React is very declarative, and what I mean by that is we write the code that we want, and React is in charge of taking our declared code and performing all of the JavaScript and DOM steps to get us the result that we want. So if we look at this code here, you don't really have to understand React to be able to visualize what this would look like in a browser. So each one of these tags that we're looking at is a component. We have the app itself, then we have a header, an employee search, an employee list, and a footer component. And this is how we embed components. It's similar to just an XML syntax. And components can also have props passed in, which are basically attributes or arguments that can be passed to that component. So here we have a title prop passed into a header component, and it could be just a regular string or any data type as well as a function. The employee list component takes in a prop of employees. In this case, employees is a variable which would most likely include an array of employee objects. Then in employee list, you could iterate through those objects and output each one in its own component. So components and props are really important. We also have something called state that we're going to learn about. And state is basically just data. You can have component level state. For instance, maybe you have a menu component that can be toggled. So you might have an opened and closed state. That only has to do with that single component. Then you have app level state, which is data that's going to be used in multiple components. So for example, the employees that you might fetch from a database, that's probably going to be your app level state that you can use in multiple components. So events are another big part of React because we often have buttons and input fields that fire off some kind of event to make something happen. So I would say that these four things are the building blocks of not only React, but of many front-end frameworks. And if you don't understand any of this right now, that's absolutely fine. The first project, the feedback app, we're going to talk about these 4 things in depth and look at all the syntax to create and use them. So instead of just showing you a bunch of boring slides, we're going to go through everything from within our code. And it's just easier for me to teach that way. And in my experience, most students prefer that over looking at diagrams and stuff. So in the next video, we're going to go ahead and prepare our machine for React development and talk about some of the tools involved. All right, so in this video, I just want to go over our environment and what you're going to need to use to start building React applications. And it's not much. React is a client-side JavaScript framework, so we don't need too much. But there are a couple things that we need. So one is going to be Node.js. You want to install that on your machine. And the reason for that is, well, a couple of reasons. One, because we need NPM, which is the Node Package Manager. We're going to be using that to set up Create React App, which is a command line tool to basically give us a boilerplate app to start with. And then we'll also have some third-party packages that we're going to need to install with NPM as well. And then in the 4th project, which I actually haven't finished yet, it will be a full stack MERN project. MERN is MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. So you will need it for that as well. And as far as the version goes, I would recommend the long-term support version. And this will probably be different depending on when you're watching this. Right now, I'm having some issues with version 17. So I would definitely suggest, if you're watching this soon after I create this course, to use version 16. So next, you're going to need a text editor, and you can use whatever you want. I would recommend, and I use Visual Studio Code. I think that it has great features, it's fast, it's intuitive, there's great extensions, which I'm also going to go over in this video. So that's what I would recommend, but of course, if you want to use Sublime or Atom or something else, that's absolutely fine as well. So next, you want to have Git installed on your machine. You should be using version control. You should be making Git commits throughout this course. I'm not going to be doing my commits on screen, but I will be doing them behind the scenes. And you'll also need it to deploy, because later on we're going to deploy to Vercel and to Netlify, and you need to have a Git repository in order to do that. So definitely get that installed. And if you're on Windows, at least for me, when I use Windows, I like to use the Git Bash terminal, which you can also get here as well. This is git-scm.com. And it gives you a more Unix-like terminal. Or, of course, you could use the Windows subsystem for Linux. You probably already have your development environment set up, but that's just what I would recommend. And then the React developer tools for either Chrome or Firefox, I would definitely recommend those. We're going to use it throughout the course to basically view our state and some of the components in our component tree and so on. So I would definitely get that installed as well. And then Postman is an HTTP client that we'll be using throughout the course, and it's just used to make HTTP requests to either your own backend or to a third-party API. All right, so that's pretty much it as far as tools and software. Now I just want to go over some of the VS Code extensions that I have and how I have my configuration. So we'll start with the configuration. I'm just going to open up my settings here, my JSON settings, so you guys can see. And I don't have a crazy setup. Since I do tutorials and courses, I like to keep things pretty vanilla. But I beefed up the font size for the editor, for the terminal. I have word wrap on. I do use single quotes. So even if I put double quotes in, I use prettier, which will then remove the double quotes and put single quotes in. I also don't use semicolons. Some people don't like that, but I prefer not to use them. And in no way am I saying you shouldn't use them or you should use single quotes. It's all preference, right? Everyone has their own preference. But in my code, it will be single quotes and no semicolons. And then, let's see, I don't think any of this other stuff really matters. Right here, so if you're using Emmet, I think you have to add this in included languages if you want Emmet to work in JSX, in React. And then, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So not too much. Tab size I've set to 2, but you can use your own settings. I just wanted to show you what I'm using. All right, so let's look at some of the extensions that I'm using. So the first one that I would say that I would kind of recommend is the ES7 React Redux snippets, and this allows us to quickly generate components, functional components, which is what we'll be using. So I would recommend installing that. Bracket Pair Colorizer is also a great extension that I really like. It'll just colorize your curly braces, your parentheses, and your square brackets, and it will make them the same color so that you know where your if statements end and your functions and so on. As for my theme, I'm using the GitHub Dark theme, or I think it's the GitHub Dark, and then I selected dim. Let me just check that. So theme, no, it's just the dark, GitHub Dark. So, and of course I'm not telling you should change your theme, I'm just letting you know. And then I have the JavaScript ES6 code snippets, which I don't use that much, but I do use like CLG for console log, things like that, try catch. What else? Prettier, which I use to format my code. And that's pretty much it. VS Code icons. None of this other stuff really matters for this course or for React development, but I just wanted to let you know what I'm using so it doesn't confuse anybody later on. All right, so I think we're ready to get started. In the next video, I just want to show you the repositories for the projects for this course. Hey guys, I just wanted to quickly go over the code for this course and for the projects. So I have everything in its own GitHub repository for all the projects, the 3 that are already in the course, and I'll have the 4th one later on. And I'll have a document in the course that has all the links as well. So as you can see, this is the repository for the feedback app. And if you want, you can go to the commits. And I didn't make a commit for every single video, but I made a commit after everything we did that was pretty significant. Like if you wanted to see where we created the feedback stats component, or when we added the add feedback functionality, you can just come to one of these commits and you'll see the exact code that was added or changed. Okay, so that's the feedback app. Then we have the GitHub Finder app. Now this I do actually have, I have another repo that's just called GitHub Finder. For now, this I'm going to leave that up, and the newer one is GitHub Finder app. So just look in the description here and you should see that it's part of the React Front to Back 2022 course. All right, so that's that. Then we have the House Marketplace app. This is the Firebase app, the larger project that we do in the course. And then I also have some GIS. You can just search for Brad Traversy GIS and you'll get this page here. And we have the Firebase setup for the House Marketplace, just kind of some steps that we follow through. And then also the Firebase rules, because we do have to add some rules in order to add permissions so that you have to be authenticated, for instance, to create a new listing and things like that. And I talk about this more when the time comes, when we get into that project. And then anything else that you need, like there are some assets like images and so on. In that particular video or in that section, I will have a zip file that you can download to get those resources. Okay, so this project was created in a way that I can fully explain most of the fundamentals of React and do it in a way where we're actually building something and working toward a goal, because I really enjoy hands-on teaching and I like creating projects. So what we're ultimately going to end up with is a feedback application, something you'd have for a product or a service. And this is going to allow us to touch on everything from components, props, state, events. We're going to be using the context API, and basically we'll build the client-side app first, and then we're going to use a tool called JSON Server, which will give us a mock REST API, or kind of like a fake backend to work with, so that we can make requests as if it were a full stack app. And I haven't decided yet, but I might also include a section where we actually build a backend with Node and Express, but I haven't decided on that just yet because that would be outside the scope of React. So let's just look at a quick demo. So basically we have our feedback items here. We have a stats component that's going to show the number of reviews or feedback items. Also going to take the average rating of all the items. And we can add one, let's say we'll rate this as a 9, and then we can write a review. And you'll notice that as I type, we'll get this text must be at least 10 characters. The button is also disabled, so we have some real-time validation going on. So we'll say this is a test, and as soon as we hit 10 characters, then the send button is active and I can go ahead and send. And you notice we have a little bit of a fading animation. We're going to use something called frame or motion to add that effect. So we can add them. We can also update. Okay, later on we're going to get into the update part of it, where we can click this pencil icon here, and then whatever one we click is going to get put into the form so that we can edit it. So we'll go to this one here and we'll just say this is an updated, an updated text, and then we'll change it to, let's say 8, and we send, and you'll see that that will get updated. Okay, we can also delete. So if we delete, we also have a little fade out effect, and the average and the number of reviews will also react to whatever changes in the state, which at first is going to be just kept in the main app component, but then we're going to move it to context using the context API. We're also going to use a hook called use context. And then I also have this little question mark down here. The only reason for this is to show you how the React router works. So if I click on this, you'll see it'll just take us to this very simple about page, because I did want to include the router in this project and how we can create links and all that. All right, so we hit a lot of points with this little application. So that's it. Let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so we're going to get started on our first project, and this is a very hands-on course. Like most of my courses, I like to actually build projects and teach while we're building them. Although for this project, I will take the first couple sections or the first batch of videos kind of slow so I can fully explain some of the fundamentals like components and props and state and so on. So if you do already have experience with React, just kind of bear with me for the first couple sections or so. So this is reactjs.org. This is where we can find all the documentation. If you go over here, you have all your main concepts. You have some advanced guides, API reference, hooks, and so on. So you can use the documentation as kind of a supplement for the course. Now under installation, if we go to create a new React app and we scroll down here, you'll see that there's a tool, a command line interface tool called Create React App, which does just that. So we can either install this globally with npm install -g, or we can just run it with npx, which won't install the tool on your machine. It'll just let you run it to create a new React application. So that's what we're going to do. And you do have to have Node.js installed in order to do this. So make sure you do have that. So let's open up a terminal, either your Mac, Linux, Windows terminal, command prompt, whatever. And let's run npx create react-app, and then whatever we want to call this, I'm just going to call it feedback app. And then I'm also going to add --use-npm so that I can use npm over yarn. And what this will do is it'll create a new folder called feedback app, or whatever you called it here, and it will add all the files and folders and dependencies that we need in order to create a React application. All right, so once that's done, you'll see that we can then cd or change directory into our feedback app. So we'll go ahead and do that. Let's cd feedback app. And now we're in the project folder. So from here, you can see that there's a few scripts that we can run, or a few commands. We have npm start, which will start the development server. We're going to do that in a second. npm run build is going to basically bundle all your JavaScript, and it's going to create your static assets for production, so for when you're ready to deploy. npm test will start the test runner. Create React app actually comes with the Jest testing library. And then npm run eject will basically kind of remove your app from the Create React app environment so you can access your Webpack configurations and things like that. It's not something you'll have to do very often. In fact, I don't think I've ever had to run npm run eject. Now we're going to run the server, but I first just want to open up my text editor, which I'm using VS Code, in this feedback app folder. So I can do that with code dot. That's just going to open up VS Code in the current directory. And if the code command doesn't work for you for some reason, you can just open up VS Code and do a Command-Shift-P and just search for shell, and you'll see this install code command in path. You can just click on that, and then that code command should be available to you. So I'm going to go ahead and run the dev server, but I'm not going to run it from my main terminal here. I'm going to run it from the integrated terminal in VS Code. So you can open that with Command tilde or Control tilde on Windows, or you can go up to the menu and go to View and then Integrated Terminal. So from here, I'm going to run npm start, and that should start up the dev server for us on localhost 3000. Close that up. So you should see something like this. It might look a little different depending on when you're watching this, but it should be some kind of simple landing page. Now let's go over some of the files and folders here. So in package.json, we have all of our dependencies, and this includes, of course, React, which is our main framework or library, and then React DOM, which is used to basically allow React to work with the document object model, so the browser. So whenever you create a web app, you're going to be using React alongside of the React DOM library. Then React Scripts just gives us some additional tools like the dev server. Web Vitals will allow us to see some performance analytics. We're not going to really deal with this, but it is included with Create React App. And then you just see the scripts that I've already explained here. All right, now there's two main folders to begin with here. There's a public folder and a source folder. So in public, you have your index.html. And when we talk about single page applications or SPAs, which is what we're creating here, this is the single page that is being loaded in the browser. Okay, so the browser loads this HTML page, which has some basic meta tags, as you can see in the head. But in the body, all it has is a div with the ID of root. Now the reason for that is when we build a single page application, everything we do, including all of our components, any routes that we have, everything is done within JavaScript. It's done within React. And then it's basically inserted into this div. So this div you can think of as like a placeholder for our entire front end, our entire user interface. And I'm going to show you how React knows to put it here in a minute. But basically what I want to do in this index.html is just clear it up a little bit. So it has a lot of comments, and you don't have to do this, but I like to just clear this up. And then there's also a page title, just says React App. I'm going to go ahead and change that to, let's change it to Feedback UI or whatever you like. And you can also put in CDNs here. For example, if you wanted to use Font Awesome or something like that, you could put in these in the head tags. But we'll look more into that later. So let's save that, and you'll see automatically the server will reload. So you can see the title has changed. So whenever we make any changes and save, the server will automatically reload. And then as far as what else we have in the public folder, you can see there's the favicon. Any static assets you want to put in here, like images, you can do that. But the source folder is basically where all the magic happens. That's where we create all of our components, all of our context. Anything that we do is really going to go in this source folder. Now, usually I would just kind of go through and explain some of these files, but what I'm going to do and what I'd like you to do is just delete everything in the source folder. Okay, so you should have nothing in the source folder, and we're going to see an error over here because it's looking for a file called index.js in the source folder, which we no longer have. And what I want to do, the reason I deleted all this is so that we can, in the next video, recreate the files so you can see exactly what's going on and how React is actually initialized. All right, so in the last video, we did something a little crazy. We deleted everything in the source folder. Now, the truth is, a lot of that stuff we didn't need. There was like a logo and some CSS files. So we're just going to recreate the things that we need. So first of all, let's create a file called index.js. That's what it's being looked for. Now, you might see this page again. Now, this is just cached in your browser. We deleted the component that was actually displaying this. So if you're seeing this on Windows, you can do Shift F5, that'll do a hard refresh. If you're on a Mac, you can do Command Shift R, and that will do a hard refresh. And you should now just see a blank white page. Now, this page that we're seeing is that public index.html file, right? You can see the title up here, Feedback UI. And if we were to go into this HTML file and just type something in here and save, you'll see that's going to show up. Now, what we want to do is, like I said in the last video, this div right here, we want to insert our front-end application, our React app, into that div. So that happens in the index.js. This is basically the entry point to React. So let's go ahead and first thing we want to do is import React. So we're going to import that from React. And then we also want to import React DOM. So that's going to be /dash DOM, and then this will be React DOM. And like I said earlier, the React DOM library allows us to basically interact with the document object model in the browser. So React DOM has a method on it that we want to call called render. So we're going to say .render. And this is going to take in two things. The first is whatever we want to insert, which is going to be our main app component ultimately. But for now, we'll just put an H1. Oh, can't use them in here. We'll just put an H1 in here, and we'll just say my app. Okay, and then the second argument is going to be where we want to put this, and we want to put it in that div with the ID of root. So we're going to do document dot get element by ID, which is just a vanilla JavaScript method on the document object, and we want the ID of root. Now if I save that, we might have to do a hard reload here. So now we'll see the H1 that's being put into that main div. Now, like I said, we don't want to just have our H1. Right now that's our entire application. What we want to do is have our main app component displayed here. So React is made up of components, and you have a root component called app. And then any other components we create, like maybe like a navigation, feedback items, whatever it might be, that's going to be embedded into that main app component. All right, so let's go ahead and create inside of source a file called app, uppercase A, app.js, and this is going to be our main app component. Now, as far as components, they can be either classes or functions. Classes are kind of the old school way of creating React components. With more modern React, you're going to see functional components using something called hooks to use state and do some other things with state and lifecycle. So we're going to create a function here, and we're going to call it app. Okay, so this is going to be our main app component, and what we want to return from this is something called JSX, which stands for JavaScript XML. So it's a syntax extension that basically allows us to have some syntactic sugar to put HTML directly into our JavaScript. So from here, let's go ahead and return, and we're just going to put this in parentheses, although I think Prettier is going to delete them, but that's fine. We're just going to put an H1 in here, and let's say hello from the app. We'll say hello from the app component. Okay, and yeah, Prettier did delete the parentheses. But now this function or this component is returning what looks like HTML but is actually JSX, which is just an H1. We do have to export this, so we're going to export as default app, and then let's go into our index.js and let's bring that in here. So we'll say import app, and that's going to be from./app. So now that we've brought that in, let's go to where we have this H1, because obviously that's not what we want here. And we want to display our app component. Now the way that we embed components is with an XML-like syntax. So we just do app, close that off. So we just put it in angle brackets. And if I save that, we might have to do a hard reload here. And we should see hello from the app component, because that's what we're returning from our main app component is an H1 with that text. Okay, so as you can see, the public folder, the index.html is being loaded in the browser, and then we're bringing in React with the React DOM library. We're calling React DOM render, passing in our main app component, and that's being output into that div with the ID of root. In fact, if I open up my Elements tab here and we check this out, you should see a div with the ID of root, and inside that is just our H1, because that's what's in our app component. Now there is something called strict mode that React offers that adds additional checks and warnings within our application. So what we would do is this, where we have our app component, we're going to wrap this. We're going to wrap this with React dot and then strict mode. Okay, so we just want to move this up into here like that. All right, we're not going to see any difference, but this just activates some additional checks and warnings, and this is what was here before I actually deleted the index.js. Now the last thing I want to do here, the last file I want to create is a global CSS file. So in our source folder, let's create a file called index.css. And there's a lot of different ways to do styling in React. I would say the easiest way is to just have a global style sheet with all your classes and so on. And that's what we're going to do in this particular project. And the way that we can bring this in is in our index.js. Let's go right above where we bring the app component in. And let's say import, and we just want to import index.css. Actually, we want to do /index.css. Okay, now just to test this out, I'll go into index.css and just do body display none. And that should, yeah, so now the body's gone. So this is now our global CSS. And I'm not going to put anything in here just yet, but I did want to just create the file and import it so that it's available to us. So we can now close up index.js, and in the next video, we're going to talk more about JSX, which is what we're returning from our React components. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about JSX because we're going to be writing a lot of it. It's what all of our React components return. And it's basically HTML. However, it's syntactic sugar. It's really JavaScript under the hood. It just allows us to write HTML within our components, which makes it much, much more convenient. In fact, I'm going to show you how we could do something very simple without using JSX and using pure JavaScript to return something. Now, there are some rules. So we could wrap this return in parentheses. You'll see that a lot like this. And then I just want to show you that, let's say we wanted to have a paragraph in addition to this. Let's just change this to like, we'll just change it to my app. Okay. And let's say that I want to have a paragraph in addition to this. So if I go ahead and I put a paragraph here and I say hello, you'll see I already get some linting errors in VS Code. It says JSX expressions must have one parent element. And if I were to save this, it's going to break. And basically it says the same thing. It says JSX elements must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. What that means is what we return directly has to be just one main or parent element. So we can't have an H1 and a paragraph or any two or more elements. It has to be one. So in this case, what we would do is we could have a div, and then we could take this and put that in here, and that's fine. So we still have our H1 and our paragraph. However, it's wrapped in one initial element. I couldn't go under here and put like a paragraph or something. That's going to break. Okay, so just remember that you always have to have one parent element. Now you might not want to have a div here, so if I open up my dev tools and we take a look at what we get for our output for our HTML, we have a div wrapped around the H1 and paragraph, in addition to our div with the ID of root, which is always going to be there. That's basically our placeholder. So if I don't want this div here, we still have to have something wrapping this, but we can use what's called a fragment, which is just empty angle brackets like this. So now if I save, you can see now that div is gone. So there's nothing in the actual DOM that's wrapping around these elements, but we still have something within our JSX that is just an empty fragment. Okay, so I just wanted to show you that. Now there are some differences between HTML and JSX. There's some attributes that you can't use. So for instance, class, let's say that I'm actually going to want a div here. So I'm just going to put a div here and let's say class equals container. Now this is still going to work. It's still going to show up. But if we look in the console in our browser, we're going to see this invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? So class it's basically a reserved word. So we can't use a class attribute here. Instead in React, or I should say in JSX, we use class name. So if I do that and reload, you're not going to see that message anymore. Now what's nice, if you're using VS Code with Emmet, you can just do, dot whatever, my class, and if I hit enter, it's automatically going to make it class name. So that's pretty helpful. Now another attribute that you can't use in JSX is the for attribute, which isn't that common, but a lot of times when you have forms and you're using labels, you might have a for attribute. So if I create a label here, I'm just going to use Emmet and do label enter, you'll see automatically it uses the correct attribute, which is HTML4. Okay, so instead of this, which you would do in regular HTML, if you want to use for within JSX, you would use HTML4. So those are the two big attributes that are different than just regular HTML. Now what I want at the moment is just a div with the class name of container and then my app as the text. Now I want to show you how we could get the same thing without using JSX, just using JavaScript. So basically showing you what's happening under the hood when we do this. So, and you don't have to type this out. This is just to show you as an example. So what we would do is first we would need to import React. So we would say import React from React. And up until just very recently, a recent release, you had to do this no matter what. In all of your components, you had to import React if you were using JSX. You don't have to anymore, but you used to. Now here, what we would do if we don't want to use JSX is on that React object, we have a method called createElement. So we would first have to call that, and let's just close up the sidebar here. So let's say we want a div, right? Because we want to get that div with the class of container and then an h1 inside. So the first thing is to create that div. And this is going to take a second argument of attributes that you want to attach to this. Now remember, we had a class. So let's say class name, and we wanted that set to container. Okay, and then any other attributes would have to go in here as well. Now the third thing we would pass in is what we want inside the div. And in our case, we had an h1. So what we would have to do is create another element, and this time it would be an h1. And then the second argument is the attributes. I don't want any attributes, so we just have some empty curly braces. And then what I wanted inside the h1 was some text that said my app. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this now, and you can see we have the same thing on the screen. In fact, if I look at my elements down here and we take a look, so we have a div with the class of container, and then we have an h1 with the text of my app. So this does exactly what we just had in JSX, only this is regular JavaScript. And this might not look too bad, but just imagine if you had just a ton of HTML with different components and different elements and attributes and props. This would be an absolute nightmare to work with. So that's why JSX is so great, and it's why virtually nobody builds components without it. So I'm just going to undo all this and go back to what we had before, which is much easier to work with. So this gives us the same result. Okay, so that's kind of an intro to JSX. Now, we didn't really look at anything dynamic because you can output values and variables and expressions and all that. So we're going to dive into that a little bit in the next video. Okay, so in the next two videos, I'm going to kind of go over some of the basics of components in JSX and outputting dynamic values. We're going to look at creating lists, which basically allow us to loop through an array of values and output some JSX for each item. And then in the next video, we'll look at conditionals. So the code that I'm about to write isn't part of the project. We're going to revert to this after, but I think that it'll give you a good idea of how this stuff works moving forward. Now, we have our main app component here. We're returning a little bit of JSX. Now we can go above the return and we can set variables, we can create other functions and so on. So I'm just going to create a variable here called title, and we'll just set this to blog post. And then let's say we have a body, and we'll set that to, we'll just say this is my blog post. Now usually if you have variables like this, like let's say this was a blog post component, this data would probably be part of your state, and this is not how you set state in React. In functional components, there's a hook, a special hook that you use called useState, and I'm going to get to that later. I'm really just putting these variables in here so I can show you how to work with them down here. So this my app in the h1, let's get rid of that, and to output something dynamic like a variable or an expression, we just use curly braces. So here we could put our title, and then let's say we have a paragraph, and in here we'll put our body. If I save that, now it's going to show our title and our body. Now, like I said, these curly braces can be used not only for variables, but also for any type of expression, really. So if I go in here and I do like 5 plus 5 and save that, it's going to evaluate it and it's going to output 10. I could even put like math.random and multiply that by 5 plus 5, which is 10, which will give us some random decimal up to 10. All right, so you can put pretty much any JavaScript expression in here. In fact, for this title, if I wanted to, I could even add to uppercase, which is just a JavaScript method, to make that title uppercase. So now what I want to do is show you how you can create a list, because you might have an array. Let's say we have an array of comments here, and each one has an ID and a text value. So we'll say comment 1, and let's just copy this down. So we have comment 1, comment 2, 3, and then we'll just change the IDs here to 2, 3. All right, so we have this array of comments, and what I'd like is to have each one of these text values output in a list item. So let's go under the paragraph here, and we'll actually create a new div here called comments. And let's have an H3, and we'll just say comments. And maybe we even want to put the number of comments inside some parentheses here. To do that, we just open up our curly braces, take the comments array, and call the length property. So now you can see we have comments, we have 3. And then under that, I want to have a UL, and then like I said, I'll put a list item for each comment text. In that case, we create what's called a list, and we do that with the map high order array method, which you should know things like for each, map, filter before you start to learn a framework, but that's not always the case. So let's say comments, which is our array, and then dot map. Now map takes in a function, so I'm going to pass in an arrow function, and what I'm going to return from this is JSX. So I'm going to open up some parentheses, and inside the callback that goes into map, we can define whatever we want each one to be called, in this case just comment, and we can also get the index, which is just, it starts at 0 and then increments upwards. Now in here, I want to output an LI, so we're basically saying for each comment, I want to output a list item, and in that list item, I want the comment.text, right? Because comment is each individual object up here, we want to get the text. So if I save that, we should now see on the screen comment 1, 2, and 3. Now if I open up my console here, we're going to see a warning that says each child in a list should have a unique key prop. So the list item is the child in this list, and it's telling us it needs a key prop. So a key is basically, a prop is basically like an attribute. So we need to pass in a key that's unique, and we're going to set that. So you can set a prop or an attribute to something dynamic with curly braces, and in here we'll just use index, which is coming from here. You could also use the comment ID because that's going to be unique as well. Now if I reload, we're not going to see that message. So just make sure when you create a list using map that you add a key onto the child prop here. The child element. All right, so that's how we can output variables, expressions, create lists. In the next video, I want to go over conditionals. Okay, in this video, I want to go over conditionals within our React component. And after this, we'll really start to work on our application. We're going to create our header component and talk about props and all that. So let's say that I want to have a specific return value or return JSX based on a specific condition. So for instance, we might have a value called loading, and let's set loading to true. Now if loading is set to true, I want to return something different than what we have here. So I could just simply put an if statement here, and I could say if loading, then we want to return, and let's just put an H1 and say loading ... So we'll go ahead and save that, and now you can see that only this is being rendered because this loading value is true, and we're setting this conditional. And a common case for this would be if you're fetching data from a back end, like let's say this blog data was coming from a back end, you might have loading set to true while it's being fetched, and then when loading is set to false, it'll go ahead and render the actual data, because you don't want to try to render data before you actually fetch it. But we'll get into that later. So let's say that let's put this back to false, and let's say that we only want to return a portion of this JSX, or we want something different within here depending on a condition. So I'll add another variable up here. Let's call it show comments, and let's set that to false. Now to have a conditional within here, you're usually going to use a ternary operator, because we can have, JavaScript expressions within these curly braces, and that includes ternary operators, which is just a shorthand conditional. So for instance, let's open up some curly braces, and let's say show comments. So the first thing you're going to put in here is the condition. We're just saying here, if show comments is true, then, so the question mark is a ternary, which basically represents then. Then let's output yes, and then if we want an else, we do else no. If I save that, we should see no over here on the screen, and if I change show comments back to true, we should see yes. Now, obviously, I don't want to output yes and no. What I want to output is this div with the class of comments. I'm going to cut this, and I want to output that if show comments is set to true. So I'm going to replace this, because you can directly put JSX in here. Let's put it in parentheses though, and we'll paste that in. If I save that, we're still going to see no, and we no longer see the comments. If I set show comments to true, then we should see the comments here. All right, now I'm going to set it back to false, because I don't need an else in this case, right? If show comments is false, I don't need to show this no. So a shorthand for this, I mean, you could do this. You could just have null, and that's fine. But instead of using a ternary, instead of using a question mark, we could use double ampersand, and then we could get rid of the else null, like that. So if I save, that all this is doing is saying if show comments is true, then go ahead and show this. Okay, and I'll go ahead and set show comments to true so we can see it. Now you could break this up even further, and this is all preference right here. But if you wanted to, you could take the JSX that's in this conditional and cut it, and you could put it in its own variable. So we could go up here and we could say const, call it comment block, and we could set that to the JSX, and then we can go down here, and it just broke because of this. But instead of putting the all the markup in here directly, we could just put in our comment block. Okay, and that's going to do the same thing. So we simply just broke it up and put this specific JSX into its own variable, and then we have this conditional show comments, then show the comment block. All right, so I mean, this isn't part of the project, but I think that it'll give you some good foundation moving forward as to how we can output dynamic values and create lists and conditionals and so on. Now I'm going to just clear this up. So let's see, let's get rid of comment block here. Let's get rid of all of these variables. And all I want to return is an H1, and we'll go back to just my app. All right, good. So in the next video, we're going to go ahead and start on our first component, our first custom component, which is going to be the header. Okay, so the last couple videos were just to kind of show you the basics of a React component and how to use JSX and how to create conditionals and lists and so on. Now we're going to start to really get into building our application. So we have our main app component here, which just has an H1 and a div. We're going to go ahead and create in the source folder a new folder called components. So every component that we create is going to go in this folder. And the first one is going to be a header component. So we're going to call this header with a capital H. And React components can either have a JS extension or a JSX extension. And I'm going to go ahead and use JSX. And from here, we want to create a functional component. Now we could type it out, or you could install an extension called, it's called ES7, and this is if you're using VS Code. It's called ES7 React Redux GraphQL React Native Snippets. So quite a mouthful, but it has some snippets to do a lot of things actually. But one of them is generating components. So right here is an example. Now this is for a class-based component. So you could do RCC, and RCE would do a class-based component, but export default at the bottom. The one that we're going to use is, let's see, we want a functional component, so it's going to be RF. That's RFCP. That includes prop types, which we'll get to in a little bit. But I think that RFC would be would be the best for us. Sometimes I use RFCE, or sometimes I'll even do an arrow function. But I think, actually, let's do RFCE. So it's basically just a function, and then it exports it at the bottom. So if we go back into our header and we do RFCE enter or tab, it should go ahead and sketch out a component for us. Now, as I said in a prior video, you used to have to import React no matter what. Even if you were just using JSX, you had to import React. You no longer have to do that. And with this extension, if you don't want to have React imported, you can just put an underscore before. So we can do RFCE with an underscore, and it won't import React. So that's what I'm going to be using. All right, so we have a header component for now. Let's go ahead and let's change this div to a header. And same rules apply. You can't have something outside of this, like you can't do that. Everything has to be in an initial element, which in our case will be a header tag. I'm also going to have a div with the class of container. So that's going to be for styling. And then we'll have an h2, and for now we'll just say feedback UI. Okay, so that is our header component. Now it's not going to show up here because we need to bring it in to our app.js. So let's go ahead and import it. So we're going to say import header from ./component/header. And we want this to go above the container. And remember, we can't have multiple levels like this. You see, we get this error. So what I'll do is I'll wrap all this in a fragment. So we want our beginning fragment up here, and then we'll go under this div and we'll end that fragment, and that should fix that error for us. And we should now see our header, which we have this feedback UI h2 in. Now, I also want to talk about props, because props can be passed into a component, and they're essentially properties of that component. So let's say for this header, we want this feedback UI, whatever this text is, we want that to be a prop that's passed in. So we want to make it dynamic so we can change it if we want. So let's pass in a prop called text, and I could call this anything. I'm just choosing to call it text, and we'll set it to hello world for now. All right, now nothing's going to happen yet because all I've done is passed it in. When you pass a prop in, you need to then catch it within the component, and the way you do that is within the parameters right here. So we could say props, and now that props is going to be an object with any props that are passed in. So I could go down here into this h2 now, and I could put my curly braces because I'm outputting something dynamic here, and I could say props dot and then text, because that's what I called that text. And now you can see it's rendering hello world on the screen. Now, an easier way, or not really an easier, but a shorthand way of doing this so you don't have to keep doing props dot, is instead of just passing in this props variable, you can destructure with curly braces, and as long as you know what props are being passed in, such as text, we can just pull that out, and then we no longer need to do props dot. That's going to give us the same thing. Now, you can also set default props. So if I were to get rid of this text here, because we might not want to explicitly pass something in, but nothing is showing now because text doesn't exist. That prop isn't being passed in. However, what I could do is go down here and just say the name of the component, which in this case is header, and we could set default props, set that to an object, and then the particular prop I want to set, which is text, and I want to set that to feedback UI. And now if I save, that's going to display there because no prop is being passed in, so it's going to use whatever the default is. Now, we also have something called prop types in React, which is basically type checking for your props. So you can specify if it should be a string or a number or a function, whatever it should be. And the way we do that is first go up top here and we can import prop types. Now with that ES7 React Redux snippets extension, we can do IMPT, and that will import prop types. Okay, so just a shorthand. And then to define our prop types, we can go down here, just anywhere below the function, and just the name of the function or the name of the component, and then prop types, and that's going to be with a lowercase p, and then define, let's say text, that's one of our props, and we can set that to prop types uppercase p, and then dot, and you have all these different options. So it could be like a Boolean, an array. What we want is a string, so we do prop types dot string. And if it were required, you could also add on is required like that. But I'm just going to do prop type string. So now if I were to pass in the text prop here and I set it to a number, and if we're passing in a number, we would do it like this with curly braces. So actually let's do a Boolean. So we'll say true. If I save that and we take a look at the console, you'll see we'll get this warning that says failed prop type, invalid prop text of type Boolean supplied to header where it expected a string. So it's telling it that it's getting a Boolean, but it expected a string. So it's just gives you some extra type checking for your props. And it's not, you don't need to use prop types. In fact, if you use TypeScript, which is a superset of JavaScript that includes static type checking, you don't need to use prop types at all. But you don't even need to use it if you don't use TypeScript. In fact, there's a lot of times where I don't, and there'll probably be some projects in this course where we don't at least use prop types on every single prop. Oftentimes I'll forget, but I just want to show you that it is there and it does make your application a little more robust. All right, so in the next video, I want to talk a little bit about CSS and styling. We do have a global style sheet, which I'm going to fill, and then I'll show you how we can add styles from within our React components as well. Okay, so now I want to talk a little bit about CSS styling and also show you how we can add styling in a component and how we could even pass a prop in, for instance, a background color and a text color for the header. So first of all, I'm going to go into my index CSS, which is the global CSS that we created a little while ago. And I'm just going to paste in my global styles. And you can get this CSS from the main GitHub repo. I'm just going to go ahead and save that, and that should get applied. So it gives us this purple background, uses the Poppins font. We have like a card class in here. We have so just some basic styling. You can look through it if you want from the repo. But let's go ahead and go into our header JSX file. And I want to show you if we wanted to add some styling onto this header tag right here, what we could do is we could add style. Now, if we're setting it inline like this, we would use double curly braces for the styling. And in here, let's say we want the background color to be a certain color. So what we would do is add background. Now, it's not going to be background dash color. So any CSS property that has a hyphen, instead of doing it like that, you're going to do it like this, like camel case, because this is what's called CSS in JS. And we're going to set that to, for now, we'll just set that to something very ugly. We're going to set it to a string of blue. And let's put a comma here, and then we'll add, let's close that up. Then we'll add a color. So the color property, we'll set that to red for now. So if I save that, you can see now the header gets a background color of blue and a color of red. So you can add styles like this. Now you can also clean this up and put the styles in a variable. So for instance, we could say header styles, or whatever we want to call this. And then we could take both of these, cut those, and put those in here like that. And if we want to use this variable with these styles, we could then use a single set of curly braces and just pass in header styles. If I save that, there we go. It's going to be the same thing. Now for the props, let's say I want to pass into the header. We'll say, let's do BG color. And we'll set that to, let's set it to, I don't know, we'll reverse it. We'll say BG color equals red, and then text color, we'll set that to blue. Okay, now that's not going to do anything yet because we haven't caught these props in our header, in our component. So let's go up here and let's say BG color. So we're just extracting or destructuring BG color and text color. And then we can go down here and we can add these to our styling. So background color will set to whatever the BG color is it's passed in. The color will set that to the text color that's passed in. And now you can see it's reversed. All right, now I'm not going to want to pass these in. I'm just trying to show you how we can add the possibility of doing that. So let's get rid of these and let's create some default props. So remember down here we have our default props and we'll set BG color. So for that default, I'm going to set this to RGBA, so red, green, blue, alpha. and we'll do black, so 0, 0, 0, and then for the opacity here, we'll do 0.4. Okay, so now you can see that was applied, and then the text color, the default I'm going to use here is a hexadecimal value of FF6A95, which is a pink color. So now if nothing is explicitly passed into the header, if no text or BG color is passed in, then it's going to use these default props. Okay, and we could add these to our prop types as well, just to add some extra type checking. So we'll say BG color, that's going to be prop types dot, that's a string, and so is text color. Okay, and if we open up our console, we shouldn't see any warnings or errors or anything. All right, so that's how you can add styling in your React component. Now, there's a lot of different ways to do CSS with React. What we're doing is basically just a global style sheet and some basic inline styles here, or I should say in JavaScript styles. But there's other libraries like Style Components, which is really cool. You also have UI libraries like Chakra UI and Material UI, where you get these specific components that you can use that are already styled, like nav bars and, I don't know, collapse navigation and things like that, that are part of the library. So there's a lot of different options, but I want to keep it simple, especially for this first project. I will show you in a little bit how to add conditional styles when we create our card component. But what I want to work on next, we can close up the header. I want to create a list, a feedback list component that's going to be responsible for holding all of our feedback items, which will also be a separate component. But I also want to talk about state. So I think in the next video, we'll just do a kind of a quick introduction to using state within functional components. Okay, so now I want to start to talk about state. And state is basically just data, and there's two types of state. You have component level state and you have app level or global state. Component level is just data that is associated with that one specific component. So you set your state in the component and that's it. No other components need to use that data. And an example would be, let's say, a navigation that has an open and closed state. So there's no reason to access that. Maybe it's called isOpen set to true or false. There's no reason to access that from any other component. That's component level state. An example of global or app level state would be our feedback items, because we need to use those in multiple components. We'll have our feedback list where we display the list items. We'll also have a form where we need to add to the feedback items. So we need to share that state among multiple components. That's an example of app level state. And there's different ways to store your app level state, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Right now, I just want to focus on showing you how to set state within React components. And we do that with a specific hook called useState. So let's go into components and let's create a new file here. And we're going to call this feedback item, okay, singular item. It's just going to be a component that shows a single feedback item, which will include the rating and will include the text. So from here, let's go ahead and scaffold out a component. I'm going to use RFCE. Let's go ahead and add a class, or class name, I should say, to this called card. And I do have these classes already in the global style sheet, so it will be styled. And then I have a class of numDisplay, and that's where our rating is going to go. For now, I'm just going to hard code 10 in there. And then we'll have a class of text-display, and that's where our text is going to go, which right now I'll just say this is an example of a feedback item. All right, so we'll save that, and then let's bring it into our app.js. So we want to bring in feedback item, change that to feedback item, and then let's go down here, and we can get rid of this H1. And let's embed the feedback item here and save, and we should see this on the screen. All right, and the styling, again, it's just coming from the index CSS from these classes here. Now, if I want to set state, in this case, I might want to make the rating part of the state as well as the text. So let's go ahead and import. Up here, we're going to say use, and you'll see all of these different hooks. Hooks are always going to start with use. And there's a lot of different ones that come with React. Some are more used than others. We want useState. which is I would say the most popular, or the most common hook that you're going to use, but we want to import that from React. Now to set a piece of state, we're going to go above the return here, and let's say const. We want to open up some brackets, and we want to set this to use state, which is a function. Now this use state, as far as what goes in here, is whatever you want for the default for this piece of state. Now this I'm going to make the rating, so I'm just going to set a default of, let's set a default of 7. And then over here, what's going on here is we're destructuring an array from what this function returns. And there's two things we need to put in here. One is the name of this piece of state, which I'm going to call rating. And the second is going to be the function to update this piece of state, which usually you're going to call set and then whatever the name is, in this case rating. All right, now we have access to this rating, so let's go down here and replace this hard-coded 10 with rating. If I save that, now we're going to see 7, so that is now held in our state. And we'll do the same for the text. Let's copy this down, and we'll just we'll pass this in as a default. So here we'll paste that in, and let's change rating here to, this will be set text, and the name of the state will be called text. And then we'll go ahead and output that text right here. All right, so if I save, we're going to see the same thing, but now that data is held in our component state. And if we open up our React Dev Tools, so if we go to, where am I? We're going to go to components, we're going to see our component tree. And if we click on feedback item, we look down here, let's make this a little bigger. You can see under hooks, because we're using the use state hook, you can see state 7, so that's our rating, and then you can see the text. So with this, with the React Dev Tools, you can see all your state. You can also see props. If we look at our header, remember all the props that we have in that component as well. All right, now to change a piece of state, you need to call one of these sets. So I know we haven't gone over events yet, but what I'm going to do is just create a button here temporarily. And I'm going to add an event onto this. So I'm going to say on click. So basically when we click, we want to fire off a function, and I'll call that handle click. And we can put functions up here. So we would basically call that up here, so or define that up here, handle click. And then if I want to let's say change the rating, I could call set rating, and I could pass in whatever I want. Let's say 10. All right, so now if I come over here and I click this button, the rating is going to change to 10. So if you want to change your state, you always have to call this, whatever it is, set rating, set text. You can't simply come over and say rating equals 10. State in React is immutable, which means it can't be directly changed. It basically has to be reset. And if you want something that's already there, like you might have an array that has a bunch of items, you want to just add one item to it, you have to copy what's already there and then add your item at the top. And we'll get into that later when we deal with the actual feedback items. Now, one more thing I want to show you is right now when we call this, set rating, we're just passing in the direct value that we want. Now, there might be cases where you need access to the previous state before that. So what I'm going to do here is pass in, instead of just passing a value in directly, I'm going to pass in a function. Okay, this is a second way you can do this, and then you can return from this function what you want to set it to. In fact, I can just return 10, and if I come over here, so it's 7 right now, and if I click, it changes to 10. And the reason you might want to do this instead of just passing in 10 is if you want access to the previous value, which you can pass in as an argument here. So let's say when I click that button, I just want to add 1 to it. All right, so I'll come down here and I'll say return, and let's say whatever the previous value is, I want to return that plus 1. I could also console log prev just so you can see what that gives us. So now let's just reload that. All right, so it's 7. If I click, it goes to 8, 9, 10, and it's just going to keep going because when I set my rating, I'm calling this function and I'm returning that previous value plus 1. And if we look in the console, it's just going to show the previous. You can see it's set to 27, but when I console log prev, it was 26. Okay, so just want to show you that as well. Now we don't need to do any of this. I'm just going to get rid of all that. I'm going to get rid of the button. And ultimately the feedback rating and the text is ultimately going to come from our app level state and be passed in as a prop, but I'll just leave it like this for now. And in the next video, we're going to create our app level state, which is going to be all of the feedback items. So we'll have an array of items, and we're going to set that in our app.js because for now, that's where we're going to keep our app level state. Okay, so in the last video, we took a look at how to create state in React using the useState hook. Now we're going to add some app level state, which is going to be all of our feedback items. And then what we'll have to do is in our app.js, we'll pass anything we need from that global state down into our components. So in our app.js, let's go ahead and up top here, we're going to import useState from React. And let's go down here above our return and let's say const, and we're going to call this feedback, and then the function to edit this state will be called setFeedback, and we want to set that to useState. And in here, I'm going to paste in some default items. All right, so and you can get this from the GitHub repo. In fact, we should probably put this in a separate file just so it's not so cluttered. Yeah, you know what? Let's create in our source folder. Let's create a folder in here called data. And then let's create inside that feedback data.js. And then let's go ahead and just create a variable here called feedback data, and then I'm going to set that to that array. So it's basically just an array of objects with an ID, a rating, and text. And then down here, let's export default feedback data, and then what we'll do is bring that into our app.js file. So let's say import feedback data from, and let's see, we want to do /. Are we in the same folder? No, we're going to go into the data folder. So data and then feedback data. So then we can just replace this array instead of passing that whole thing in here. Let's say feedback data. All right, so that makes it a little neater. Now, if we look at our React Dev Tools, we should see that in our state. So let's pull this up, and we want to go to Components. Let's click on App, and we should see in our state, we have our 3 items. All right, good. I want to have a feedback list component that's basically going to be all of the feedback items. So in feedback list, what we can do is map through and create a list like I showed you earlier, and then have our feedback item display for each one. So let's do that. Let's create a new component. Let's call it feedback list.jsx, and we'll do RFCE enter. And just for now, I'm just going to say list, and then I'm going to bring that into our app.js. Now we're no longer going to need to have our feedback item in our app.js because obviously we don't want to display just one. We want to have a bunch. In fact, if I were to, copy this down, we have all of our different feedback items. They all have the same data though. So what we'll do is instead of bringing in feedback item, let's rename this to feedback list. I'm going to close the sidebar up. And then down here, let's say feedback list instead. And right now, we should just see list displayed on the screen. Now, this feedback, this is our app level state. We need to access it within our feedback list. So we're going to pass in a prop of feedback, and we're going to set that to feedback, which is held in our app level state. So now in feedback list, we're going to take in a prop. Let's destructure it and take out the feedback. And now we should be able to console log feedback. And now if we come over here and we look in our console, we should see those items being logged. Now we first want to check and see if there is any feedback or if it's empty, because if that's so, then I want to just display something that says no feedback yet. So let's do an if statement. And this is just like I showed you when we looked at JSX and how to do conditionals and so on. So we'll say if no feedback and, sorry, not and, or if feedback dot length is equal to 0, then we want to return, and let's just return a paragraph, and we'll say no feedback yet. Okay, and that's not going to display because we do have feedback, right? We have what's coming from the file. That's passed in as the default state. If I were to get rid of this default state, it's going to be empty, so we get no feedback yet. All right, so we do have it. We do have the feedback. We're just not displaying it. We're just displaying this. So now let's this div here. Let's add a class name, and let's set that to. I have a class called feedback-list in my CSS file in the global style sheet, and then in here we want to loop through and create a list of our items. So let's take our feedback, which is being passed in as a prop, and we're going to map through. This takes in a function, and we're going to return some JSX, so open up some parentheses. And then in here, for each feedback item, we'll call it item. Okay, and then ultimately this is going to be a feedback item component, but just for now, let's have a div. I don't know why Emmet's not working, but and we should be able to get item dot, and let's just do the rating. So item dot rating. So now we should see each rating, and we're just going to get this warning because we don't have a key prop on our div, but that's okay because we're not ultimately using a div. We want to use our feedback item. So this is where we're going to import feedback item. So let's import that from what is it, /feedback item. It's in the same folder. And then instead of a div here, let's go ahead and display feedback item. Now here is where we want to pass in our key, and we'll just use the item ID as the key. And then we want to pass in the actual item, which is going to come from that particular item in that current iteration when we map through. So let's save that, and now we're going to see a feedback item component for each piece of feedback we have, which is 3. However, the data is still hard-coded in the state inside of the feedback item component. So we no longer want this state. The actual data is now coming in through props, right? It's coming in as an item. So we can get rid of the import state. We don't need that. We don't need any of these. We're simply getting in the prop of item, and then we can display the item dot rating here, and we can display the item dot text. And now we have all of our feedback items displayed. Now what I'd like to do next is I want to create basically a styled component, a component that is only made for styling, and I want that to be this card. Right now we have a class name of card, but what I'd like to do is instead of having a div with a class name, I'd like to just have a card component so that we could use this wherever we want to display a card. The form that we're going to add above it is going to have the card style too, so I want to be able to use that there. So in the next video, I'll show you how we can create a component strictly for styling. We'll also look at conditional classes and conditional styling as well. Okay, so as I said in the last video, I want to create a card component where basically we can pass in anything we want and have this card design, this white background with the rounded corners, etc. So in components, I'm actually going to create a new folder called shared, because we're going to be sharing this card component in multiple places or using it in multiple places. So inside shared, we'll create card.jsx, our card component. And let's say RFCE. And for now, we'll just, we'll just say card for now. And we're going to go into our feedback item JSX because this is where we want to use this card component. And let's go ahead and import card. And that's going to be from, and then we want to go into shared and then /card. And what I want to do is, instead of having a div with the class name of card, let's go ahead and just use the card component. And as soon as I do that, we're just going to see the text card because that's what's being displayed in our card component. Now, to get what's passed in to the card, because we have this is the children of the card, we simply pass in a prop here. Let's destructure and take in a prop called children. And instead of just hard coding the word card, let's go ahead and output children. Save that. Now whatever was passed into that component is going to display. As far as the styling, we just want to add a class name to this div here of card. So now whenever we want to display anything in a card, we simply need to bring in the component and then wrap it in card. Okay, in fact, I'll just show you real quick. You don't have to do this, but let's say in app.js, I bring in card. Actually, that's going to be in components, component/shared card. And I could put anything I want in it. It doesn't even have to be another component or anything like that. So I could just put card, and I could put hello world and save, and now hello world is going to be put inside that card. So it's basically a styled component. But I'm just going to undo that. I just wanted to show you that we can do that with whatever we want. Now I'd also like to have a prop that we can pass into card if we want it to be reversed. Basically have, instead of a white color background with dark text, a dark background with light text. So in our feedback item, let's pass in, we'll say reverse, and we're going to set that to true. So it's going to be a Boolean that we pass in. So we'll go into our card here, and in addition to children, we're going to take in reverse. And I'm going to show you two things. First, I'm going to show you how we can do a conditional class, and then I'll show you how we can do conditional styles. Now, I don't believe I have a reverse class in my global CSS. So if we go to index CSS and we go where card is, yours might, I might add it beforehand, but if you don't see it directly under card, then let's just create card, and then we just want to do dot reverse. So basically we're saying any class of card that also has the class of reverse, then let's add a background color of RGBA, and let's set that to black, so 000, and then 0.4. So basically the same as the header. And then color of the text would be white. So now we have this reverse class, so let's close that up. And back in our card component, if we have a class of card and reverse, then it's going to display like this. Now I only want this reverse class to be there if this prop is true. So what we can do is, instead of setting class name to quotes, we're going to set it to curly braces and then add some backticks. Now the card class I always want to be there, so I'm going to just put that in. Okay, so that puts the card class there. But reverse is going to be conditional, so I can go like this. We can have our money sign curly braces because we're in a template string, and we can say if reverse, then we want the class of reverse, just like that. Okay, so I'll save that. Let's just close that up. And if I were to now, in feedback item, where we're embedding the card with the data inside, or the output inside, I can get rid of reverse true, and now it goes back to normal. Now I'm going to put it back because I want to also show you how we can do a conditional style. This is a conditional class. So I'm actually going to just comment this return out. Yeah, we'll comment that out just so you can still have it. And then let's return. And let's do, we're still going to have a div with the class of card because we always want that initial card class. And then of course we want our children. So if we save that, that goes back to how it was. Now instead of a conditional class, let's do a conditional style. So we'll add style here, and we're going to set that to double curly braces. And let's say background, actually we'll do background color. Remember, it has to be camel case when we do style this way. But now we can say if reverse, let's do, so we're just using a ternary, so if reverse, then we want the background color to be RGBA, 0, 0, 0, oops, 0, and then 0.4. Okay, and then else, so we have a colon for our else, then we want the background to be white. And this should be a comma. So that's the background color. Now for the text color, let's say if reverse, then we want the text color, we want the text color to be white if it's reversed, else, then we want the text color to be black. All right, so let's save that. And there we go. So we get the same result, although now we don't have a conditional class, we have conditional styling. So, I mean, it's up to you on how you want to do it. You could keep it like this and then delete the reverse class in the CSS because you no longer need that because you're not depending on that. You're setting it in line like this. Now, I'm going to not pass in reverse here. So that's going to go back to being white. And I'm just going to add a default prop for reverse, and I'm going to keep the default to false. So let's say card.default props, and we want reverse to be false. Okay? Or if you want it to be dark, you could say true, and that will make it dark. And while we're at it, we should probably add our prop types. So up here, let's import our prop types. And we have children coming in and we have reverse. So children is actually a node, and then reverse is a Boolean. So let's say card.prop types, set that to, let's see, what do we have? Children, which is going to be prop types dot node, and that's going to be required. So we're going to say is required. Then we have the reverse, which is a Boolean, so prop types dot bool. Okay, and I think we have some other prop types we can add. For instance, in feedback item, we're taking in the item. So let's go ahead and import our prop types here as well, and then we'll set that down here. So feedback item dot prop types, and we want to set the item. So the item is an object. So let's say dot object, and let's do is required. And then feedback list, we also have a prop of feedback, which is an array. So let's import prop types and go underneath down here, and we want feedback list. And we want to set feedback. So here we can do either prop types dot array. We can do that, but you can also set the shape of the array or what should be included in the object in the array, and we can do that with array of. So you don't have to do this, but I'm just going to show you how. So in here we could do prop types and then dot shape, and in here pass in an object and basically have the properties of the feedback item. So we have an ID. So we'll set that to a number and set that to is required. Copy these down. So we have ID. We also have text, which is a string. So this would be string text. And then we have what else? A rating. And rating is a number, so we can leave that as is. Okay, and we shouldn't see any prop type warnings down here. The only warnings we're going to see are that set feedback is assigned but never used, because we haven't done anything with set feedback just yet. All right, cool. So in the next video, I want to be able to delete. I want to have an icon where we can delete these feedback items. In fact, we can close up list, we can close up card, and we're just going to be working in feedback item in the next video. So now we want to have a little icon button that we can click to delete from these items. So I actually want to use Font Awesome, and there's a couple ways we could do that. We could include the CDN in our public/index.html file, but there's actually a really cool package called React Icons that we can use. So I'm going to just temporarily stop the server, and let's npm install React-icons. And this includes Font Awesome as well as some other libraries as well. I think there's Material Icons and maybe even Bootstrap. let's go ahead and start the server again now that React Icons is installed. And then what we're going to do in feedback item here is bring in up at the top, let's say import. And the way this works is we import from React Icons /FA because we're using the Font Awesome library. And then what you want to import is the specific icon you want to use. I want to use the FA times icon, which is basically just like an X. And then I want to put that down. Let's see. So we have our, let's put it right under the num display. So we're going to have a button here, and I'm going to give it a class of close, which is in my global CSS. And then inside here is where I want to put my FA times icon, which is basically a component. And this takes in some props, one of which is color, and I'm going to set that to purple. So let's go ahead and save that, and now you should see this purple X right here. So we haven't really gone over events. I mean, I showed you a little bit when we talked about state, but basically on the button here, we have on click, you also have on submit, you have a bunch of different events. You can check out the docs to see all of them. On click is obviously one of the more common ones. And we set this to, we can do a couple things. We can set it to a named function, which we can set above, or you could just do it right in here. Like we could say, we could put a function in here, and we could do console log. Get rid of that. We could do console log 1, 2, 3. So if I go ahead and open up my console now and I click this, you can see I get 1, 2, 3. We could even do the ID, right? Because we have our item, and we could do the ID. So now 1, 2, and so on. So you can do it inline, or you can have a separate function to be called. Now we are going to want to call the ID. So let me just show you. You could do this, handle click, and this is what we did before, right? We'll go up here, and we're going to create a function called handle click, and then we could console log 1, 2, 3, right? So that works. If I click, we get 1, 2, 3. However, if you want to pass in an argument like the ID, then you're going to want to do it like this. So you have your function, and then you call handle click, and you pass in your item.id. And then up here, you could catch the ID, and then you could console log the ID. And now if I click this, we should see 1, 2, and so on. Now, let's think about what this click is supposed to do. It's supposed to delete that particular item. So this is where we kind of have an issue. The items are not located in this component, right? The items are located in the app.js. Okay, so we have them in our feedback right here in our state. And then we passed it through to the feedback list, which if we take a look at that, we passed it into the feedback list, which takes it here. Then we map through all the items, and then we embed the feedback item and pass that particular item into that component. So in order to have this delete click affect the items that are in the app.js, we basically have to go upwards. We have to forward upwards, right? So where we have the feedback item, which is where the delete is located, we're going to pass in a prop of delete. Actually, let's call it handle delete, just like we called it in the function. And then we'll have this do something. So for now, let's just have this do a function that takes in ID, and then we'll console.log the ID, right? So this is now a prop. Handle delete is now a prop for feedback item, which means in feedback item, we pass it in as a prop, handle delete. Okay, and I'm just going to get rid of this handle click, and then I want to call handle delete directly down here. So handle delete and pass in the ID. Now, if I open up my console now, I should see, if I click on this, I should see 1, and that's coming from this console log. because again, we're passing in handle delete as a prop into feedback item. In feedback item, we're catching that handle delete and then we're calling it on that click, and we're able to pass the ID in. Now we still have a problem because even though we're able to now access this function here in feedback list, the items are not in the feedback list. They're one level above in the app.js. So what we essentially need to do is basically forward this event call, or this event delete function, forward it upwards to app.js. And we can do that by just simply setting this to, let's call this handle delete. And that's going to be a prop that's passed in here. Handle delete will be passed in here, and this is feedback list. So in our app.js, where we have our feedback list, it's going to take in a prop of handle delete, and then we're going to call a function called delete feedback. Okay, and then that we can create in our main app.js file. So const delete feedback, which will take in an ID, and then we'll console log, and let's just log app and the ID just so we know that it's coming from here. So now if I click on the first one here, we get app1, second one app2. All right, and the reason that we want this function here is because this app.js, this main app component, is where we have our feedback. That's where we can call set feedback. Okay, now this might look a little messy, and it kind of is, because what we're doing is passing in props. This is called prop drilling. We're passing in this handle delete, we're catching it here in the list, then we're passing it into this handle delete from the feedback item, and then finally in here is where we have the event firing off. So this is a little messy, but later on when we use the context API, we're not going to have to prop drill because we can bring in our state directly into any component we want. All right, so let's go into our app.js where we're console logging, because obviously this isn't what we want to do. We want to set our feedback to the new array minus the one we're deleting. So remember, we do have to use this set feedback, which whatever we pass in is going to replace this feedback value. Actually, first thing I want to do is just to confirm. So let's do if window dot confirm. Since it's a delete, it's just a good idea to do this, and we'll say, are you sure you want to delete? Okay, and then let's move this into here. Now what we want to set the feedback with is a new array. So we can take our current feedback and we can use filter. And what filter does, and you probably should know this before even learning React, it's a high order array method that you call on an array such as feedback, and it loops through like for each and map, but you can set a condition to filter something out, and what we want to filter out is the one that we're deleting. So just like with any other high order array method, it takes in a function. Yeah, we'll call it item, I guess. Yeah, so we'll do feedback.filter, and then for each one we'll call it item, and then we want to filter out by saying where the item.id, let's close that up, so where the item ID is not equal to the ID that's being passed in, which is this. Okay, so this feedback filter is going to return an array minus the one we're deleting, and then that's what we're setting the feedback to using set feedback. So let's save that, and let's take this middle one. This is the rating of 9. If I click that, I'm going to get a confirm. If I click OK, now you see that one was deleted. Okay, click that, get rid of that, and now we have no feedback. Now, of course, if I reload, it's going to all come back because that's what we have in our initial state. Later on, we're going to have a mock backend using something called JSON Server, where if we delete, it'll actually delete it from the server as well. But for now, it's all going to come back if we reload. So what I want to do next is start to work on the stats component, and that's going to show the number of items here, and it's going to show the average of all the ratings. And if we delete, it's going to go ahead and update the number of reviews, and it's going to update the average of ratings. So we'll get into that next. Okay, so in this video I want to create our feedback stats component, which is going to show the total number of feedback items as well as the average of all the ratings. So in components, let's create a new file called feedbackstats.jsx. And for now, let's just scaffold out a React functional component. And for now, we'll just say stats. And then in our app.js, let's bring that in. So this is going to be feedback stats. Oops, and this will be feedback stats. And then we're going to put this down in our render, or in our return. We're going to put this right above the feedback list, still within the container. So feedback stats. And then as far as props, we're just going to pass in the entire feedback array. So let's set that to feedback. And since feedback is our state, whenever that state changes, it'll automatically change within the feedback stats component. And that's why you want your state to be a single source of truth, so that whenever that changes, anything that's connected to it will also change. So in our feedback stats, let's see, let's do the markup here. So we'll have a div, let's give it a class name of feedback dash stats. And then inside this div here, we're going to have, first of all, an h4, and this is where we'll have the number. So remember, we're going to take in a prop here of feedback. That's going to be the entire array. And then here we'll say feedback.length, and we'll just say reviews. So it'll be like, 3 reviews or 4 reviews, whatever. And then under that is where we want to have the rating. So let's say h4, and we'll say average rating. And for now, I'll just put 10, because we're going to add that after. But let's just get this on the screen first. So now you can see we have 2 reviews. Average rating is 10 at the moment. And if I reload, we should have 3. And you'll see as I delete, this will change. Okay, so that will react to whatever is in the state. So for the average, we're going to go up here. We're going to calculate it. So let's say, we'll just put a comment here and say calculate ratings average. And we'll do that by saying let average. And we're going to use reduce here, because basically we want to loop through all the ratings, and we want to add all the ratings together. We can do that with reduce. And then we want to multiply it by the length of the feedback items. That should give us the average. So let's say this will be equal to the feedback. That's the array that's being passed in. And then we want to call reduce, which is a high order array method, takes in a function. All right, so for reduce, that's going to take in 2 things into this callback function. It's going to take in the accumulator, so we'll say ACC, and then the current, whatever the current value is, so CUR. And then in addition to that function, it's going to take in a second argument of the default for the accumulator, which is going to be 0. Now, within this function, we want to return the accumulator, and then we want to add to that the current, whatever the current object is, we want the rating. So we want to do dot rating, like that. Okay, and then that'll give us actually let's just console log that. So we'll console log average, and if we open up our console, we see 27. So basically what it's doing is adding all of these together, and we're getting 27. So now we just want to take that sum, and we want to divide it by feedback.length, by how many ratings or how many items there are. So now if we save that, now we see 9. Okay, so let's go ahead and output that now. Instead of console logging it here, let's put it right here where I hard-coded the 10. Let's put in our average. All right, so now you can see we have an average of 9. If we delete one, now we have an average of 8.5. Okay, now when we don't have anything, it gives us this NaN, which is not a number. So where we're outputting the average here, I'm actually going to make sure that it doesn't equal not a number. If it does, then we'll show a 0. So there's a function called isNaN. So we'll wrap this in is NaN like that, and then we want to wrap the average in parentheses. Let's close this up. And then we're going to use a ternary operator here. So we'll say if is nan, then let's show a 0, else then let's show the average. Okay, so now we get 0. Good. Now right now it is possible for the rating to have more than one decimal place. So I want to make sure that we always have just one decimal. It shouldn't be like, 8.66666 or anything like that. So let's go under here and let's say average. So we're going to reset the average to whatever the current average is, but I'm going to add 2 fixed 1, which is going to make it one decimal place. Now if I save that, you're going to see no matter what it is, it's going to have one decimal place. So it'll be .0, right? So if I delete that, we have 8.5, which is fine, but I don't want to have 8.0, 9.0. So I'm just going to add on to this dot replace, and we're going to add a regular expression in here to basically take off any trailing zeros. And I'm just going to grab that regular expression and put that in there. So it's basically saying if it's 0, then replace it with nothing. So now you can see that goes back to 8. If I delete this first one, though, we still should have 8.5. So this will remove any, it'll make sure that it's one decimal place, but it will remove it if it's a 0. All right, so that's pretty much it for the stats component. Pretty simple. Actually, we could just add in our prop types real quick here because we do have feedback coming in. So, oops, I don't know why sometimes this doesn't work. There we go. And then let's go down here. Let's say feedback stats dot prop types, and we're going to set that feedback. That's going to be an array. So let's say prop types dot array, and that is required. Good. All right, so in the next video, I believe we're going to start to get into our form. We want to have a form where we can actually add feedback items. All right, so now we want to get to the form. We want to have a form where we can actually add a new feedback item with a rating and some text. So let's go ahead and create in components a new file called feedbackform.jsx. And from here, we'll create a React component, and for now I'm just going to output the word form just so we can bring it into our app.js and see it. So we'll just copy that down, and this will be feedback form, feedback form, and then we're going to put this down here in the container above feedback stats. Okay, so now it should be outputting form. Good. Now, let's see. First thing we want to do in here, I want to bring in the card component because I want to wrap the form in a card. So let's do that. Let's go up here and import card from shared card, and then we're going to replace this div right here with the card component and pass whatever we're going to pass in here, which is not going to be that, so we can delete that. I want to start off with just the text input because we'll have the rating select, which will actually be styled checkboxes, or I should say radio buttons, but I want to do that later. So we're going to start off with the text field. So let's add, let's first of all create our form. We don't need an action. And then I'm just going to have an H2 here that says, how would you rate your service with us? So if we save that, we should see that on the screen. Good. Now underneath that H2 is where our rating select is going to go, but I'm not going to do that just yet. So I'm going to put a comment here and just put a to do, and this is going to be the rating select component. Okay, so we'll go under that, and then we're going to have a div with the class of input-group, because this is going to have our text input as well as our submit button. So in here, let's add an input with the type of text, and we don't need the name and ID. We can get rid of that. Let's add a placeholder, and for the placeholder, we'll just say write a review. Save that, good. And then right under that input, we're going to have our button. Now the button is ultimately going to be its own component, because if you want to use a button somewhere else, I want to be able to have a button component where you can pass in a specific style and you can pass in different props to it. But just for now, we'll have a button with the type of submit, and we'll say send. Now, we talked about component level state, and typically when you have a form, you're going to have a piece of state for each input in that form. So for this text input, I'm going to go ahead and set a piece of state, and to do that, we need our useState hook. So let's import useState from React, and then let's set that down here. So we can choose to call this whatever we want. I'm just going to call it text. And then the method or the function to update this piece of state will be called setText. And remember, we want to basically destructure that from useState, and the default value for this goes in here, which I'm just going to have as an empty string. Now I want to basically connect this input to this piece of state, this text. So as I type in here, whatever I type in needs to be put into that piece of state. So I'm going to add an event onto this input. So we're going to say onChange, which is an event handler for whenever we type something in, this will fire off. And we're going to have it call a function called handle text change. Okay, and then we're going to go up here and we're going to create that function handle text change and set that to an arrow function that takes in an event parameter, because we need to get whatever's being typed in. So we can get that. Let's just do a console log, and we can do e.target.value. That should give us what's being typed in. So if I open up my console now, and let's go to console, and I start to type in here, we're going to see that log in the console. Now we want to set that to this piece of state, and remember, we have this function called setText now that we can use. So we simply need to call that here and pass in what's being set. And then in addition to that, we want to add a value to this input of text. Okay, so we shouldn't get any errors if we reload. And I just want to show you, if I open up my React DevTools, our components here, and let's make this a little bigger for a second, you can see if we click on the feedback form, we can see that piece of state. And if I go and I type something in, now that whatever I type in is being set to that piece of state. Okay, so we'll go ahead and just close that up, and now we have our text state, which is hooked to this input here. Now in the next video, I want to create our button component before we go on to being able to submit it and being able to create our rating select. I want to have our button component because we are going to have some validation here where the button will be disabled until we have at least 10 characters, and then the button will become active. We'll also have a little message down here that will tell us that it needs at least 10 characters. So in the next video, we'll work on creating a custom button component. All right, so in the last video, we started working on our form, our feedback form. I want to create a custom button for this form, and in this button component that we create, you'll be able to use all around the application if you want to use it somewhere else, and we can have certain props that are passed in for styling and so on. So under our component shared, because this is something that can be used anywhere, we're going to create a new component called button.jsx. And let's scaffold out a React component. And then this is going to take in some props. So we're going to destructure some props from this. We want children because we're going to be wrapping the component around whatever the text for the button. So that'll be the children. We're going to pass in a version. So basically we'll have primary or secondary, and that will pertain to a specific class. We're also going to have the type, so if it's a submit button or just a regular button, and then we'll have is disabled, and of course that will, if it's set to true, then the button will be disabled. If it's not passed in, then the button will be active. So in here we want the children, so whatever the button component is wrapped around, whatever the text is. And then as far as the button attributes, we want the type to be set to whatever the prop is, the type prop. And then disabled, we're going to set that to whatever is disabled is, which will be a Boolean. And we'll add our prop types in a second. And then we're also going to add class name here, and we're going to set that to template string. And that's going to take in the BTN class because I always want that class. It's basically just the basic button padding and all that. But then I have, actually we can just check it out real quick. If we look in our index CSS, and we should have some BTN, so that's the core BTN class, but then we also have BTN primary, which is this purple background color, and BTN secondary, which is this pink color. So what I want to do is take whatever the version, this could be either primary or secondary, let's close that up, and we want to add here BTN dash, and then we'll have whatever the version is, which could be primary or secondary. So it's going to add that class conditionally. Okay, now for default props, let's go down here and let's say button dot default props, and we'll go ahead and set these. So version, I'm going to have that set to primary, meaning that's what it'll be if nothing is passed in. And then type, it'll be just button if nothing is passed in, and then is disabled, we're going to set that to false by default. Okay, so if you want this button to be disabled, you have to explicitly pass in is disabled equals true. And then prop types, we might as well add those. So let's bring in prop types, and then we'll go down here and say button dot prop types. So we have children, which is the node. So that's going to be prop types dot node, and that's going to be required. So we want to do is required. And then let's see, we have the version, which is a string. Okay, and that's not required. The type, actually we'll just copy this down. Okay, so the type is going to be a string as well. And then we have is disabled. So is disabled is going to be a Boolean, so we want to do prop types dot bool. So now we're ready to use this, so let's go back into our feedback form, and we're going to bring in our button component. And remember, that's in the shared folder. So we want to bring in button, and then where we have our regular button down here, we're going to replace this with our button component. So you want it to be an uppercase B. And then as far as the props that are being passed in, well, we're going to pass in the type of submit, and then let's pass in the version. Actually, we don't need to pass in the version because primary is the default, but I just want to show you that we can pass in secondary. And if I save that, now you can see that we get this pink button because secondary is being passed in as the version, and that's making it so we have a class of BTN secondary, which in our global CSS is a pink button. Now, if we don't pass in a version, then the default will be primary, which is a purple button, and that's what I want. So I'm actually not going to pass in version, and now we get the purple button. Okay, and you can add more classes and more colors, and you can make this more customizable if you want. So before we get to the submission and before we get to the rating select component, in the next video I want to handle the validation, because I basically want to disable this button until we have at least 10 characters typed in. We'll also have a little message that will tell us that as well. Alright, so that's what we'll do in the next video. Alright guys, so now we're going to add some real-time validation. Basically, I want, when we come to this page, I want the button to be disabled, and I don't want it to be enabled unless we have at least 10 characters typed in here. We'll also have a little message that will say it has to be at least 10. Alright, so we're going to add a couple new pieces of state to this component. I'm going to copy this down twice. This first one is going to be called BTN disabled, and we want this to be set BTN disabled, and like I said, I want that to be true by default, okay, when we come to the page, until we type in at least 10 characters. The second piece of state here, or I should say the third, is going to be the message that's displayed. So let's say message, and let's set that to set message to change it, and that's just going to be an empty string. Now before we do our validation, which we're going to do inside this handle text change, let's just go down here, and for the button, remember that can take in a prop called isDisabled, and I'm going to set that to whatever button disabled is. Okay, whatever that piece of state is, which is true by default. So if I save, that should be disabled by default. And it's gray because I have some CSS styling for disabled buttons in the global CSS file. And then the message, I want that to display down here below this input group div. But I want to put this in a conditional. I want to make sure there is a message. So we'll say if there's a message, then let's have a div with the class name of message. And just close that div, and then in here will be the actual message. All right, so whatever is in this message state will output under here. In fact, if I put a default here, if I just say hello and save, that's going to show right there. But we want that empty by default. Now we want the validation to run whenever we type something in. So we're going to go above where we actually set the text value here, and first check to see if the text is equal to nothing. So if the text is equal to nothing, we want to call set btn disabled and set that to true, right? Because we want it to be disabled. And then message, I want that to be set to null. And the reason for that is if there's nothing in here, there's no point in showing the message. I only want the message to show if we're typing and it's less than 10. Okay. Now we're going to have an else if for our second condition here, and what we want to check is to see if the text is this time not equal to nothing. So if there's something in the text, and we want to check to see if it's less than 10 or less characters. So and the text, and we'll go ahead and just trim any white space, and then say dot length. So if the length is less than or equal to 10, then again we're going to want the button to be disabled because it's still less than 10. So let's just do that. And then for the message, let's do set message, and we'll go ahead and output text must be at least 10 characters. Okay, and then else, so if there's at least 10 characters and there's something typed in, then we're going to set message to null. And then we want the button to be enabled, so we're going to do set btn disabled to false. Okay, and then we'll be able to, set text is just going to make it so that when we type something in, text is changed to whatever's typed in. So let's save that, and this is disabled. And then if I start to type, you'll see I get this text must be at least 10 characters. When I hit over 10 characters, that goes away, and now we can submit. Okay, submit doesn't do anything yet, but we're going to get to that. So in the next video, I want to add our rating select. Right now, I just have this to do here. We basically want to have our numbers 1 through 10, which are actually going to be styled radio buttons that we can select, and then we can put in some text if we want, and we can submit the form. So we're going to start on that next. Okay, so now what we want to do is add our rating select component, because right now we just have the text value, text field here. We want to have the select of the numbers 1 through 10 for the rating. So first thing I'm going to do is in our feedback form, let's add a new piece of state for the rating. So I'm going to copy this down, and I'm going to have it be 10 by default, and this is going to be called set rating to change this, and the actual piece of state will be called rating. Now down here we just have a comment, but this is where we want to put the select rating select component. So let's create that component. So we'll create a new file called rating select.jsx. Put that in your components folder, and let's say React functional component, and then for now we'll just output rating select and just bring it in to our feedback form. So up at the top here, let's import rating select, and then we're going to put that where I have the comment right here. So we'll just get rid of this and put rating select. Okay, and we should just see this rating select output. All right, so let's close up the sidebar here, and in the rating select we're going to have a piece of state that represents which number is selected. So we do need to import use state from React. And let's go above the return here. Let's say const, and we're gonna call this selected, and then set selected, and set that to use state. And again, we're gonna have 10 as the default. Now, as far as the output here, the JSX, it's going to be a list, an unordered list of radio buttons that are going to be styled to look like these circled numbers here. And that's all from the global CSS file. So I'm going to paste this in, and I'll just go ahead and save it. Now, we're going to have this handle changes not defined because each one of these radio buttons has an onChanged event handler that points to a function called handle change. So let's just create that so we don't see that error. So handle change, that's going to take in an event parameter, and we'll just leave it empty for now just to get rid of the error. So now you can see we have all of our radio buttons which are styled like these numbers. So basically each one is an input with the type of radio. We have an ID of num1, and then the next one is num2, and so on. The ID value matches the HTML4 value for the label. Remember, in JSX, we can't have a 4 attribute. We need to use HTML4. And then the actual value of each one is just 1 through 10. We have the onChange event handler, which is firing this function, which right now does nothing. Checked can be set to true or false. And what we're doing is we're just seeing if selected is equal to whatever the current input is. So if selected is equal to 1, then checked would be true. For this one, selected equals to 2. We happen to have selected equal to 10 because that's what we set as a default. So that's what checked is set to here, or checked is set to true here. So if I were to change this to like 5 and save, then 5 will be checked by default. Now, the only thing we have to do here is when we actually click on this, that's firing off this handle change, then we want to call set selected and change it to whatever's passed in. And we can get what's passed in. Let's do console log e dot and then current target dot value. That's going to give us the actual number selected, or the value selected. So if I open up my console here and I click on 2, you'll see that it's going to show 2, 4, 9, and so on. Now, this is going to be a string by default, so I can actually show you that if we use type of here. If we console log the type of, it's going to be a string. I just want to change that to a number, and I can do that simply by adding a plus sign onto this. So now if I save that and I click, now you can see that that's going to be a number. So let's get rid of the type of, and all we want to do now is call set selected, and it's going to be set to whatever we select. And then we need to somehow get that value up into our feedback form, because that's where we're actually going to submit the form. So what we'll do is, where we're embedding rating select, we'll pass in a prop of select, which will be a function. All right, and just for now, let's we'll just have a function here, and we'll do a console.log, and this will take in a rating, and we'll console log here rating. All right, now this prop, let's save this, and this prop is now being passed in, which is, we need to catch that right here. So select, and that's a function, so we're going to call that right here, select, and we're going to pass in whatever the selected value is. All right, so now I should be able to click one of these. Actually, you know what? It's going to show me the last value. Let's just take this. Instead of passing in selected, let's just take that. And then we should be able to, let me just reload this. Yeah, so now if I click on 2, it logs 2, 7, and so on. So what's happening is we're calling this select function right here, which is being passed in as a prop. And when that's fired off, this is happening. Okay, passing in the rating, and then we're console logging. Now instead of console log, we want to then set the rating in the feedback form. All right, so we'll save that. And now whenever I click, in fact, we can look at our dev tools here. Go to components, and if we look at feedback form, we want to look at our state, and you can see 3. So 3 is selected right now. If I click 6, this state changes to 6, and so on. All right, so now whatever I click in here in this rating select component is going to set the rating of the feedback form. So now we're able to get the feedback form rating. We're also able to get the text. If I type in here, you'll see that gets passed into the state, the text state of this component. So now we're ready to submit, right? We just add a submit handler, and then we can get the rating, we can get the text, and then we can add a new feedback item. All right, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. All right, so now we're ready to submit our form. We're able to set the rating and set the text. We have those as state values in our feedback form. So now let's create an event handler for submitting the form. So we're going to say on submit, and let's set that to a function called handle submit. And then we're going to put that up here. Let's say const handle submit, and that's going to take in an event parameter. And since it's a form submit, we need to just call e.prevent default to prevent the default behavior, which is submitting to the actual file. And then I still want to check to make sure that it's 10 or more characters. Even though we have this kind of real-time error checking, you can still make this button enabled through the Chrome tools and then submit it. And because there's ways around it on the client. So let's just go ahead and do another check here and say if the text dot trimmed value, if that length is greater than we'll say if that's greater than 10, then we want to proceed to do whatever we're going to do, which in this case is construct a new object called new feedback. And we want that to have the text, and we want it to have the rating. And this is just a shorthand for doing this. So basically we're just setting an object with the text as the key, and then this is the value from the state, which is connected to the text field. Okay, same thing with the rating. And as a shorthand, we can just do that. So let's just create that object, new feedback, and then let's go ahead and just console log it. Console log it. All right, so let's go ahead and open up our console here, and I'll just select 9, and then we'll say this is a test, and then we'll send, and you can see it's logging the object with the rating and the text. So now we want to call a function in our app.js, because that's where we're holding our global state right now. Just like we have a delete feedback, we want to have an add feedback here. So the way we'll handle this is where we embed the the feedback form, just like we passed in this handle delete equals delete feedback. We're also going to pass in here into the form handle, we'll call it handle add, and set that to a function called add feedback. And we're going to just create that add feedback up here, const add feedback, and that's going to take in new feedback, and we'll just leave that empty for now. Now this handle add, we need to pass in to feedback form as a prop. So up here, feedback form, we'll destructure this, and let's say handle add. And then down here, instead of console logging, we're going to call handle add. And then let's just clear up the text field afterwards. So we'll just say set text, and we'll set that to an empty string, just so after we submit that goes away. All right, and then let's just test it actually by in this add feedback console log here. Not new, we want to console log the new feedback. So let's just reload this, and then I'll choose, let's say 8, and we'll say another test, send, and now we're getting that logged from add feedback. Now I do want to add an ID to this, because right now you can see it's just a text and a rating, and I do want to have an ID, and there's a few ways we could do this. I'm going to use a package called UUID, so I'm going to go ahead and just open another terminal here and npm install UUID. And we'll use that to generate a unique ID for each of our feedback items. Okay, and then let's go into our app.js, and we'll bring that in up here. So we say import, and the way we import this, as the documentation says, is we can do v4 as UUID v4, and that's going to be from UUID. So now whenever we want to generate a new ID, we can just call this UUID v4 as a function. So let's go down to our add feedback, and we have this new feedback object coming in. So what I'll do is I'll take that new feedback object and just add an ID to it and set that to UUID version 4 with parentheses, and then that should add an ID. So let's go ahead and save that, and then let's try this again. I'll go ahead and choose a rating and say this is a test, and we'll submit. And now you can see that in addition to the text and the rating, we have this ID. All right, cool. So now we just need to add it to our app level state. We need to add it to our feedback, and we do that with set feedback. Whenever we want to manipulate this state, whether it's deleting, adding, updating, we're going to call set feedback. So let's call that set feedback. Now remember, the state is immutable. We can't just like push onto it. We have to basically make a copy of it. So what I'll do is set this to an array, right? We want to get the current feedback items that are already there. So I'm going to use the spread operator and then take all the feedback that's already there and put those in here. So basically we're taking all the objects that are already in feedback and putting it into this array. In addition to that, on the front of it, I want to put the new feedback. Okay, so this is going to now set feedback to an array with all the current feedback items and my new one. And then that should get added to the UI here, because again, these items are coming from the feedback, the global state. So let's save that, and then let's just reload this, and we'll choose 9. We'll say this is a test. Let's send, and now you can see that that gets added to the global state. It gets added to it gets added here. The stats update, so we now get 4 reviews, and the average of the rating will also update. So our entire application reacts to that global feedback state. So in the next video, I actually want to show you how we can add a little bit of animation to our list right here. I want to have it fade in and out. And we can do that with, well, I mean, there's a lot of different libraries we can use, but we're going to use something called Framer Motion to be able to make it fade out when we delete, because right now you can see it just pops out, and when we add it, it just pops in. I want to have a nice fade effect, so we'll do that in the next video. All right, guys, so this video is completely optional. I just thought it would be cool to add a little bit of animation, so we'll have a nice fade effect when we add and remove a feedback item. And we're going to be using a library called Framer Motion. Now, version 5 was just released, and I did run into some issues. I had a weird error just by importing Motion like this. So what we're going to do is install a specific version just so we don't run into any issues. If you want to install the latest version and try it out, that's fine, but we're going to install version 4.1.17. So let's go ahead and jump back into our code here. And where we're going to implement this is in the feedback list. Remember, that's where we loop through and output each feedback item. So that's where we want to implement this animation. So let's install Framer Motion. I'm going to open up my terminal down here, a separate one from where my server's running. And I'm going to npm install Framer-Motion, but like I said, I'm going to do a specific version. We're going to do at 4.1.17. Okay, so we'll get that installed, and then there's going to be a couple things that we need to bring into our feedback list. So we want to import, and that's going to be from Framer Motion, and what we want to bring in is motion and something called animate presence. And then let's close that up. Down here, I'm just going to copy this return and comment this one out, and then paste it above, just so you have the version without the animation. So here we want to wrap the list, so this feedback.map, we're going to wrap that in animate presence. So that's the opening tag, and then we'll come down here and we have our closing tag. And then within the map, so right above the feedback item, which is what we want to animate, we're going to add a motion div. So we want to add that and then close it down here. And then we'll just tab that over. And then motion div, this has to have a key because this is a list, so we have to have a unique key, which I'll just use the item ID. And then let's just put these on separate lines just so you can see what's going on here, because we need to pass a couple things into this motion div. So the first is going to be initial, and we're going to set that to double curly braces because we're passing in an object, and we're going to set the opacity to 0 because that's the default. We want this to be invisible to begin with, and then we want to fade it in. So initial is opacity 0. Then we want animate, and we're going to set that to an object with opacity 1. Okay, we want to animate it to be visible. And then we also want to fade out, so we're going to set an exit, and that's going to be set to opacity 0 because it's going to go invisible on exit. All right, it's going to fade out. So let's save that. And now if we come over here and we were to delete one of these, instead of just popping off the screen, it does a little fade out. And if we add something, let's say this is a test, if I add this, now our review, our feedback item fades in as well. Okay, so it fades in and it fades out. And you can mess with the different properties. There's different types of animations. I'm not going to get too deep into it. I just thought it would be a cool little thing to add to the project. And again, if you want to try the latest version, you can do that. I just ran into some weird errors, so I figured we just install the last version. All right, so that's it. Let's move on to the next video. Hey guys, real quick before we start this video, I just want to mention that React Router DOM has actually been updated to version 6, and this video that you're about to watch uses version 5, and there's been a couple changes. So what we'll do is in this video, we'll set everything up as if you're using React Router version 5, but if you go in your package.json and you have version 6, then I'll address that in the next video and show you what you have to change in order for it to work with version 6. So just go ahead and follow along with this video, but you might have some errors, and then in the next video I'll show you how to address those errors and make it so that it works with version 6. Okay, so now I want to get into routing within React, and with this specific application we don't really need routing, we don't need any other pages, but I'm going to create an about page just to tell a little bit about the application, just so I can demonstrate routing to you, and we'll be using routing in future projects as well. Now React itself doesn't have a router built in, but there's a very popular package called React Router DOM, and that's what we'll be using. So let's go ahead and go into our terminal here, and I'm going to just npm install React. So it's react-router-dom. Okay, so we have that installed. Now as far as what I want for routes, I want an index or a home page route, which is going to show what we're seeing here, and that has multiple components on it. And then we're also going to have a separate about page. So let's go into our folder structure here, into source, and what I usually like to do, if a component is going to be its own route, I like to put it in a separate folder called pages instead of putting it right in components. Even though it is a React component, I like to put it in a separate place. So in pages here, I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to call this about. Let's call it aboutpage.jsx. Okay, and then we'll just create a component here, and for now we'll just go ahead and output about. All right, now in our app.js, we do need to bring that in. Let me just close that up. We do need to bring in the about page. So anything we want to put in a specific route, we're going to bring into this app.js, as if we were just embedding it directly. So let's import about page, and that's going to be, make sure you do it from pages if that's what if you also put a pages directory. And we could just, embed this down here somewhere. Like I could go about page, and save, and that's going to be down at the very bottom. You can see about. But we want our own route for this specific component or this specific page. Now to use the router, we need to first of all import it. So let's go up here and let's import. And it's going to be from React Router DOM. And then what we want to import is browser router. Now there's a couple different versions that we can use as far as this router goes. There's browser router. There's also something called hash router. So browser router actually uses the HTML5 history API to keep our user interface in sync with the URL. Hash router, on the other hand, uses the hash portion of the URL to keep it in sync. So basically, if you use the hash, then let me just make this a little bigger, and you want to go to like about, you would do slash and then hash about. And we don't want to do that. We just want to be able to do slash about. So we're going to use the browser router, and that's the more common version to use. So we're going to say import browser router as router. That way we can just use router. And then we also want to bring in route, which is a specific component for rendering whatever you want to render, whether it's a component or just some output in a specific route. And then in order to use the router, we actually have to wrap everything in our app.js inside of our router. Okay, which is, we're using the browser router. If you were using the hash router, you could just replace this with hash and you would still surround it with router here. Now to create a route, we simply use the route component, and there's a couple ways we can do this. We could have a closing route tag, and then we could add a path prop here and set that to /about and say this is the about route, right? So now this isn't going to display on the home page. I would actually have to go to up here. I'd have to go to /about, and you'll see that that's showing at the bottom. Now the rest of these components are still showing because remember, they're just embedded right in the app.js. They're not in any particular route, so those are still going to show. Now, and we'll take care of those in a second, but instead of just putting something inside of the route tags like this, what I'm going to do is have a self-closing route tag, and we're going to pass in a component prop, and that component is going to be our about page, okay, which we brought in up top. So now if I save that, as long as we're on /about, we're going to see whatever we have in that about page. Now that takes care of the about page. Let's take care of the rest of the stuff, and we have 3 components here that I want to display on the index or the home page. So we can't do it like this, right? Because in here we're just passing in a specific component, which is fine if that's what you need, but in our case we need 3 components. So let's go up here and let's say route, and then we're going to just surround these 3 components here, and let's give this a path, and the path is just going to be slash, right, because we want this to be our home page. And then we can just save that, and notice that we can go to just localhost 3000, and that's fine. It shows what we need. But if we go to about, it's still showing our 3 components, and the reason for that is it's matching the path, right? The URL is matching the path, and it sees this slash here, but it also sees it here. So it's going to load both of these components, and there's an easy fix for this, and that's to add an additional prop called exact. So this means that it has to match exactly this path, which is just slash. So now let's save that, and now you can see if we're on /about, now we no longer see our feedback form and all that stuff. It only shows the about component. Now I'm just going to go into the about page here and just make it look a little better. So I'm going to bring in the card component that we created earlier because I want to actually wrap this in a card. So if I save that, we should see our card, and now I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to have a class of about, a div with the class of about, and h1 we'll just say about this project, and let's have a paragraph. We'll just say this is a React app to leave feedback for a product or service, and like I said, you could put anything here. And then let's just have another paragraph with the version which is 1.0.0. And then I'm going to have a paragraph with a link to go back to the home page. Now, with React Router, there's a specific way to do links, but I'm going to show you that in the next video. So for now, I'm just going to put a plain old A tag here and just say back to home. Okay, so it should look something like this. And this will bring us back home, but I'll explain why you don't want to use an A tag in the next video. Okay, so like I said at the beginning of the last video, React Router DOM has been updated. So I've installed I've updated to version 6, and immediately we get some errors here. So it says a route is only ever to be used as the child of routes. So routes has actually replaced the switch element in React Router 5, which we haven't talked about yet. We use switch in the next project, but it's been replaced with routes. So all we have to do is, in addition to what we've already brought in, we want to bring in routes, not with a 0. We want to bring in routes, and then down here where we have 2 routes, right? So we just want to surround that in routes. So that'll be the opening tag, and then let's go under the about route here, and we want to close it. So that's the first step. Now, the way that we include our components is now different as well. So instead of using component and setting it to whatever that component is, we use element. So we're going to say element, but then this is going to be JSX. So we just want to add the tag like this. Okay, so that takes care of that. Now for this, since we're doing multiple components here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do element and set that to, and here we can add some JSX. Now we do have to have a parent level element, so we'll just use a fragment here, and then we should be able to just take these and cut those and put those right into here, and that should do it. All right, so that's really the only changes. You want to surround your routes in this routes element, and then instead of using component, you want to use element, and instead of wrapping them like we did here, you want to use element. So now let's go back over, and it should now work. And this is different than what you guys are seeing. This is coming from a back end, which we're gonna do later on. And the next 2 videos have to do with the React Router as well. For instance, I'm going to show you how to get query params and stuff like that, and it should be fine with both React Router 5 and 6. If not, then I'll just have to add some updated videos for those as well. But the next 2 videos really don't have anything to do with the project. It's just to teach you a little bit more about what React Router DOM offers. Okay, so now that we know how to create routes, I want to show you how we can create links to those routes or to those pages. And right now on our home page, we have no way to link to the about page. So what I'm going to do is create a little icon, question mark icon down here that we can click on, and it will link us to the about page. So let's actually put that in its own component. So under components, we'll create a new file. We'll call this about icon link.jsx. And let's create a component here. And I'm going to bring in from Font Awesome, let's say import, it's going to be from React icon /FA, because we're using the Font Awesome library. And the icon that I want to use is called FA question. And we're going to put that in here, FA question. And I'm going to just pass in a size prop of 30. And then this div, I'm just going to give this a class name of about link, which is a class that I have in the global CSS that will position it absolute down in the corner. So let's save that for now. I know I haven't put any link in here, but let's just get it on the page. So in our app.js, let's import it. So we'll import about icon link, and then I'm just going to put that down in the return here. Let's go right above this ending div, and let's put in what I call it, about icon link. So we'll save that, and now we should have a little question mark here. So back in the about icon link component, I'm going to first just wrap it in a regular A tag and show you why you shouldn't do this. So this is going to go to /about, /about, and then let's wrap this. Okay, So if I click on this now and it has an A tag, it does bring me to the About page. I also have this A tag that brings me back home. It does work, but if you look at the reload button here, when I click on the link, you can see how it flashes to an X. So basically it's doing a refresh of the page, and we don't want that. We want it to be all done just immediately on the client side without having to actually refresh. And we do that with a link that we can bring in from React Router DOM. So in the About Icon link component, let's actually go here and let's import. So we're going to import link from, and that's going to be from React Router DOM. And then instead of using an A tag, A tags are fine if you're linking off-site, if you're going to some other website, but any internal links you're going to want to use link. And instead of href, you're going to want to use to. So it's going to be link to about. And then we're going to do the same thing on the About page. So we're going to bring in link, and then down here where we're going back to home, let's change that to link, and let's change that to. Okay, so now I should be able to still link to those pages, but notice how it's instant. There's no refresh. You don't see that X. It's just instant. Everything happens on the client side very quickly. Now I just want to show you a couple other things you can do with this. So I guess we'll just do this in the About link. So instead of having just a string here, you could have an object. We could say to and then open up double curly braces here, and we could say path name and set that to /about. And let's just try that out. So if we go back home, actually we should probably put a link going home for this header too as well. We'll do that in a second. But if I click, that works. Okay, that goes to About. And then there's some other properties you can pass in. You might want to add some query params to the link. So for that, you could add search. And let's say maybe it's like a sort or something. We could say sort equals name, something like that. And now if I click on this, it brings me to /about, and it also adds a query param of sort equals name. If you wanted to have it go to a specific hash, you could do that as well. So we could say hash, and then in here you could put your hash, and maybe, I don't know, we'll just say hash hello. So now if I click that, you can see it adds the query params, and it also adds the hash of hello. So there's different properties you can pass in here. Of course, you could add this just manually to a string, but this gives you a nice clean way to do it as well. All right, but I'm just gonna undo all that and just have it go to the string of /about. Now there are some other things that I want to show you about the router that don't really have to do with this application, this project that we're building, but they are important things to know, and we will be using them in other projects, so we're going to get to those next. Alright guys, so I want to show you a couple other things that we can do with React Router DOM. Now some of the stuff you're going to see here you haven't done yet because I'm recording this video after the fact, because React Router updated from version 5 to 6, so I had to change a couple things. But in this video you don't have to copy anything that I'm going to do. It's just for teaching purposes. It's stuff that is important for you to learn and to know, but it's not anything we're using in this particular project. Alright, so the first thing I want to show you is navlink. We've already went over link. Okay, we bring in link whenever we want to do any inner site links, like the About page. Back to home, we used a link with a to attribute. So there's also something called navlink, which is very similar. It's used to navigate, but it can also hold a specific class for active links. So if you want, let's say you're on the About page and you want the About link to be a certain color, you could do that with navlink. So again, you don't have to do anything I'm about to do here. But in the app.js, I'm going to bring in navlink, and I'm going to delete everything I'm going to do afterwards. So I brought in navlink. I'm also going to bring in the card component just to give it a background. So that is, let's see, I'll just put it right here. So I'm going to import card, and then I'm going to go down to the bottom here. Let's close that up and add a card. Whoops, add a card, and then I'm going to add a navlink. So navlink takes in to, just like the regular link does, and this will just go to /. but it also takes in an active class name. And this could be anything. I'm going to call it active. It's just whatever class you want to use in your CSS. And then inside navlink, I'm just going to have home, because this is a link to the home page. And then let's take this and copy that down. Again, you don't have to do this. And I'm going to put in /about here, and then about. So I'm going to save that, and now you can see down here we have a home and an about. And what's going to happen is we have this active class name of active, so I can go into my CSS. So I'm going to go into my index CSS and create a class of active. And from here, I'm just going to do, we'll do background black, and let's do color red. So if I save that and I come back, you'll see that my home link now has the active class applied to it. If I go to the about page, now that has the black background and red text. Okay, so it's just an easy way to add a specific class to your active link. Because before we had navlink, I mean, you had to do all types of rigmarole to get this to happen. All right, now I'm going to just delete this active. I don't need this anymore. And I'm also going to get rid of this. Actually, I'll just undo everything that I did here. Okay, so let's see. The next thing I want to show you is how to get params. So if I have, let's say, a blog, and you're going to have all your posts, and then you click on a post, and then you're going to go to something like post / and it could be a slug, like it could be the title, or it might be an ID like 1 or whatever, some number. So I want to show you how we get this from a component. So first of all, I'm going to create a component called post, and I'm going to delete this after. It's just to show you. And let's say React functional component, and for now I'll just say post. And then I'm going to bring this into my app.js. And then I'm going to create a route. So down here, I'll just copy this about. And the way we do this is we would do post, but then we want to do /:, and then whatever param this is going to be. It could be a slug. In this case, we'll say it's an ID. And then we want to load the post component. So now if I come over here, you'll see if we go to post /1, we see the post component. It could be anything, post /200, and we see that post component. All right, so let's come back over here, and we'll put this in an H1, and let's say post, and then I want to show whatever the number of the post or the ID of the post. So we do this with something called use params. It's a hook that React Router offers called use params. So we want to import that from React Router DOM, and then we just have to create a variable call it whatever you want, but convention would be params, and set that to use params. And then we can simply come down here, and if we want to output it, we could just do params dot and then whatever param we want. So I'll say ID. So now we see post 200. And if I were to change this to something else, let's say 2000, it's going to show here. And a common use case for this would be to have an ID passed in, and then you would make some kind of request to a back end to get that specific post, and you would use that params.id. So I also want to show you we can add more than one. So if I do post ID, I could also add another one, maybe name. And then if I come over here, we'll just output, we'll say name, and then params dot name. Okay, and now if I go to, let's say post /2000 /Brad, it'll show the name. So it's just going to be params dot and then whatever you call these. All right, so in the next video, I want to show you a couple more things, including how to create nested routes and also how to redirect and programmatically redirect. So if you're in a function and you want to send a user to a specific route. So we'll cover that next. Okay, so there's just a few other things I want to show you that have to do with the React Router DOM. And again, you don't have to have this post.jsx file. This is just to show you this stuff. So the first thing I want to look at is redirects. And I'm actually going to change right now for the route. We have post ID name. I just want this to go to /post and load the post component. And then we can just get rid of that. We don't need use params, although I'm going to bring something else in a minute. And we'll just get rid of that. All right, so now I should be able to just go to /post. And no, not post one, just post. Okay, so now it's loading this component. So to redirect, we used to have a component that we could bring in called redirect with version 5 of React Router DOM, and that doesn't exist anymore. It's been changed to navigate. So I'm going to bring in navigate, and then let's say we have, we'll just create a dummy variable here called status, and maybe that comes from a server. So status 200 means everything's okay. But let's put an if statement here and say if status is equal to 404, then we want to redirect or navigate to a new page. So in here, we'll use our navigate component, which takes in 2, and then wherever we want to navigate to. So you might have, you know, a not found page. I know we don't, but we'll just put it anyway. All right, and that's it. So if I save this, nothing's going to happen. But if I change this status to 404, I'm sorry, we need to return this. If I change it to 404, you can see now we've been redirected to /notfound. All right, now there might be times when you have like a button, you click it, you have some function that happens, and then you want to redirect or push to a new route. So I'm going to show you how to do that real quick. So let's create a button down here, and we'll just say click. Let's have an on click here and set that to on click, and then we'll have a function up here. Let's go right here and say const on click. All right, and then if we want to, I mean, we might want to do something. Let's just console log hello, and then redirect. So to do that, there's actually a hook that we can bring in called use navigate, and then all we have to do, we have to define first. Let's say const navigate, just like we did with params, and we're going to use navigate, and then in here we can simply do navigate dot, and then there's a oh, actually no, it's not a method, it's just navigate. I was thinking dot push, but we just do navigate, and let's do /about. So if we go back to our post page, let's see, I want to go to /post. I don't know why it's doing this. Let me make this bigger because I can't see what I'm doing. So I want to go to /post. That should show the, oh, I still have this set. All right, so now if I click this button, it should console log hello, and then it redirects me to the about page. Okay, so if you ever have to redirect after maybe you update something on a server and then you want to go to a new page, that's how you would do it. Now we can also have nested routes, and we can display something specific on a page if it's a certain route. So let's go back to post, and let's say I want to display either a component or whatever it might be, depending on if I'm at, let's say, /post/ maybe show, right? So what we could do is in this post file, we could bring in, I want to bring in routes and route, because with version 6, if you're going to create a route, it has to be within routes. And then let's go down into the JSX here, and let's say routes, and I'm going to put a route here, and the path I'm going to put here is going to be /show. Now, actually, I want to end it. Now, since I'm already within the post route here, when I say /show, I want it to actually mean post/show. So to make this work, in our main route here to go to the post, it's going to be, we're going to do /*. Okay, and then here we'll do post/show, and then the element we could display, it would most likely be another component, but in our case, let's just put in h1 and just say, I don't know, we'll just say hello world here. So if I save this, now you can see hello world displays, but only if I'm at /post/show. If I'm just at post, then it's not going to show that. Okay, so if you have something you only want to show on a specific route, you could go ahead and do it like this, but just remember you have to have this asterisk. Otherwise, if we don't, and I go to post/show, it doesn't work, and we actually get an error that says no routes match location post/show. So make sure that if you do that, you do add the asterisk. All right, so those are the main fundamentals of React Router. So we'll get to some other stuff later on in other projects, but like I said, those are the fundamentals. And I'm going to just get rid of this now. We no longer need that. I'm not going to bring in post, and I'm going to delete post.jsx, and there we go. All right, so everything is now back to how I had it. All right, so in the next section, we're going to start to look at the context API, because right now, I mean, this is the final project, but where we're at now, we have everything in our app.js, and we want to start to move that to a global context. We want a global state that we can use to pass our state down to our components through the context, rather than having it all just in our app.js file. All right, guys, so now we're going to start to get into context, which is a better way to store and manage our global state, which in our case is our feedback items. So context, as you can see from the docs, is a way to provide or provides a way to pass data through the component tree without having to pass props down manually at every level, which is what we've been doing up to this point. So if we look at our app.js, this is where we're storing our feedback state, as well as any functions to manipulate that state. And then for any components that need them, we've been just passing it in through props. We pass in the feedback directly to stats and to our feedback list, and then we pass in any functions that we need to use into, we have add feedback into our form and delete into the list. So I don't want to have to do this. What I'd rather do is move our global state and any functions to manipulate that state into context, and then bring it into the components directly. So you can do it this way. I mean, for this little project, this is fine. But as your project grows, you can just imagine like the amount of state and functions you'd have to pass down, and you might have 3 or 4 component levels deep that you're passing props, and it can just get really messy. So context gives us a nice way to clean that up. All right, now the first thing we're going to do is in our source folder, create a new folder called context. And in here, we're going to create a new file called feedback context.js. Now, this is a very small application. Our global state really just consists of our feedback. But if it were a larger application, you might have different contexts for users and for products or whatever type of resources your application is using. But I think that this is a nice little project to kind of introduce you to how this works. So first thing we want to do is import create context, and we're also going to import the use state hook from React. Okay, and then to create our context, we can just create a variable here. Let's call it feedback context, and we're going to set that to create context. Now we have to create what's called a provider, because in order for our components down here, because we're no longer going to be passing in all these props, in order for these to get access to our state and our context, we're going to wrap everything in a provider, much like how we wrapped everything in this router in order to use these route components. So that's what we're going to create now. So we'll export const, and this is going to be called feedback provider. And since we're going to be wrapping all of our components, this is going to take in children. Just like when we create a component that takes in children. And then what we want to return from this is going to be feedback context dot provider. Okay, and inside here is going to be whatever we wrap, which will be the children that's passed in, which will ultimately be all of our components that need access to our context. And then any values that we want to pass in, like our state or any functions to use, are going to be passed into a prop of value, and this is going to be an object. Now, as far as our state goes, I'm going to use the use state hook. There's other ways to do this. You can create reducers, which we'll get into later on in the course, but we're going to keep it simple since we don't have much state, and just use, just like we did in the app.js, we'll have feedback set feedback and set that to use state. And as far as default values, I'm just going to pass in a single item here. Just call it, we'll do ID1, we'll do text, and I'm just going to say this item is from context, and then we'll have a rating. Okay, so that's our state. Now I want this feedback state, I want to pass down into my components that need it, so I'm going to put it in this value right here. So I'm going to say feedback, okay, which is just shorthand for doing this, right? Okay, so I'll save that. Actually, we need to export the context, so let's go down here and let's say export default feedback context. All right, now to bring it in, let's go to our app.js and let's go up here. We'll go right below where we imported the about page, and let's say import. We want to bring in our provider, because remember, we have to wrap everything in the provider. So let's say feedback provider, and that's going to be from our context file, which is going to be ./context/feedback context. And the feedback provider is being exported here, right? So it's not a default export. That's why I have the curly braces around it. So now we want to surround everything in that provider. So I'm going to go right here in the return at the top, and let's say feedback provider, and we just want to wrap everything. So put this down here below the router. Okay, good. Now, if we open up our DevTools, we should be able to see this. So let me just make this a little bigger here. And then I'm going to go to components, and let's go to our feedback provider. So you can see it. You can see our component tree here along with our context. And if we look at our feedback provider, if we look at the state, we have one item in our state. It's the one that I just created that says this item is from context. Okay, later on we're actually going to create a mock backend with JSON server, and we'll be fetching items from there. But for now it's just hard coded. But you can see that it is being provided. And now in the next video, what I want to show you is how we can get that state and bring it into the components that need it. Okay, in the last video we created our feedback context. We have our provider here with our state, which right now just has this one item, and then we're providing that feedback, that array with that one item, through this value in our provider. And our provider is being wrapped around all of our components. So now I want to show you how do we get that state, how do we get that data from our context. And we're going to start off with the feedback list right here. Right now it's getting passed in the feedback from the app.js, right, which ultimately is coming from that feedback data file. But let's go into our list component. So we're going to open that up, feedback list, and let's go ahead and bring in a new hook that we haven't used yet called use context. So we're going to go up here and import use context. We want to bring that in from React. Okay, and this is how we can, as the hook says, use context. Now we do have to bring in our feedback context, since that's the specific context we want to use. I'm going to bring that in down here. So feedback context, and we want to bring that in from, and let's go up out of the components into context and then into feedback context. And then all we have to do is go into our component function. We'll go up at the top here, and we can extract whatever we want from our feedback context by using our use context hook and then passing in whatever context we want to use, which in our case is feedback context. And like I said, you might have different types of contexts. Now what I want to get and what we have access to is anything that is in this value, which right now is just the feedback itself, which is this one item. So let's go ahead and take that out. And before we were just passing in feedback as a prop. We're not going to do that anymore, so we can actually get rid of this feedback as a prop. And then we can also get rid of, if we have any prop types for that, yeah, we have our feedback prop types. We no longer even need that, so we can get rid of that. We can also get rid of bringing in prop types. We do have the handle delete, but that's also going to go away too. So now if I save this, you'll see what we're seeing on the screen is just that single item, which is now coming from our context. It's no longer coming from the app.js file. So it's as easy as that. Whenever we want to use any of our global state or have any functions that are in the context, we can simply use the use context hook and take out what we need and use it in the component. So now, since we're not passing feedback into feedback list as a prop anymore, we can go into our app.js and we can now get rid of this. Okay, so that's basically like the first step. Now let's also let's deal with this. Our stats right here, you can see it says 3 reviews. That's because it's still pertaining to the feedback that's in our app.js. So we're basically going to do the same thing. Let's open up our feedback stats, and just like we did in the list, let's bring in, let's see, first of all, we need use context in our stats, so we'll bring that in. And then let's bring in our feedback context into stats. And we're going to do the same thing that we did right here. We're going to pull the feedback from the context, and that goes inside the function like that. And then we no longer need to pass in feedback as a prop because we're getting it from the context. We no longer need prop type since there's no props. We no longer need this. And now when I save this 3 reviews should turn to 1 because now we're pertaining to our context feedback. Okay, so now you can see we have 1 review, average rating of 10 because that's what I have right here. So we can close up stats, and if we go in our app.js, we no longer need to pass in feedback into our stats. So you can see this is already starting to clean up. So in the next video, I want to move the functions, this add feedback and delete feedback, which we have right here. I want to move that into our context as well, so we won't have to pass these in here. We'll then be able to delete all of this stuff here. So we'll get to that next. All right, guys, so now we're fetching our data from our context, our global state and our context, but I want to move these functions there as well. So let's start with the delete. So this delete feedback right here, I'm actually going to cut that, and I'm going to put that in my feedback context. And we're going to put this, let's see, so we have our state. We're going to go right under our state and above the return, and we're going to paste that in. And let me see, there's really nothing we need to change here because we're still taking in the ID, and we're calling set feedback, and we're using that now just within our context, and then we're filtering out whatever feedback item we want to delete. Now, in order to use this in a component, we have to pass it in the value just like we did our feedback. Okay, so you can pass your function in too. So let's pass that in there. Let's save. And then let's see, we'll go back to our app.js, and our feedback list is where we're passing in this handle delete. We no longer need to do that, so we can get rid of that. Now let's go into our feedback list, and from here we were catching that prop of handle delete, which we no longer need, so we can get rid of that. And let's see, down here we have our feedback item, which is where the actual event is to click the X, but we had to pass that in as a prop, so we can get rid of that. And yeah, so that should be cleared up. We can save that. And now let's go into our feedback item, which is right here. And we no longer need this handle delete here. So we can get rid of that. And we can instead bring in our use context. So let's go right here and let's import use context from React. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing that we did in the other components. Let's import the context itself. So feedback context, that's going to be from let's see, where are we? Dot slash context slash feedback context. And then we just want to go within the function here and pull out whatever we want from the feedback context. In this case, it's going to be, whoops, I'm sorry, we need to wrap this in use context. All right, so we'll wrap that, and then what we want to pull out is the delete feedback. Okay, so that's the function that's in the context. And then down here, instead of calling handle delete on the click, we're simply going to call delete feedback. And now if I come over here and I click on the X, it should get deleted. It's now getting deleted from our context. If I reload, it's going to come back, obviously, because it's still hard-coded. It's just hard-coded in a different place. So now that we can delete, let's take care of the add. So in our app.js, we have our add feedback. Let's go ahead and cut that now. Let's bring that into our context. And let's see. So we're using the UUID package here. So what I'm going to do is cut that from our app.js since we're no longer needing it here. And let's bring it into our context up at the top because we do want to create an ID. And then we're just setting feedback. It's going to get passed in the new feedback, so we shouldn't have to change anything there. We just have to make sure that we add it down here so that we can use it in our components that it's provided to. So where we want to use that is in our form. Now in our app.js, we no longer need the state, period. This right here, we can get rid of that. Yeah, so we can really clean this up. We no longer need to bring in the data file. We no longer need use state. We no longer need to pass in handle add because we're going to do it right from the form. So this file has really cleaned up. Now let's go into our form. Let's see, where are we? Feedback form. And we're no longer getting handle add passed in, so we can get rid of that. And let's go ahead and bring in use context. Let's see, import feedback context, and that's going to be from ... slash. All right, and then let's go. Since we have state in this function, I'm going to go right below the state and do this. So we're going to pull out add feedback and set that to use context and then pass in our feedback context. And then add feedback, we're just going to simply call that down here in our submit where we were doing the handle add. We're going to change that to add feedback, which is going to get called from our context. All right, so I think that should do it. Let's try it out. We're going to come over here and let's say this is a test. We'll give it a 4. And there we go. And you can see that the stats updated to 2. So everything is now based in our context as far as our global state goes. It's all out of the app.js. Our app.js looks nice and neat. So you can see the benefit to this, especially if you plan on really scaling your application and adding more things to it. If you're going to have user authentication and all that, you're not going to want to do that all in your app.js file. So what I want to do next is add some update functionality, because right now we can read our items, we can add, we can delete, but I'd like to have a little icon here that we can click and then set some kind of flag for the form so that we can edit, basically put it in edit mode and have these values put up here so we can submit and we can update an individual item. So I do want to do that. Before we move on to the next video though, I'm just going to go into my context and just change this real quick. Let's just say this is feedback item 1, and then what we'll do is just copy this down. We'll have 3 of these. I mean, you can bring the file back in if you'd like, but I'm just going to do this. Doesn't really matter. Later on, we're going to have this come from a mock backend. Let's see, we'll do 7 here. All right, so I think that's good for now. Okay, so yeah, in the next video, we'll start to work on our update functionality. Okay, so now I want to be able to edit these feedback items, and there's a little bit that goes into this, because I want to have an icon here that we can click and then basically have whatever data is in this item, including the text and the rating. I want that to then show in this form, okay? And then we'll be able to submit the form and update that specific item. So we're going to have to add another piece of global state, which is basically going to be a flag to tell us which item is being edited when we click on the icon. Okay, so that's pretty much what we're going to work on in this video. The actual update we'll do in a separate video. So let's go to the actual list, not feedback list, feedback item, because that's where I want to have the icon. So we already have the FA times icon being brought in, which is our X to delete. So let's also bring in FA edit, which is like a pencil icon. And then we're going to go down. Let's see, we have our button here that calls delete feedback in our context. I'm going to go right under that button, and let's add another and give this a class of edit, which will position it correctly. I have that as a class in my global CSS. And then we'll do FA edit for the Font Awesome icon. And I'm just going to give this a color of purple like the other one. So if I save that, we should now see this button here. So when we click this, like I said, we basically want to set something in the global context. So I'm going to go now to my feedback context, and then from here where we have our state. So right now we just have this feedback, which right now is hard coded, and I'm going to add another piece of state here. So directly under that, let's say const. Scroll down a little bit here. Let's say const, and then I'm going to call this feedback edit, and then the function to change this will be called set feedback edit, and let's set this to use state. And then what we're going to have in here is an object with an item, and that item is going to be whichever one we're editing. So by default, it's just going to be an empty object. But what I want to do is whenever we click on one of these, that particular item, including the ID, the rating, and the text, will go into this item here. And then I also want to set a Boolean, I'll call it edit, which will be set to false. So basically, if we click it, it'll be set to true, meaning we're in edit mode. And if it's not clicked, then it'll be set to false. So that's another piece of global state. Now we want to update this piece of state when we click on that button, right? So let's create a function down here. So we'll say const, and I'm going to call this edit feedback. And this is going to take in the item because we need to know which item we're editing. And then let's call set feedback edit. And then we want to pass in here an object, and it's going to get filled with that item. And then we're also going to set edit to true. All right, so that will set that. Let's just put some comments here. So this will set item to be updated. And then we might as well just add here to add feedback, delete, oops. Delete feedback. All right, so that function, if we want to use this edit feedback, we then have to pass it into our value down here in the provider. So let's say edit feedback. And now that we've done that, we can go back to our feedback item, and we basically want to bring that in. So in order to do that, we need to bring, we already have use context, right? We're already getting delete feedback, so now we can just also get edit feedback. All right, so we have that edit feedback function, and we just want to call that when we click on this edit button. So let's say on click, and let's set that to, since we're passing in the item, we're going to have a function here, and then we're going to call edit feedback, and we'll go ahead and pass in the item. Okay. Now nothing's going to happen in the UI just yet, so what we can do is we can use our React Dev Tools. So let's go to Components, and then we should see our global state. If we click on this feedback provider, you can see right here, state, we have our item, and we have edit false. Item is blank. Now if I click on this one here, let's go ahead and click it, and you'll see that that'll get filled. So now we have an item object, the ID of 2, because that's the one I clicked, and it has the text, it has the rating, and it has edit true. If I click on this one, then you'll see the ID of 1 gets put in there. So whatever we click here now is going to get put in that piece of global state. Now in the next video, we want to basically fill this form with whatever we click. If it's in edit mode, which if I click on this it is, I want that to reflect in the form here so we can get ready to actually update that item. All right guys, so now what we want to do when we click on one of these, we want it to show in this form. So this form has to know what is in that piece of state. If we look at our context, we now have this this feedback edit, right, which is an object with the actual item to be edited and a Boolean if it's in edit mode or not. So this feedback edit, we need to actually add that down here as a value that we can provide to our form component. So let's say feedback edit. And I know this might be a little confusing how I named it. Just know that edit feedback is the function that runs when we click this, and then this is the actual piece of state that holds the item and the Boolean. So the form needs to know this, right? So let's save that, and then let's go to our form. So we can go to feedback form, and from here basically we want to, from our feedback context, we're already getting the add feedback function, right, for when we submit this. We also want to get that feedback edit value, or that object, right? This is not the function. The function is called edit feedback. This is feedback edit, which is that object with the item and the Boolean. So now that we're getting that, basically whenever this changes, right, because it changes whenever we click on this, we want something to happen. We want this form to get the text and the rating from the current feedback. Now that's called an effect or a side effect, and the way that we deal with side effects with functional components and hooks is with a specific hook called useEffect. So let's bring in useEffect, and the way that this works is we come down and we add useEffect. So we basically call it as a function, and it takes in a callback, and it also takes a second argument here of an array of dependencies, meaning if you put something in here and it changes, this is going to run. Now if you leave this empty, it's just going to run when the component loads. So right now I'm just going to do a console log here. Just say console log hello, and if I open up my console, we should see hello as soon as the page loads, or I should say as soon as this component loads. And this is a good way to make HTTP requests. Let's say this was like a blog post component and you had to fetch data from an API. When the page loads, you would do that here. You would do your fetch request here, and you would most likely leave this empty just to have it run once. Now we don't want it to run once. We want it to run whenever we click on any of these. So this feedback edit, that changes when we click on here, so we want to add that as a dependency. Okay, so we'll add feedback edit in there. Now if I save that, anytime I click on this, it has that side effect of, well, whatever we do in here. Right now we're just console logging, but this useEffect is going to run whenever I click on it. Now what do we want to happen when we click on an edit? We basically want to add the text and the rating. Okay, we want to add that to the state. We also want to set the button to be enabled because it's disabled by default. So first thing we'll do, actually before we do that, we want to make sure we run a check to see if edit actually, if this has something in it. If not, it's going to run when the component loads, and we don't want that. So let's check to see if feedback edit, and remember that has an edit value in it, which is a Boolean. We want to make sure that that's true. If that's true, then we want to first set the button disabled. We want to set that to false so that the button gets enabled. We want to set the text value to whatever is in feedback edit dot item, that's the object, and then dot text. And then we also want to do the same with the rating. So rating, and let's go ahead and set rating. So, and you can already see, since I clicked, the last one I clicked here was 3, we already have that item in the state. So if I reload this and I click on this first one here, this edit, we should see the button get enabled. We should see the text here. Now the one thing that's not going to change in as far as what we can see in the UI is the rating. This one has a rating of 9. If I click this, the text goes in there. The rating doesn't show though, and the reason for that is because the rating, that's a separate component, right? If we go down here, that's the rating select component. So the rating is actually getting set in the state for the form, but we're just not seeing it because it's not showing in the rating select. And actually I can show you with the React Dev Tools, and this is why the React Dev Tools are very helpful. So if we go to, let's see, our form, you can see this right here, the rating is at 9. If I click on this one right here, it's set to 7. So it has the right data, but it's just not visualized because we need to set that within the rating select component. So let's do that. And the way we do that is basically bringing that feedback edit, this right here, we want to bring that into the rating select component as well. So let's go into that, and we need to bring in use context, because remember, whenever we want to get anything from our context, we need to do it this way. We'll go ahead and copy from the form. We'll copy, let's see, we need to bring in the feedback context as well. So let's bring that in. And then we need to take out, let's just copy this because we need the feedback edit value. So we'll go right under the state. And we don't need add feedback, we just want feedback edit. Okay, so we're getting that value within our rating select. Now to set it as displayed here, we're going to bring in use effect just like we did in the form. And then let's call that right here, use effect, and that takes in a function. And then, excuse me, as far as dependencies for the use effect, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be that feedback edit. And then what we'll do in here is set the selected, because that's what's being displayed here is whatever is selected. So we'll do set selected, and we want to set that to whatever is in feedback edit dot item dot rating, and that should visually show us the correct rating. So let's save that, and now you'll see it's set to 7. This one has a rating of 9. If I click that, the text goes in there, the button is enabled, and then from what we just did, it's going to show the correct rating. This one, if I click that one, that shows 10. All right, so now we're able to actually get the data in the form that we need. So in the next video, we'll do the update so we can actually submit it and it will update. Because right now, if I click it, it's just going to add a new one because that's what we have it set to do. We have it set to add the feedback. All right, so that's what we'll get to in the next one. We'll start to work on the update. Okay, so now we have it to the point where we can click on any of these edit buttons and it puts the data from that particular item into the form ready to get updated. But right now we're just calling add feedback if we click this, and it just adds a new one, which we don't want. So first thing we want to do is in our context, let's create a new function to actually update the data. So let's say update feedback item. So we'll say const, and we'll call this update feedback, and this is going to take in, it's going to take in two things. One is going to be the ID, so we need to know which one we're updating, and then we'll call this UPD item. This is going to be the new data, the new updated item. Okay, and then let's make a function here that for now just console logs. We'll log both things, so ID and update item. So now this update feedback needs to be accessed from the form, meaning we have to add it down here. So let's put this, actually, you know what, let's move that up there just so we have the functions down below here. So update feedback, we're going to now pass that in. So in the form now, we're already getting from our context, we're already getting add feedback, we're also getting the feedback edit state. So let's go ahead and also get update feedback. Okay, so now we can call this function, and where we want to call this obviously is where we submit. So let's go down to handle submit, and you can see right now we're just calling add feedback. So what we can do here is just set a conditional. So we'll say if feedback edit, so if that, and then we have a boolean in there called edit, we'll say if that is equal to true, then we'll go ahead and call update feedback. Now we already have this, we're already constructing this new feedback object up here, so we can pass that in. Let's say update feedback, and we're going to pass in feedback edit and then the item ID, because remember it takes in the ID and then it takes in the updated feedback, which is going to be this object here, new feedback. Okay, and then we'll do an else, then we're going to have this add feedback get called. If there's nothing to be edited, then obviously we want to add it. So let's go ahead and open up our console. I'm going to have to fix the CSS for this question mark, just ignore that for now. But if I go ahead and click one of these and then submit, oh, actually let's change it. So we'll say 8, and then let's just do, we'll say updated feedback, and if I send, we should see that in the console. We see the ID and we see the newly updated feedback item. So now let's go to our context and let's take care of this. And basically what we want to do is call set feedback, and we want to return an array with the newly updated item. And we can do that by taking the current feedback array, and we want to call .map on that. And that takes in an arrow function, and let's pass in item. So basically for each feedback we're calling it item, and then for each one we want to run a condition and say, is that item ID equal to the ID that's being passed in that we want to update? If so, then we want to spread across the current item here and then the updated item. Actually want to add spread to that too. Else, so if it doesn't match the ID, then obviously we just want to return the current item. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and then we'll try this out. So this second one has a rating of 9. Let's click on this. We'll change the rating to 7, and I'm going to just edit the text here and say this is a test. Okay, and you can see that that has now updated. This is a test, and it's changed to the rating of 7. If I click on this one here, let's change the rating to 4, and we'll just say hello world 1 save, and that gets updated. Okay, so we now have update functionality, and obviously again if we reload it's going to go back to the hard-coded state. What I'd like to do next is have this mimic a more real-world application, because you're most likely going to have some kind of back end, some kind of API that you deal with that stores the data instead of just putting it in the UI. So in the next video or next couple videos we're going to be working with something called JSON Server, which is basically like a mock back end. So React is a front end framework and it's used for the front end, but we'll have JSON Server. We can kind of pretend that someone built that back end for us to use. All right, so we'll get into that next. Okay, so before we move on to adding JSON Server as our mock backend, I want to show you how you can build out your static assets and how you can deploy a front-end application. And we're going to ultimately deploy to a platform called Netlify, which has a very generous free tier. And it's as simple as pushing to GitHub and then just selecting your GitHub repo in Netlify. There's also other platforms like Vercel, which is really good. And then of course you have like AWS, and maybe you have cPanel, you have all different types of options when it comes to hosting. But to create a production build, as you can see right here with our server running, it says run npm run build. So I'm going to stop the server with Command C, and I'm going to run npm run build. And what that's going to do, as you can see, it's going to create an optimized production build, and it's going to create it in a folder called build. So you should see this appear. And then you have your static files, you have your index HTML, and so on. And if you want to actually serve the production build, what I do is I have a package called serve that I installed globally. So if you want to do that, you can do npm install -g and then serve. Once you do that, you can run, let's say, serve -s, and then let's serve what's in the build folder. Okay, so none of this other stuff matters. We don't have to run our dev server. This is just going to serve what we have in our static build folder. So let's run that. And it's going to serve it on localhost 5000. So if I go over and I go to localhost 5000, you're going to see the production build of this application. And it should work, so we can test it out. Let's say this is a test. And you can see that it works. If we want to edit one of these, we'll say this is item whatever, 10,000, 100,000, and you can see that edits, that updates. We can also delete. And obviously it's still all in the UI, so it's not going to stick. That's what we're going to add JSON server for, is to show you how we would build this with a back end. But yeah, so you could upload this build folder, or what's in this build folder, to any host that you want. Now let's get into deploying to something like Netlify. So first of all, you want to create a GitHub repository, and I've already done this. I've been adding commits as we've been moving along. You can see I just made one 14 minutes ago. So basically you want to first initialize a Git repo. So you would do git init, and I'm not going to run this because I already have. So git init. Then you would add all your files to the staging area with git add dot. Okay, that would add them to staging. And then you would commit, so we'd say git commit -m, and then some comment. You could do like initial, something like that. And this is if you haven't been making commits along the way, which I'm sure a lot of you have. So that would commit it. Then you would want to create your GitHub repo right here. You'd add a new repository, right? Call it whatever you want. And then once you do that, you'll have, you know what, I'll just do it just to show you, just for those of you that have never really done this. So I'll just say test, make it private. So you create your GitHub repo, and then what you would do is grab this, because you want to add this as your remote repository. So you would copy this, paste it in, and then you would run this. Okay, after you did what we just went through, adding and then committing, once it's in your local repository, you could then push to GitHub. Okay, so then you would have, you know, something like, let's go back here. So you would have it like this. So this is my app that I want to deploy. So what I'll do now is go to Netlify, just go ahead and create an account, log in, and then we can say new site from Git. And I'm going to choose GitHub. You can also use Bitbucket and GitLab. So I want to choose, let's see, feedback. So I want to choose my feedback app right here, which is private right now. And then I'm going to deploy to the main branch. The build command is npm run build, and the build directory is build. So we don't have to run npm run build before we deploy to Netlify. We just simply need to have a GitHub repo. Now we can say deploy site, and you can see site deploy in process. And then once that's done, you'll see a custom domain here, and you can add your own domain. You can just click right here and go through the steps, but let's go ahead and click on that. And now we have our application live on the internet at this domain. And again, you want to check things out here. There's no reason it shouldn't work. It's all client side, but you just want to check it. So we'll change that to a 1, send. Good, we can delete. Cool. So that's how you can deploy. Vercel is another great platform, and it's a similar process. And I'm not sponsored by any of these companies. These are just companies and services that I use myself that I would highly recommend. All right, so that's it. Now let's move on to adding a mock backend with JSON Server. All right, guys, so what we have right now is a complete client-side application. All of our feedback items are just hard-coded and being displayed in the browser. We're not actually storing them anywhere aside from memory. Now, we can add, update, and delete from the UI, from the user interface, but that's it. And that's what React does. It's a UI library or a front-end framework. In many cases, though, your React application will work with some kind of API, some kind of backend. So we're actually going to use something called JSON Server, which acts as our own backend API. That way we can make requests to it and get responses back. And I'll explain more about JSON Server in the next video, but I just want to quickly go over some of the basics of HTTP requests and just how a full stack application works in general. So first of all, the data itself is usually stored in some kind of database on a server. This could be MySQL or Postgres, MongoDB. All of those are examples of databases. Then when you build some kind of backend API, that API will interact with the database and be able to get data and add data and so on. And when it fetches data, it will typically return it as JSON. So this API could be written in just about any language. It could be Node.js, which is JavaScript. It could be Python, PHP, C#, or any other language. And you typically use a backend framework like Express, Django, Laravel. There's all types of frameworks for just about every language. Now, when you create this API, you'll have some kind of endpoints or special URLs that we can hit with specific HTTP methods from the client. And we do this from our React application. And there's different ways you can do it. You can use the Fetch API, which is built into the browser, or you could use an HTTP client, something like Axios. Now, we fetch the data and we bring it into our React application. And since we're using the Context API to manage our state, we're going to make the request from there and put the data into our global state, okay? All the feedback items. And then it gets handed down to the components that need it. And we've already set this up. We already have basically the infrastructure to do that. We just need to make the request to the back end and create our back end, of course. Now, usually our backend API will be what's called a REST API, and REST stands for Representational State Transfer, and is a specific architecture style that we use for client-server communication. And when we make requests to the client from the to the server from the client, we use specific HTTP methods for certain tasks. So, for example, a GET request is typically used to retrieve data from the server. Even if you use a browser and you go to a web page, that's going to be a GET request. A POST request is used to submit new data to the server. So if you submit a form, or you can just send JSON data directly. A PUT or a patch request is usually used to update data on the server, and then a delete request, of course, deletes data. Now, we also have a specific URL structure that we use with REST APIs. Since we're using feedback items, that's what we have for data, we might have these URLs or these endpoints right here. So a GET request to /feedback would just return all of our feedback items. A GET request to feedback /1 represents the specific ID for the feedback item that we want. And of course, this could be anything. I'm just using one as an example. A POST request to feedback, you would send data along with it, and that would typically add to the server or add to the database through the API. A PUT request to feedback1 would update the feedback item with the ID of 1, and then a delete request to feedback1 would delete that feedback with the ID of 1. So you can have the same endpoints, same URLs, they're just different methods that are used. And basically the mock REST API or the mock backend that we're using, JSON Server, already has this structure in place. So what's nice is if you want to replace it with your own backend that you write with whatever Node and Express or Python Django, you can simply create these endpoints as your through your backend, and you can use that instead of JSON Server. Now, the last thing I want to talk about in this video is HTTP status codes. Because when you make a request to a server, you get back a status code, and that basically lets you know what kind of response you're getting. So I just want to go over these real quick. The 1XX, basically the 100 range, is informational, and that typically just means everything is okay so far, but we haven't gotten a response yet. If we get a 200 response, that means success. It means that it was successfully received, everything went as it should. Now there's a range. 200 just is a basic success, but we also have 201, for instance, which means that everything went okay and something was also created. So often when you submit a form and make a POST request and you add something, in our case a feedback item, you'll typically get back a 201 response. The 300 range is redirect, so it usually indicates that the request has more than one possible responses. We don't deal with that too much. The 400 response is a client error. So a good example of this is if you make a post request and you send in a form and you're missing the email field and the email field is required, you'll get back a 400 response. That's the client's error. The fault happened on the client. A 404 is an example of a not found error. If you try to access something that doesn't exist, you'll get back a 404. And then the 500 series is a server error, meaning whatever went wrong happened on the server. And that could be anything, some kind of code that just isn't right on the server. So that's an overall view of how a client server or full stack application works, in addition to HTTP methods and status codes. So now let's move on and let's start to do some of this stuff by creating a mock REST API using JSON Server. All right, so now we're going to install JSON Server, which is going to act as our backend. It's basically a mock backend. And typically you'd have some kind of backend API that serves JSON data, and that could be written in anything. It could be Node.js with a framework like Express. It could be Python, C#, PHP, anything really, as long as it serves JSON data. That's the typical standard these days. So JSON Server will just act as our backend, and basically the way it works is we create a JSON file, and that works like an API with a database. We can, if we go to routes here, we can make GET requests to fetch our data. In this case, they're using posts as an example. So this would get all posts. This would get the post with the ID of 1. If we make a post request, that would create a new post. Put and patch are for updating specific posts. In our case, it'll be feedback items, but they're using posts. And then we can make a delete request as well. And it'll actually add, update, and delete from the file as if it were a real database, which is really cool. There's also filtering. We can filter our results. We can sort. There's all types of things we can do. So this JSON Server package is awesome, and I've used it for years. So we just want to install it with NPM. We're not going to install it globally. We're going to install it locally. So let's open up our VS Code, and I've cut off the server for now. You can see localhost 3000 isn't working. And we're just going to npm install JSON-server. And next thing we want to do is add a script to our package.json because we need a way to run JSON Server. So we have our scripts here. I'm going to go ahead and add to this. So I'm going to call this server. I mean, you could call it whatever you want, JSON, server, whatever. I'm going to call it server, and we're going to have it run JSON-server, and then we want to do --watch. Now here's where we put the name of the file, the JSON file that we wanted to watch, which we haven't created yet, but I'm going to call it db.json. So let's add that. And then I also want this, I think it runs on port 3000 by default, and that's the port that our React Dev server runs on, so we want to change that. So I'm going to do --port and then 5000. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that. Now we have to create this db.json file. So let's go in here, and we're going to put this, this is going to go right in the root here. Don't put it in your source folder. It's going to go right here, db.json. And then this is where we want to put our data. So this is basically like a mock database, and it has to be JSON. So what we'll do is open up some curly braces here, and then you can have different, I guess they would be schemas, or I mean, you could even look at them as like tables. We just need one, and that's for our feedback. So we're going to call this feedback, and then we're going to set that to an array. And I'm just going to put a couple objects in here, and we're going to have the same fields. It's going to be the ID, the rating, and the text. So since it's JSON, we do have to wrap our keys in double quotes. So let's say ID. So we'll do ID1, and then let's add a rating. So for rating, we'll do 10, and then let's put our text. So text, I'm just going to say this is we'll say this is feedback item 1 coming from the back end, just so we know, because we're going to hook to this and have this as our default data. And I just want to just display that it's coming from the back end. So I'm going to copy this, this object right here, and I'm going to add another one. Let's put a comma here. We'll do 3. Okay, so the second one here, let's make this ID 2. We'll make the rating 8, and let's just say this is feedback item 2 coming from the back end. This one here, let's give it an ID of 3, and we'll give this a rating of 8, and we'll say this is feedback item 3. And what's really cool is when we make a post request and we add something to, if we add a feedback item, it'll add the ID automatically for us. So we're not going to have to use that UUID module anymore like we've been doing, because when you have a real API, that's what usually happens is you submit your data, but you don't actually send the ID or create that yourself. That gets added when you add it to the database if you're using MongoDB or whatever it might be. So let's go ahead and save that. Now we should be able to run our server if we do npm run server. Okay, so you can see it's watching on localhost 5000. Now you can use the browser to make a GET request, but I'm going to be using a tool called Postman. I believe you can get it at getpostman.com. So I'm going to go ahead and open that up. And we just close that up. That's from an old tutorial. So I'm going to make a GET request here to HTTP localhost. What's this? No, I don't want to update right now. Let's say localhost. And it's port 5000, and then it's going to be / whatever your collection or schema is. In our case, it's feedback. So let's go ahead and send that. And now what you'll see we get back is, first of all, we get a status of 200, which means that's it's a good response. Everything's okay. And then you'll see the data that we get back is the data from that DB JSON file. Now I should be able to add some feedback here. I'm going to open up a new tab, and this time I'm going to make a post request. Okay, post is used to add data. I'm going to use the same endpoint, same URL, and then let's add, for a body, we're going to choose this form URL encoded, and then let's add down here for a key, we'll say rating, and we'll do a rating of 9, and we also want to add text, and we'll say, I don't know, we'll just say new feedback item. And then we'll send that, and we should get back a 201, which means okay, and it means something was created, and it even sends back the data that was created, and you can see that it adds the ID. So we have an ID of 4 because the last one that we had in the database or in our DB JSON was 3. We had ID 1, 2, 3, and now you can see right in the file it actually updated the file. So just really cool how this works. Now if we want to delete, for example, we can make a delete request. So let's go over here and say delete, and that's going to take in this URL, but we want to do / and then the ID we want to delete. Let's do 4, and we should be able to run that, and we get back a 200 response, okay, and we get an empty object. And you can see down here in the console it actually shows us the exact routes that we've been hitting. So feedback 4 should be deleted. If I go back to this tab and I make the GET request, you'll see that it's gone. And if I open up the DB JSON file, it should be gone as well. So we have a full CRUD API. We can even do filtering and sorting and all that. So it's a great mock backend that we can work with now to see how we can actually fetch data from the server and make post requests and deletes and all that from our React application. Okay, so before we jump back into our code, I want to make it so that we can have one single command to run both our back end and our front end, because right now we have to open up 2 terminals and run npm run start to run our React app, and then npm run server to run our JSON server on port 5000. So we can use this package called concurrently to basically run multiple scripts with one command. And we can do that by creating a script in the package.json and then just running concurrently, and then whatever 2 commands we want to run. And we just have to surround them in double quotes and escape them with the / here. So let's go ahead and jump back in. I'm going to stop the JSON server, and let's do npm install concurrently. Okay, and then once that's done, we can go ahead and let's open up our package.json. And if we go down to scripts, we have our start script, which runs our React Dev server, and then we have the server, which runs JSON server. So I'm actually going to create a new script. Let's put a comma here, and then we're going to have a script called dev. And for dev, let's go ahead and we're going to run concurrently. And then within these quotes here, we have to have a double quote that we escape. So we're going to do backslash and then a double quote, and then npm run server. And then we want to have another backslash and then double quote. So that's the first command that's going to run the JSON server. Then we want to have another escaped quote. So backslash double quote, and then npm start, which is going to run the React server. So then backslash double quote. Okay, so I know that this can look a little weird, but just make sure you do it exactly as I did here. So now let's save that, and we should now be able to do npm run dev, and you can see it's running 5,000. It's running the back end, and then it's going to proceed to run npm start, which is going to run our front end. Okay, they're not connected. This data is not coming from our back end yet. We're going to proceed to do that, but at least we have both running. In fact, if I open up a new tab here and I go to localhost 5000, actually it's 5000/feedback, we're going to see our JSON data. Okay, so both are running. So in the next video, we're going to proceed to replace this dummy data with the data from our back end. All right, so we have our data in our back end being served on localhost 5000. In fact, if I go to that in my browser, that's going to be localhost 5000/feedback. That's the endpoint that we want to hit to get our data, and that's the data we want to display here. So what we're going to do is go into our context file, and instead of just hard coding an array like we're doing here, we need to fetch that data and put it into this feedback. So let's first of all, let's clear this array out, this hard-coded array. We still want to have an array. It's just going to be empty. That's the default, an empty array. And then we're going to need to bring in useEffect because we want to run this as soon as the page loads or as soon as our context loads. So underneath the state here, let's call useEffect, which takes in a function, and it also takes in an argument of dependencies, or an array of dependencies, which in our case is just going to be empty because we only want this to run once, and that's when it loads. So in here, let's just do a console log for now, and you should see the feedback is going to clear up because we deleted the hard-coded reviews or hard-coded items. And then if you look at your console, you should see the 1, 2, 3 or whatever you logged. Now we need a function to fetch our data, so let's go under the useEffect and let's say fetch feedback, and let's say const fetch feedback, and we're going to be using async await, so I'm going to mark this as an asynchronous function. And then let's create a variable for our response. Now we're using the fetch API, which returns a promise, so we're going to say await fetch, and we want to hit the endpoint, which is HTTP localhost. Whoops, I forgot my quotes. Well, yeah, we'll just use backticks. You can use quotes too. There's no variables in here, but let's do localhost port 5000 / and then feedback. So that'll give us the data, but we can also sort it if we want. Using the JSON server gives us this capability by just adding on some query params. So I'll do $_sort, and let's set that to the ID. We'll sort it by the ID. And we want the order, so _order, we're going to set that to DESC, descending. Now, if you're familiar with the Fetch API, which you really should be if you're learning React, we can then get the data from, we want to await on the response, and we want to get the JSON data, and we can do that with .json. So let's console log data, and we need to run this, and we want to run it when the page loads. So in the useEffect, let's call fetch feedback. So now you should see down here your 3 items, or whatever items you have in your db.json. That's what's being fetched on localhost 5000, or I should say being served on localhost 5000. Now instead of just logging, let's go ahead and set the data, or set feedback. Set feedback. I don't know why I can't spell today. And now we should see that feedback on the screen. Now it's a good idea when you're fetching from any kind of API or your own backend to have some kind of loading flag in the state, especially if you want to show like a spinner, which is what I'm going to do. So up here where we define our state, let's create something called isLoading. Okay, so we have a piece of state called isLoading, and then we'll have set isLoading. Set that to useState, which is going to be a Boolean. Now what I like to do is set it to true by default. So it's set to true, it's loading, until we make the request, and then we set it to false. Now you can set this to false, and then you can set it to true, and then back to false, but I like to just set it as true by default, but it's really up to you. And then what we want to do is go into our fetch feedback, and right after we set feedback, we're going to then set isLoading to false. Okay, now this isLoading value here, we can use that in any component that we want by coming down here and just passing it into the value. So we'll pass in isLoading. And then in the next video, what we'll do is we'll get this isLoading in the feedback list component, and we'll show a spinner for when it's actually loading. Okay, so now that we're fetching our data and we're passing that isLoading value down to any component that needs it, I want to show a spinner when the items are actually loading. So in components, I'm going to create a folder here called assets. And then I'm going to bring over my spinner, which is just a GIF file. And you can get this from the repository or you can use your own. And I want this to show in the feedback list. So I'm going to open that up. Okay, so in feedback lists, we'll create the spinner component in a second, but let's just get this taken care of. So we're already bringing in the feedback from our context. So in addition to that, let's bring in isLoading. And then we have this check here where we're checking to see if there's no feedback or feedback length equals 0. We also want to make sure that isLoading is not true when we do this check. So let's say not isLoading, and then we want to wrap these two, this or, in parentheses. Okay, so we're saying if it's not loading and there's no feedback or the length is 0, then we want to show no feedback. And then down here we want to check to see if it's loading. If it is, then we'll show the spinner. If not, then we'll show the rest of this. So to make this a little easier, let's do return. I'll delete the return below after, but here let's say return and then isLoading. And then if it is, then for now, actually we don't need quotes there. For now, let's just have an H3 and say loading. And then we want to do an else. And then whatever we want here, which is going to be this div. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that, and then we can get rid of that return. And then we can paste that in here, and we can save. All right, so now you can see it flash real quick there. See how it says loading? What you could do if you really want to test it, and if you want to slow things down, you could go to network, and you could go to, actually let's just make this bigger. Oh, I already have it. I have it on slow 3G. Make sure that if you do change this from no throttling to slow 3G, you put it back. Yeah, so I guess that's why it was showing. If I put on no throttling, well, you can still see it flash. But yeah, if you do want to slow it down, you can always change it to fast 3G, slow 3G, and so on. All right, so we know that loading is showing. Now I want that to be a spinner, this spinner.gif. So let's create another component, and this is going to go in shared. So let's go shared, and then let's create spinner.jsx. And then let's create a React component, and we want to bring in that image. So let's go up here and let's import. Let's see, we want to go // that's outside of shared, and then into what, assets, and then what did I call it? Yeah, spinner with a lowercase, spinner.gif. All right, so we want to bring that in, and then let's return an image. Actually, I'm going to just get rid of all this, and let's return an image tag. And this is going to take in source, which is going to be our spinner. I'm sorry, we need to import this as, say, import spinner, or from, I should say. Okay, so we're setting that as the source, and for the alt, we'll just put in loading, ... And then I also want to add a little bit of style to put it in the middle. So let's say style, and then we want double curly braces. And let's add a width. So width, we're going to do 100 pixels. Let's do margin, set that to auto because we want it to be in the middle. And let's display as block so that the margin actually works. And that should do it. So now let's go into feedback list and let's bring in our spinner component. So that's going to be, let's see, that's going to be /assets. No, I'm sorry, we want the component, which is going to be in shared. So shared and then spinner. Okay, so now we can go down here and let's just replace this H3 with our spinner component. So now we save, you can see really quickly the spinner flashes. All right, so we can close that up, close that up. Now what we need to do is work with the other functions we have, like the delete and the add, because right now I can delete from the UI, but it doesn't make any calls to the server, so when I reload, they come back. All right, so let's work on that next. Okay, so now we want to make the rest of our requests, because if we come down, the add feedback, the delete, the update, right now it's only working with the UI, right? If I were to add a piece of feedback here, it gets added to the UI, but if I reload, it goes away because it's not getting saved. We're not making any kind of fetch request to our JSON server. So we're going to get to that, but I first want to show you how we can add a proxy with React. What I mean is this localhost 5000, I don't want to have to put that into every request. I want to just do /feedback and then whatever. So the way that we can do that is go to our package.json and we can add in proxy, and we're going to set that to HTTP localhost. I can't talk and type at the same time. Localhost port 5000. And basically what it'll do is it'll use this as our proxy for every request that we make. Now once you deploy, if you have a custom backend or whatever on a specific domain, you would replace this. And that's better than going in and replacing this in, you know, all of your requests. So now we should be able to just do /feedback like that. All right, and I believe you do have to restart the server, or maybe not, but I'm just going to anyways. Okay, and that should still work. Yep. All right, yep, so we're still getting the data. Good. So now we don't have to actually put HTTP localhost 5000 in our requests. So let's go down to the add feedback now. And basically, we're still going to set feedback because that takes care of the UI, but we want to make our request to the back end. So let's go right here and let's say const response, and we want to await fetch. Now since we're using await because we're waiting on a promise, we need to make this async. Okay, and then in here we should only need to do /feedback. We don't need the local host, and we want this to be a post request, so we have to add some additional things here. So as a second argument, we're going to add an object. And let's say the method that we want this to be is a post request, just like we did from Postman earlier. And we want to set headers. And headers is going to be an object, and we just want to set the content type. Content dash type, and we want to set that to the type of application /JSON, because that's what we're sending is JSON. And then we want for the body, we're going to send new feedback, okay, which is coming in through this that we did this earlier. Now, we're not going to have to assign an ID manually with UUID anymore, because the way JSON Server works is just like most databases or most backends. It creates the ID automatically, so we can get rid of that. Now, for the response, for the data, I should say, that will get the response. Then we want to get the data, so we want to await response.json. So that will give us the new feedback, the new item that we added. And then when we set the feedback, we're setting it to an array. We're spreading across the feedback that's already there. Now, instead of just using new feedback, I want to make sure we fill it with the data that's sent back from the back end. So we just need to replace that with data. All right, and that should do it. We don't need to bring in this UUID anymore. We don't even need it installed. Okay, so that should add it. Let's save. And it's still gonna, wait a minute, what's this? Unexpected. Oh, what did I do here? This should be body, and we want to set that to new feedback. And let's just wrap this in JSON.stringify, which will just turn it to a JSON string. Okay, so now let's try this. We'll say this is a test, and we'll do 5, send, so it gets added to the UI, the stats is updated, all that, but let's reload, and it's still there. Okay, so it's been added to our, it should get added to the db.json. So if we look at that, you can see that that was added, and it added the ID of 4 too, because it's just auto increments. So again, JSON Server is a really cool tool, and I'm not sponsored by them in any way or anything like that. But yeah, so now we can add. So in the next video, let's do our delete, because right now I can delete from the UI, but it's not actually deleting from the database. So we'll do the delete and we'll do the update in the next video. All right, so now let's finish up the requests that we need to make. So we have this delete feedback here where we're just deleting it from the UI, but let's go right above the set feedback. And we don't actually need to put the response into a variable. We just want to make a simple delete request. So I'm just going to await a fetch request, and of course we have to add async up here. So then inside fetch, we want to put some backticks, and the endpoint is going to be feedback slash and then the ID, and the ID is getting passed in here. And we just want to make sure that this is a delete request, so we're going to add here an object with method delete. Okay, and that should do it. We don't need to really do anything else here. So let's go ahead and try this out. So this one right here, this is a test. I'm going to delete, gets deleted from the UI. And you can see down here, if you have JSON Server running, it'll show the endpoint. It shows you the 200 response. So if I reload, that should stay gone. So now we want to do the update. So let's go down to our update. Let's make this async since we're going to be using fetch. And let's go above the set feedback and say const response. And we want to await a fetch request. Let's put some backticks in here. And this is going to be slash feedback slash and then the ID. And it's going to be a put request. So let's put our brackets or our curly braces in here, and let's set the method to put because this is an update. And then we also want to set our headers since we're sending JSON data. So let's set headers to an object, and let's set the content dash type. We want to set that to application slash JSON. And then we want to send the body, that's going to go outside of headers. All right, so right here we want to set body, and we're going to set that to JSON.stringify and pass in the updated item. Okay, and that's coming from up here. Same thing, we did this earlier. And then let's get the data, so const data, and set that to await and then we want the response.json. And then down here, when we're setting our feedback, instead of setting this UPD item, which is what is sent in here, let's send it to the response we get back. So basically, we update on the server, we get that response back, which is the updated item, and then we'll put it here. So instead of UPD item, we'll change that to data, which is coming from the server. So now let's try it out. We'll go ahead and let's just add a new one. We'll say this is a new item. We'll do 9. Okay, and now I'm going to hit on the edit. That puts it in the form here. Let's change it to 8, and we'll change the text to this is an updated item and send, and you can see that gets updated. So it's updated in the UI. Now let's reload just to make sure, and you can see that it did stick. So the actual data on the server also updated. All right, so that's pretty much it. That's going to be it for the front end of this. Now I might decide to build the back end out, because right now we're just using JSON server, which is a mock back end. That doesn't really have anything to do with React, but I might just do it for fun and add it on either in the next section, or I might add it towards the end of the course, or I might just do it in a YouTube video. I'm really not sure yet. But as far as the front end for this application, I think that we've gone over quite a bit, obviously all the fundamentals, components, props, state, how to pass props, events, context, working with a back end. So we've done quite a bit here, and I hope you enjoyed this project. Hey guys, welcome to your next project. So this is called GitHub Finder, and basically we're going to use the GitHub REST API to be able to search users and get their profile data and display it nicely. So before I go into the demo, I just want to explain kind of the point of this project, or points. So one is to deal with a third-party API, because that's something you're probably going to do quite a bit. So we're working with the GitHub REST API. And then the second thing, I want to dive more into the context API, and instead of just using the useState hook within our context like we did in the feedback app, I want to use reducers. And reducers are basically, they're pure functions that are used to manipulate parts of your state. Okay, so we'll be using reducers along with a hook called useReducer. So even though this is kind of a smaller app in terms of functionality, there's a lot that I want to get into and explain through creating this app. So we will be refactoring it a couple times as well, so I can explain things clearer. Now, I do want to just give a quick shout out to Hasib Modisar. He actually took the first version of this course and that project, and he redid the entire UI with Tailwind, and also this Tailwind component called Daisy UI, which gives us some higher level classes for buttons and alerts and things like that. So that's what we're going to be using, Tailwind for our framework along with Daisy UI. So just to give you a quick demo, we can search a user. If we have no field in here, we'll get a nice little alert that shows up and goes away. So we will have an alert context as well. But if I just search for, let's say, Brad, you'll see it'll give me some cards with some users. I can clear the state as well. But if I click on View Profile, it'll take me to a nice looking profile where it has the image, the bio, some other information like location, stats, followers, following, etc. And then we'll also make another request to the API to fetch the user's repositories. I think it's the latest 20 repositories, but of course you can change that if you want. And these all have links to go to the repos as well. And then we just have an about page, very simple. And then if we go to something that doesn't exist, so I'll just go to / and then a bunch of junk, and you'll see we'll get this 404 not found page. And then I also want to deploy the application. So as you can see, I have it deployed to Vercel, which is a great platform for React and other types of projects. All right, so that's it. Let's go ahead and get started. All right, guys, so we're going to get started on our GitHub Finder project. And like I said in the intro, we will be using Tailwind CSS, which is a low-level CSS framework. And it gives us a whole bunch of utility classes. And in addition to that, we're going to use Daisy UI, which is a Tailwind plugin that gives us a bunch of component classes, things like buttons and alerts and so on. All right, so to get started with Tailwind, there's this really nice guide that we can follow. And this is at tailwindcss.com/docs/guides/create React app. So the first thing we want to do is create a new project. So we'll go ahead and do that. Let's run npx create-react-app, and we're going to call this GitHub Finder. And I'm just going to add --use-npm. Okay, so that will create a new folder for us with all the files that we need. And I'm not going to go over the real basics of React because I did that in the first project. So if you didn't do the first project, that's fine. Just know that you should know at least the basics of React, things like components, props, state, and so on. Okay, so now that that's done, let's go ahead and cd into GitHub Finder. And from here, I'm going to open up VS Code. Okay, so you can see we have all of our files on the side here. Now, moving along, let's just make that a little smaller. The next thing we want to do is install the dependencies that we need. So we need Tailwind and then some of its peer dependencies like PostCSS and AutoPrefixer. So we're going to just grab this, and I'm just going to paste this into here. Just make sure you're in your GitHub Finder folder when you're installing these dependencies. Okay, and then the next thing that we want to do is install and configure Craco. So since Create React App doesn't let us override the PostCSS configuration natively, we have to install this Craco. And then what we do is we replace the React scripts here in the package.json with Craco for start, build, and test. So first of all, let's install it. So we'll grab that and paste that in here. Okay, and then we'll grab the start, build, and test right here. And that's all set. So let's go into our package.json, and we will just want to replace these 3 lines with the 3 lines that we copied. Save that. Next, we want to create a config file for Craco. So it's going to be called craco.config.js, and we just want to put this in there. Okay, and we just passing in our plugins, our Tailwind CSS and AutoPrefixer. So in the root, let's create craco.config.js and paste that in, save it, close that up. Then we want to create a Tailwind config file, and we can do that by using npx with the Tailwind CSS CLI and just running init. All right, so let's do that. Let's just clear this up, paste that in, and then you'll see over here it should create a tailwind.config.js file, which by default is going to look like this. And then it's telling us here if we want to remove unused styles for production, we can replace the empty array that's in purge with this here. So I'm going to grab that, and we're going to just replace that here. Okay, and then last thing we want to do is include these 3 lines here in our index CSS. So in our source folder, you should have an index CSS. We're just going to get rid of this stuff here. Paste that in, and that's going to include the different parts of Tailwind, the base, components, and utilities. So we'll save that. And the last thing we want to do, because this is all set, Tailwind should be all set, but for Daisy UI, there's really only 2 steps. We install it with NPM, and then we include it as a plugin. So let's go ahead and run npm install Daisy UI. Okay, so once that's installed, we can go over here into our Tailwind config and simply require, and we want to require Daisy UI, and that should all be set up now. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my integrated terminal here, and I'm going to run npm start, and that's going to run our dev server. And you can see here Daisy UI components. All right. Now, to just kind of test this out and make sure that our Tailwind classes work and all that, let's go to our app.js, so our main app component here, and let's get rid of everything that's in this div. And then what I'll do is test a Tailwind class here. So let's do, we'll do a background color, so BG-purple-500. And then let's do an H1, and we'll do a class name of, let's say, I think it's text-XL, text-XL, and we'll just say hello world. Save that, and now you can see we have the purple background, so we know this class is working. And if we open up our DevTools here and we take a look, you can see the text-XL class here. All right, now that's Tailwind. Let's go ahead and test a Daisy UI class now. So I'll go under the H1 here and let's create a button and give it a class of BTN. That's a Daisy UI class. We'll just say click. And there we are. So now we have a button from the Daisy UI class. Cool, so everything is set up. Now let's just clean up a little. We don't need like the logo and all that. And then for now, let's just get rid of that. We'll just have just a plain old H1 and just a plain old div. Okay, and then let's just get rid of some of this stuff. We don't need the app CSS file. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of the logo. We don't need setup tests or report vitals or app.test. So we can go ahead and delete those files. And then we'll just have to, in the index.js, get rid of this import for the vitals and get rid of this function down here. Okay, just to kind of clean things up. Now you might be saying, why is the background dark here? The reason for that is Daisy UI comes with themes. You can enable themes, and I'll just show you real quick. The dark is enabled by default, but if we go to components and we go to let's see, themes, so you have all these different themes that are available, and you can either include it in your config, you can disable it, themes false, in your config, or you can change it just within the HTML tag with the data theme attribute. So for instance, if I go into, let's see, public index.html, and I can add on to here data-theme, and let's say I set that to, not Emerald, let's do Cyberpunk. So if I save that and come back to my app, you'll see we have this theme with the colors and fonts. So it's Daisy UI is pretty cool, but we're gonna just keep it as the default, which I believe is the dark theme. And then while we're at it, let's just change the title here from React App. Let's change it to GitHub Finder. All right, so now that our Tailwind is all set up, we're gonna go ahead and start to work on the navbar and the footer and some components, install React Router. So we'll continue on in the next video. Okay, so now we're gonna start to create our navbar component. We also want to install the React Router. We're gonna set up a couple routes. So let's open up a new terminal. I have my server running in this one, and let's npm install react-router-dom. I'm also going to install React icons because we'll be using those again in this project. And then we'll go ahead and in our source folder, let's create a folder called components. And we're going to have quite a few components. So I'm going to have subfolders for each category. I'm going to create a folder called layout in components, and that will be just layout things like the footer, the navbar, and so on. So in layout, let's create a folder, or I'm sorry, a file called navbar.jsx. And we'll go ahead and just structure out a React functional component. And we will be using links in the navbar. So in order to do that, we have to implement the router. So let's just hop over to app.js and let's import the router. So up top here, we're going to import, let's say, browser router as router, and then also route. And that's going to be from React Router DOM. And then down here, we just want to make sure we wrap everything in router. Because if we try to use the link in the navbar without wrapping it in this router, then we're going to get an error. And while we're at it, let's just go ahead and we'll just put navbar here, and let's just bring that into our app.js. So let's say import navbar from our components layout folder, and then we'll go ahead and put that in here. Actually, you know what? We're going to have some classes here as well. Let's see. So let's have a div here, and we're going to create a flex column. So we want the class of flex, and then let's do flex-call. These are just Tailwind classes. I want to align the remaining space in between each thing. So basically we'll have the nav bar, the main content, and the footer. And we're going to use justify dash between. And then I also want it to take up the entire height. So we'll do h dash screen, meaning that the height will take the full amount of the screen vertically. All right, so in this div, let's have our nav bar. And then we'll also have a main tag here, and any content, we'll just, for now, just put in content, will go in there. So we should now see the nav bar at the top, and then content is at the bottom because we have justify between. So we have all that space in between. Okay, so now at least we're showing the nav bar. Let's go back into that file. And like I said earlier, I think I said this in the last video, since we're using Tailwind, we're going to have quite a few classes because we're not writing any CSS. Tailwind gives us a whole bunch of utility classes, basically. We are using Daisy UI in addition to that, which gives us some higher level buttons and things like that. But this navbar component will have quite a few classes. So let's bring a couple things in here. We're going to bring in the GitHub logo from Font Awesome. So let's do FA GitHub, and that's going to be from React Icons /FA because it is a Font Awesome icon. And then we want to import link from React Router, or React Router DOM, I should say. And for this nav bar, we'll have the title passed in, which is basically like what we want for the logo. So I'm gonna add prop types. And then for the nav bar, we'll destructure, we'll take in a title, and let's just go down here and say navbar.default props. And I'm just going to set a default for that title, which is just going to be the name of the app, which is GitHub Finder. And let's add the prop type. So navbar dot prop types, and we're going to set the title to prop types dot string. So now we'll go up to the return here. We're going to edit the JSX. Let's first of all make this surrounding element a nav. And this nav is actually going to have some classes on it. So let's say class name. And there's a navbar class that Daisy UI gives us that will add some of the padding and so on for our navbar. I'm also going to do MB12, so that's margin bottom. For the shadow, let's do shadow-LG. That'll give us some drop shadow. And then for the background, we're going to actually do BG neutral, which is also a Daisy UI class. And then text-neutral-content. All right, and then let's just put navbar back in here. Okay, so you can see now we have this slightly darker navbar. Now I do want to have a container because right now you can see it stretches out. This goes all the way to the edge, so I do want to have a container. So in here, let's add a div with the class of container, and let's do MX auto, which will do margin auto on the left and right. And then we'll just move this into here, and now we should have a container. If I widen this, you can see the space here. Now we're going to have another div in here as well. And we're going to give this a class of flex none, and then I just want to add some padding and margin on the x-axis, so px2, mx2. And then let's have our GitHub icon, so fa GitHub. If we save that, you should see the little GitHub logo here. And I want to add a couple classes onto this, so let's say class name, and let's add inline because we're going to have text next to it. Let's do padding right 2. And let's do text-3XL. Okay, so that'll make it a little bigger. And then next to it, what we want to have is our title, which by default is this GitHub Finder, but we do want to wrap it in a link as well. So we'll have a link, and inside there we'll have our title, but let's add on to this link too, and we want that to just go to /. And then I do want to add some classes onto this as well. So for the link, let's do text large or text LG. Let's do font bold, align dash middle. So now when I save that, we should see the GitHub Finder here. All right, so in addition to that, we want to have some links for the home and about page. We're going to align over here. So let's go underneath this ending div. So you have the link, the ending link, then this div here. We're going to go under that, and let's create a class, our div with a class of flex1, and then px2 and mx2. And then let's go ahead and add a class of flex, and I want to justify to the end, so let's give it a class of justify end. We want the links to be moved over to the right. So the links, let's do link to, and this is just going to go to slash, and then we're going to have some classes on this. So I'm going to use btn. These are Daisy UI classes. We're going to use ghost, which is basically like a link, but it has a hover effect. So we'll do btn ghost, btn dash sm, which is small, and then we're going to do rounded dash btn, and that should do it. So we'll close that, and let's say home. So we'll save that. Now if I click on that, nothing's going to happen. We haven't created any routes yet, but let's copy this link here. So we'll copy this down, and this one is going to go to slash about. And we just want to change the text here to about. Okay, so now we have our two links. So in the next video, what I want to do is create the index page, which will be this home link, the about page. We're also going to create a default 404 page for when we go to a route that doesn't exist. So we'll get to that next. Okay, so we need to add some routes, but before we do that, I just want to add the footer, because right now the page content is way down at the bottom. And remember, we have a flex column, and we have the space between. So if we have the footer, then it'll be the nav bar, then it'll be the content, then it'll be the footer with equal space in between. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go into components, into layout, and let's create a new file called footer.jsx. And we're going to create a React component here. And I'm actually going to have an SVG in this footer, which obviously you're not going to want to type this out, but you can grab it from the repository. I also want to have the year, and I want that year to update without us having to manually update it. So let's just create a variable here, and we'll call it footer year, and we'll set that to new date, and we just want the full year, so we can use get full year. And then in the return here, let's return a footer tag, and we're going to give this a couple class names. So first is going to be footer, and that's part of Daisy UI. And let's do padding 10 for the color. Let's do bg-gray-700, and let's do text-primary-content, and let's do footer-center. Okay, and then in here we're going to have a div and then an SVG, which I'm going to go ahead and just grab. I'm going to copy and paste this, which you can do the same. Okay, so it's just an SVG tag, and then underneath that SVG, let's have a paragraph, and let's say copyright, and I'm going to put a ampersand copy semicolon, which will give us the copyright symbol, and then we can put in the footer year. And then, I don't know, we'll just say all rights reserved. You can put whatever you'd like in here. Okay, so let's save that. Now we need to bring that into our app.js. We'll copy this down and change this to footer. Footer. And, excuse me, let's go under the main here, and that's where we're going to put this. Okay, so we'll save. And there we go. So now we have our footer. It has this SVG, the hash SVG, which is completely optional. You can put whatever you'd like. Now for the content, I want that to be in a container because you can see the content goes all the way over. So what we'll do is we'll just add a class, or add a couple classes to the main tag. Let's do container, let's do MX auto, which will do margin auto, and let's do a little bit of padding on each side, so PX3, and then I also want to do padding bottom 12. All right, cool. So I think we're all set as far as the main layout here. So in the next video, let's start to create some routes. We want our home page, which is basically going to be the search box and then the users that come up when we search, and then the about page, and then we'll also have a not found page for if we go to a page that doesn't exist. All right, guys, so now we want to add some pages and routes. So we have this link up here, home and about. So I want to create those. I also want to have a not found page. So if we go to something that doesn't exist, that not found page shows up. So first off, let's go ahead and just create the pages. So in the source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called pages. And then in pages, we're going to create a home.jsx. Let's create an about.jsx. And we're also going to create a file called, or a page called notfound.jsx. All right, and then we'll just create functions in each of these. So let's do rfce, and just for now, we'll say not found. Save that. Here, this is the about page, rfce, and we'll just say about, and then the home page, home. All right, so now we have the pages created. Now let's go ahead and add the routes. So let's actually just close that up. And actually, before we do the routes, we want to go ahead and bring the pages in. So let's import home from pages, and then we also want about, and then we want the not found. Okay, so we bring in those pages. Now to create the routes, one thing I forgot to bring in up here with React Router version 6, we have to bring in routes as well. We have to surround all of our routes with that. So down here, let's go into our main tag. We'll get rid of that content, and then let's do routes. And then in here we can create each individual route. So this one, path, is going to be slash, and then we're using React Router version 6. If you are using 5 for some reason, then you would do component here, but for 6 we're going to do element, and this is going to be the home element, or the home component, home page, whatever. Let's close that up, and then we'll copy this down 3 more times, and then this one is going to be for about. Okay, so let's do slash about here. And then I'm going to specifically have a slash not found just in case I want to send somebody there. And that's going to load not found. You don't really have to do this, but I'm just going to. And then, of course, we want to have basically a catch-all if they go to slash something that doesn't exist. So for that, we can actually just do slash asterisk. And then we want that to load the not found page. Okay, so let's save that and let's test out our routes. So if I click home, that takes me to the home page, which I'm already on. If I go to about, you can see that takes us to about. And then if I go to slash and then anything that doesn't exist, I should see the not found page. All right, so now we just want to add the content. Now the home page ultimately is going to have our user search module or component and our user list, which obviously we don't have yet. So for now, I'll just put an H1 here. So let's do H1. We're going to use the Tailwind class text-6xl and just say welcome. Okay, so we'll just keep that for the home page for now. And then for the about page, I'm going to go ahead and add an H1 in here. And let's also do text-6xl. And I also want some margin bottom, so I'm going to do MB4. And we'll just put the name of the app here, so GitHub Finder. And then the rest of this is really just static data, so I'm going to paste it in. If you want, you can grab it from the repo and paste it in. So I just have a paragraph with some classes, just says what the app is. I have a link to the course, although that's not the, I'll have to change that later. And then down here, just the version and the layout by Hasib. He helped with the layout for this. So I'm just going to save that. And if I go to About, we should just see something like this. And of course, you could put whatever you want on this page. Now let's do the not found. So if I go to something that doesn't exist, that takes me to not found. And I'm going to bring in a couple icons from React Icons here. So let's say import, or actually just one icon, FA home. And that's going to be from React Icons / FA. And then I want to import the link from React Router so that we can have a link back home. So let's say from React Router DOM. All right, and then this outer div here, I'm going to give a class name of hero. And then let's see, inside here, we're going to do a div with the class of text dash center and hero dash content. And then in there, another div with a class of max dash w dash large, or LG. And then we'll have an h1, and we're going to do text dash really big text 8XL. And let's also make the font bold. And let's do margin bottom 8. Okay, and that heading is just going to say oops. So we'll say oops, and then underneath that we'll have a paragraph. Let's do text dash 5XL, and we'll also add a margin bottom here. We'll do MB8, and we're going to just put 404 page not found. All right, and then I just want a link to go back. So underneath that, let's do a link component, and I'm going to just pass in a couple class names here. We're going to do BTN primary, and BTN-LG, and these are Daisy UI classes. Okay, and of course we need the to prop that we want to pass in here, and we want to go to the home page. All right, and then inside the link, we'll just say, actually let's do the icon first. So we have an FA home React icon, and I want to push the text over a little bit, so I'm just going to add a class name on this icon of MR, so margin right, we'll do MR2, and then right under that we'll just do back to home. All right, so we'll save that, and there we go. So there's our not found page. Okay, so nothing too exciting, but we're just getting kind of the shell of our application, just getting our layout done. And now we can start to look at the GitHub API because we want to be able to fetch some users and display them here. All right, guys, so before we jump back into our code, I want to talk a little bit about the GitHub REST API and just make a couple requests and show you what we get back, because that's what we'll be doing from our application. So as you can see in the docs here, there's a URL at api.github.com, and basically we can make a request to different endpoints. For instance, /users will give us a list of specific users. If we want a single specific users, we can do that /users and then that user name. You can also get, like in this case, they're getting the organizations, but you can get their repositories, basically any publicly accessible data. So I'm going to open up Postman, which is just an HTTP client, and if you want to follow along, you can get this at, I think it's getpostman.com, or you can just use your browser. It's just a GET request. And let's make a request to https and then api.github.com/users. And that's going to give me an array of users. And you can see the data I get from this particular endpoint is really just the username or the login, and then a whole bunch of other endpoints to get certain things. For instance, if I want to get all of their repos, I could hit this endpoint. If I want to get their gists or their followers, we have all these different endpoints that we can hit. Now, if you want to get a specific user, you can do users / and then I'll just use mine here, and we'll make that request, and that's going to give me all that same stuff, all the URLs, but it's also going to give me some extra data here like name, company, blog, location, bio, my Twitter username, the number of repositories and gists, followers, all that stuff. So this is the stuff we're going to be displaying in our application. Now we also want search functionality. So the endpoint for that is actually search/users, search/users, and then we add on a query param with question mark and then q equals and then whatever you want to search. So I'll just put Brad, and that's going to give me all of the items or all the users that match Brad, including my own username right here. Okay, so I also want to show you that if we go to the headers here, the response headers, the search endpoint, different endpoints have different rate limits. The rate limit is basically the amount of requests you can make during a specific amount of time. So in this case, I believe it's 10 per minute you can make. And you can see we have 9 remaining in the current minute. If I send again, we have 8, 7, 6. Now, if you want to up this rate limit, you can create a personal token or an API token. And you can use this API without any kind of authentication at all. We're doing it right now, but you do have lower rate limits. So we're actually going to create a token that we can use to up this a little bit. So to do that, you want to go to GitHub and then just go to settings. And from settings, you can go down to developer settings and then personal access tokens. And then from here, we want to generate a new token. You can put a note in here. I'm just going to say test. I'm going to delete this after, so don't use mine. And you can choose an expiration or you can choose no expiration. And then there's all different scopes that you can choose for this particular token. In our case, we want user. Okay, I'm going to click on user and also repo because we are going to get the user's repositories. And I believe that should be all that we need to do here. And then let's do generate token. And then we can copy it. And I just want to show you real quick. If I go back to Postman and remember how we have these, if I send again, we're going to have 9 left, right? Because it's per minute. But if I go to authorization and I include this token by going to bearer token and then pasting this in, if I send again, and now if we look at the rate limit, it should go up. So now we have 30 per minute. Okay, so without the token, we have 10. If we include the token, we have 30. So I do want to include the token within our application. So we might as well just add that right now. So we'll go into VS Code and we want to create something called an environment variable. So this is a variable that we can use anywhere in our application. And we can do that by creating a new file called .env, okay, .env. Now, even though we're storing this in a .env file, anything that we put in here, all these global variables, are embedded into the build, meaning that anyone can view them by inspecting our client-side files. All right, so you don't want to put really sensitive information in here. In fact, if I were making this a production app, I would probably have my own server where I would keep the key or the token, and then I would make a request to my own server, and then from my server make the request to GitHub. But we're just going to store it here. I mean, you don't even have to have the API token. If you want, you can completely remove it and it will still work. You'll just have a lower rate limit. Now, to use an environment variable here, we have to do React_app_, and then we can call it whatever we want. So in this case, I'm going to call it GitHub token. All right, and then I'm going to store that here. Another thing I'm going to store is the GitHub API URL, which I don't think is going to change anytime soon, but just in case, we'll go ahead and store that here. We'll call it GitHub URL, and we're going to set that to https api.github.com. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that. And now we should be able to access these. In fact, we'll go ahead and test it out. I do believe you have to restart your server when you add an environment variable like that. So let's restart. And then let's see, let me just, so let's go to we'll go to the home component. I just want to see if we can access this. So I'm just going to output here process.env and then we'll do React_app_GitHub_token. Okay, so you can see that we are now getting the token. So anywhere in our application, we get access to this environment variable. And when we're going to want to use that is when we make a request to GitHub. Okay, just like we used it in Postman, we used it in the authorization here, we're going to do that from our application. Okay, so that gives you an idea of how the GitHub API works. We have the different endpoints we're going to hit. Ultimately, we're going to make our requests all from the GitHub context that we're going to create. Although for the first couple videos, we'll just make a request right from the component so that we can make sure everything works, and then we'll move it to the context. Okay, so in the last video, we took a look at the GitHub API and we made some requests from Postman. Now we want to start to think about making those requests from our app and displaying the data. So ultimately, we're going to have a GitHub context where we keep all of our state, we have all of our functions that make our requests. But for now, we'll just do it from the component. I want to start with the user list component, which is basically going to be the results when we make our search, the results that we get back, and we're going to display on the home page. So let's go to components and let's create a new folder. Right now we have a layout folder. This new folder I'm going to call users. Okay, so actually that shouldn't be in layout. We want that alongside of layout. So we should have components, you have your layout, and then you have your users folder. So in users, let's create a file here called user. I was going to call it user list, but I guess user results makes more sense. So we'll call it user results. And let's go ahead and create a React component. And just for now, we'll just output user results. And where we're going to put this is on the home page, right? We don't want to put it right in the app.js because we have routes. If we put it in the app.js, it's going to be on every page, the about page, the not found page. So let's go to our home page. And then let's bring in, we're going to import user results, and then we'll come down here and we can get rid of this H1 now, and let's just embed our user results. Okay, so we should just see this for now. And we can actually get rid of the div, just have a fragment here, and just display the user results. And I'll put a comment here because search, we'll say search component will go here. But we can close up the home page for now, and let's go back to our user results component. And ultimately, we want to make the request from the context, the GitHub context, but we haven't created that yet. Right now, I just want to get the users displayed. So let's make a request from this component. And since we want to make it right when the component loads, we want to bring in the useEffect hook. So let's say import useEffect, and we're bringing that in from React. Okay, so we want to go down here into the component now, and let's call useEffect. And useEffect takes in a function, and it also takes an array of dependencies. And in this case, the array is going to be empty because we have no dependencies. We just want it to load when the component, or run when the component loads. So in here is where we want to make our request. So let's say const, and let's say, actually, you know what? We have to create a separate function. Since I'm using async await, we need to have a separate function or asynchronous function. So let's go down here and let's say const, we'll call this fetch users, and let's say async, and then we'll make our request from here. So let's do const res or response, and let's set that to await fetch. Okay, so we're making a fetch request, and let's actually put template string in here, and we want to get the GitHub URL. Remember, we have that in our process.env.react_app_GitHub_URL. So that's our GitHub URL, and we want to do let's do /users. Okay, because the search, ultimately we're going to do the search endpoint, but /users gives us the same type of data, so we can work with this for now. Now I do want to include our token, and the way we do that is we include it in the authorization header. So we can pass in a second argument here into fetch and pass in an object with our headers, and then we can set authorization, and we can set that to, let's put it some backticks, and we do token space and then our GitHub token, which we can get from process.env dot, it's going to be React app GitHub token. Okay, so that will send the token along with the request. Now let's go under the response. So the fetch ends here under the response, and let's say const data, and let's set that to await response.json, and that should give us the data. So for now, let's just console log the data, and we want to run this fetch users right now is just defined. We want to run it up here, fetch users. All right, so let's save that, and let's go over here and open up our console, and you can see we get an array. I guess it gives us 30 users. So we have an object, and it has all the stuff we saw in Postman, the login. What we're really interested in here is just the login name and the avatar URL, which we should have somewhere in here, right here, avatar URL, so we can display an image of the user. Now we're gonna put the users into a piece of state into this component. So in order to do that, we need to bring in useState. So let's go down here, and we know how to use useState, right? We do const with in some brackets. We'll do users, and then set users, and set that to useState. And the default will just be an empty array. We're going to fill that with the users we get from the API. In addition to that, let's do a loading state too. Whenever you make a request to an API, you should have some kind of loader. So I'm going to make this true by default, and let's say loading, and then set loading. Now you can do it in a couple ways. I like to set it to true, and then once we make the request and get the data, set it to false. Or you could set it to false by default, and then right before you make the request, set it to true, and then set it to false. But I just assume keep it true to begin with. All right, now what we'll do is down here, instead of just console logging the data, let's go ahead and set users to that data. Actually, let me see, is it just, yeah, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't in some kind of array called data or items or anything like that. So we just want the array that we're getting directly, setting it to users. And then we'll go ahead and set loading to false. Okay, and then down here in the return, we should be able to basically create a list to map through all the users and then output the ones that we want. Now I do want to give this, I'm going to actually have quite a few classes in here because I'm going to use the grid. So we have a class of grid, and I want it to be responsive too. So we have a couple responsive classes that we're gonna use in here. So we have grid. Let's do grid dash calls dash 1. We'll give it a gap of 8. And then on extra large screens, so extra large colon, we're going to have 4 columns. So grid dash calls dash 4. On large screens, so LG colon, we're going to do 3. So grid dash calls dash 3. And then on medium, so MD, we're going to do 2. So grid dash calls dash 2. We're just setting a different number of columns based on the screen size. All right, now in here, let's get rid of user results. And since we have users in our state, let's go ahead and just put in some curly braces, and we'll take our users and we'll map through those. So let's say in here we'll have a function, and we want to return some JSX. So I'm going to put another set of parentheses, and we'll say for each user. And ultimately, I'm going to want a specific component for this called user item. But for now, let's just do an H3. And we'll put in user dot, and we should be able to get, I think it's, yeah, login. So let's try that. We'll save. And there we go. So now we're seeing all the user logins. And it should be in a grid. So if I expand this, you'll see we get 4 columns, 3, 2, 1. And we should check to see if it's loading, if the request is loading as well. So let's go up here and let's just say if, we'll say if not loading, then we'll go ahead and move this return. We'll move that up into there. Else, for now, let's just put H3. H3, it's not working. It's H3, and then loading, dot, dot, dot. We'll add a spinner. Wait, what is going on here? Oh, I forgot my return. That's why nothing's working. All right, so if I reload, we should see loading real quick. Yeah, you can see it right in the middle here. Yep. So before we move on to creating our user item for each one that has the avatar and some styling, let's do the spinner in the next video. Okay, so now I want to just create a spinner component, because when I reload here, you can see it just says loading right now. So I have a pretty cool looking spinner here that I found that I want to use. So I'm going to create in layout a new folder here called assets. And then I'm going to put that spinner in there, and obviously you can get this from the GitHub repo. Okay, now we need to create a spinner component, so that's going to go in layout as well, because it's it's part of our layout. So let's create a file here called spinner.jsx, and we want to bring in the spinner image. So let's import spinner from, and that's going to be, let's see, just dot slash, right? Where are we? We're in layout, so we just want slash assets slash spinner.gif. Okay, and then let's see, as far as what we want to return here, this div, I'm going to give class of W. Let's do W-100, that's width 100, and then let's do margin top 20, and then we'll have our image in here. The source is going to be the spinner, and for alt we'll just say loading, and I'm going to add a width as well. So let's add a width here of, let's do 180. And let's do class name. We're going to set text dash center, and we're going to set MX auto, margin auto, and that should do it. So let's bring that now into user results. So import spinner, and then instead of down here, instead of the loading right here, put our spinner component. Let's see what, oh, this should be a lowercase s right here. Okay, so now you can see spinner flashes real quick, looks kind of cool. And yeah, so that's it for that. Now in the next video, what we'll do is replace this H3 with a user item. And I mean, I know right now we're fetching data right within the component, but later on when we move it to the context, all this stuff is going to stay the same. The JSX, the output here, and in the user item that we're going to create in the next video are all going to stay the same. We're just going to be fetching the data from somewhere else. All right, so I just want to we're just basically taking it step by step. So in the next video, we'll get to the user item. Okay, so now we're fetching our users from the user results component, which again, this is going to be moved to context later, but just to kind of get them displayed, we're fetching them here, and then down here we have a list. We're outputting each login in an H3. So what I want to do now is replace this H3 with a user item component. So let's go into components, and then in the users folder, let's create a file called user item.jsx. Okay, and just for now, we'll just output user, because what I want to do is bring this into the user results component. So let's do that. So this is in the users folder, and then slash user item, and then let's replace down here. Let's replace where we have this H3. We're going to get rid of that, and let's output user item. That's going to take in a key. So for the key, let's use the we'll just do the user ID, and then we want to pass in that particular user like that. So now we're just gonna see user for all of them because that's what we have in our user item component. So in here, let's take in the user, and we might as well add our prop types while we're at it. So let's do that. Go down here, say user item dot prop types, and we're going to set user, and that's going to be prop types dot object and is required. So we should be able to get now, let's just make sure, we should be able to get the user dot login, and we should be able to output that. Now all I want from this user object is the login and the avatar URL. So I could just destructure here, and let's just take out the login and the avatar underscore URL. And then I should be able to just do, login and avatar URL. So that's going to give us the same thing. Now we're going to have quite a bit of styling for this component. So if you want to just copy it from the repository, you can, or we can just type it out. So let's start off with this wrapping div here. We're going to give it a couple classes. So we're going to use the card class, which is part of Daisy UI. We're going to give it a shadow. Let's do shadow medium, compact. We're also going to add side, and then the background, which is going to be BG base dash 100. We can keep the login in there for now. So now we should see the shadow here. All right, now inside that, we're going to have another div, and this is going to be a flex box. It's going to be a row, so let's do flex row. We're going to do items center. That will align items center. Let's do space dash x dash 4, and let's do card dash body. Okay, and we want the login. Actually, we'll just get rid of this for now. All right, so in here, in this flex box, we're going to have two items which are going to be divs. So I'm going to have one div and another. And in this first div here, we're going to have another div with the class of avatar. And then let's do another div with the class of rounded dash full. And let's do shadow, and we're going to do width dash 14 and height dash 14. And then in that div we'll have our image, and the source is going to be the avatar URL that we get from the user. Let's see, avatar URL, and for the alt we'll just put profile. So that's the image, and that's the first div in the flex box. Now down here in this div, let's go ahead and add an H2, and we're going to give this the class of card dash title, and in here is where we're going to have the login or the username, whatever you want to call it, and then we want to have a link that goes to the specific user page, which doesn't exist yet, but it will. So let's go up here and let's import our link. So we want to import link from React Router DOM, and then down here let's add our link, and I'm going to give it a couple classes. So let's say class name, we're going to do text dash base dash content, and then make it, we're going to add a little transparency. So let's say text opacity 40. And then for the two, actually let's just close this link, and this is going to say visit profile. Now for the two here, this is going to be dynamic, so we actually want to make this curly braces, and inside the curly braces we'll have some backticks, and the link is going to be /user/ and then the username or the login. So it'll be like that, and there we go. So that looks pretty good. So if I click on the link, obviously that's not going to work because we haven't created that yet, but it should go to user/ and then the username. And right now it's just getting the first, 30 users, starting with the first user with the ID of 1, but later on this is going to be our search results. But I think that looks pretty good in terms of the UI. It's responsive. Cool. So now that we at least have the users and the user item components, in the next video, let's go ahead and move this right here. Right now we just have the state for the users right in our user results. We don't want that. We want to move the state to a context, and also this request here we'll make from the context. Ultimately, we're not going to need this fetch users, but again, it returns the same thing that search users returns in terms of like the fields and the objects. So we'll just use this for now, but we're going to move it to context in the next video. All right, guys, so right now we have our state, our users, and our loading state right in the user results component. And we're also fetching our users from here. And ultimately, that's not what we want to do. We want to move this to a global context. Now, we're going to do this a little bit different than we did in the first project. In the first project, we just used the use state hook from within our context, and we set our state that way. In this project, I want to introduce to you something called reducers, which are basically functions that we can use to manipulate our state. And if you have a lot of state and you plan on scaling your application, then you should definitely use reducers. And then you also have the option to use a third-party state manager like Redux, which also uses reducers. If you've ever worked with Redux, then you probably already know what reducers are. But these days where you have the context API and then you have hooks like use context and use reducer, I don't really see a need for Redux unless it's a really large application with a lot of state, and where it can get messy. Just using the context API, you might have to reach for a third-party solution. But in most cases, I would say just stick to React and stick to the context API and the hooks that are offered. So before we get into reducers, I'm just going to create a global context and kind of do things how we did in the first project with use state. And then I'll show you in the next video how we can start to use reducers. So let's go into our source folder. Let's create a new folder called context. And then I'm going to have a new folder in context called GitHub, because you can have multiple contexts. In this particular app, we're going to have our GitHub context, and later on we're going to have an alert context for alert messages. So in GitHub, let's create a new file, and we're going to call that GitHub context.js. And we can go ahead and close the user item. That's all set. We will need to edit this user results because we'll need to fetch this stuff from our context, but we'll get to that in a little bit. So from here, let's import create context, and we don't want that from Jest. We want that from React. And let's just close the sidebar here. So import create context, and then let's go ahead and create a variable here called GitHub context, and we're going to set that to create context. And then we're going to need the GitHub URL and the token from our environment variables. So I'm going to put those in regular variables. So I'm going to create this GitHub URL and get that from process.env and then it's under React app GitHub underscore URL, and then we want to do the same for the token. So let's change this to token, and let's change this to token. Now, if you remember from the first project, we need to export a provider function. So let's say export const, and we'll call this GitHub provider. And that's going to take in props, and we want the children from that, which is basically whatever we surround with the provider. And then let's also bring in use state. And like I said, ultimately we're going to use reducer and use reducers, but for now we'll just use state like we did in the first project. And then in the next video I'll show you how we can implement reducers. So let's go ahead and we can actually copy these two for now. So basically I'm just taking exactly what we have in user results and moving it to a global context. So we have that, and then let's also get fetch users. So this function right here, we're going to take that and put that in the provider as well. except now that we have these variables, let's just get rid of the process env and the react underscore app underscore. So this will be token and then just GitHub token like that. All right, so we have our fetch users, and we're getting the data, we're setting the users, setting loading back to false, or I should say setting it to false. And then what we want to return from this, let's go under, make sure you're out of the fetch users, but still within the provider. And we're going to return from this GitHub context.provider. Okay, and then children, the children that's passed in is going to be output here. And then any values we want to pass down to components will go in this object, which in this case will be users and loading. Okay, so yeah, I think that should be good for now. Actually, we need to export the context. So let's export as default GitHub context. Now we need to wrap our components in our app.js. So let's go to app.js, and from here, let's import we want to import the provider. So GitHub provider, we're going to import that from, and then that's, let's see, we're in the root here, so it's going to be in context slash GitHub slash GitHub context. And then remember, we have to wrap everything that we want to use. If we want to use anything in that provider, we have to wrap it. So let's go to the top level here and wrap in GitHub provider. Okay, so we just want to take that, and that's going to wrap everything. So now we should have access to the data in the context. Let's go ahead and open up our DevTools, and let's go to the React DevTools components, and you should see this GitHub provider here, and we're passing in the state. So we have the users, which right now is an empty object, and then we have the loading, which I set to true by default. So let's now go into user results, and instead of doing everything from here, we just want to bring in what we want to use. In fact, I forgot to pass down, in addition to the users and loading state, we want to pass in fetch users. Okay, it's because we want to call that from our user results. So now from our user results, let's see, we're going to get rid of the state because that's now in the context. We're going to get rid of the fetch users because that's in the context. So get rid of that. And then what we want to bring in is, first of all, use context. We no longer need use state, so let's just say use context. And then we want to bring in the GitHub context, so let's import GitHub context. And let's see, we're going to go into the function here. And then remember how this works. We pull out what we want from the context. So we just pass in our GitHub context here, and we can take out any of these values, which in our case, we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring in all of those. So let's do users, loading, and fetch users. Now fetch users, I'm just kind of using just as an example to at least get some users showing. Ultimately, these are going to be the users we search for through the search form. Okay, now we already have our use effect, and we're already calling fetch users when the component loads, so that's good. And then down here, we already have our list using users, only this time it's coming from our context. Same thing with loading. Okay, so we've essentially just moved everything from here into our context. So now let's save that. And now you can see that we're getting the same, it's displaying the same thing, but everything has been moved to the context. If we check our components, if we look at the GitHub provider, now if we look at the state, it's no longer an empty array, it's full of those user objects. All right, so in the next video, I want to switch from just this use state in our context to creating reducers, which are functions to manage our state. So we'll get into that next. Okay, so now we're going to implement reducers. And reducers, they're actually really easy, but just the concept of them can be a little tough to wrap your head around at first. So this article, this is by Robin, I'm not even going to try to pronounce their last name, but it's a pretty good article to look at and learn about reducers. Now, as it says here, reducers became popular in JavaScript with the rise of Redux. Now, Redux is a third-party state manager and was really popular with React. And I guess it still is, but it's less popular now that we have the context API and we have some hooks like use context and use reducer. Personally, I'd only reach for Redux if it were a really large application and it was too much, the state was just too much to manage with context. So maybe like a really large e-commerce site where you have products and categories and users and all types of carts and things like that. Now, if you've used Redux before, then you know what reducers are. So if we look at this article here, let's see. So it says a reducer is a function which takes two arguments. Those two arguments are going to be the current state and an action. And the action is typically an object that has a type, and the type is basically just a string that you can evaluate. And then it might have a payload. For instance, if it's an action to update a blog post, you would include the post itself as a payload in that action object. So let's go down and look at an example. So here's an example of a reducer function. It takes in the initial state, in this case is just count, and then an action, which is going to be an object that has a type. As you can see here, we're looking at action.type. And the type is typically just going to be a string. In this case, it's increase. So we're going to evaluate that action type and say if it's equal to increase, then we're going to return count plus 1 as the new state. If it's decrease, then we're going to return count minus 1. Now, usually you won't use if statements. You usually use a switch like this. So again, we're passing in the initial or the current state, and then the action, and then we're just evaluating the action type using a switch. If the case is increase, we return plus 1, decrease minus 1, and then we have a default where we just return count if it's if it doesn't have an action that matches these. All right, so that's kind of the structure of a reducer function, and you can go on to read more about it here. But let's jump into our application. And we want to now create a specific file for our reducers, for our GitHub context reducers. So in the context GitHub folder, I'm going to create a new file called GitHub reducer.js. Okay, so this is where all of our reducers will go that are related to the GitHub state. So let's create a function. We'll call it GitHub reducer. And it doesn't have to be an arrow function. I'm just choosing to use one. And what this will take in is going to be the current state and also an action. And the action is typically going to be an object that has a type. And the type is just a string. Just like we saw in the article, it was a string of increase, you had decrease. So it's just going to be a string. And then if there's any data, like if we're getting users or updating a user, then you would send a payload as well in that object. So here we want to evaluate the action type, and we do that with a switch. So action.type. Now you could use an if statement, but you might have a ton of actions, so that could get kind of messy. So it's convention to just use a switch. And then you would have your different cases. Now I'm not going to add a case just yet because I want to show you how we can actually dispatch an action, but we will have a default here, and the default is just going to return the current state as is. If there's no action, then you don't want to change the state. You're just returning this is the current state. So I'm gonna we need to export this. Let's export default GitHub reducer. Okay, and I'll leave it at that for now. And then let's jump over into our GitHub context and let's close up the sidebar. So since we're using reducers now, we're not going to be using use state. We're going to use reducer. Okay, so we'll add that. Now we have to import our GitHub reducer. So let's bring that in. And then let's go down into our provider function here. And where we have this use state for users and loading, we're no longer going to need this. What we're going to do is create an initial state and set that to an object. And we'll have users, which by default will just be an empty array. We'll fill it after we make our request. And then also let's have loading, and we could set that to true by default. Then what we want to do is use the use reducer hook. So let's do const, and just like use state, it's going to destructure and give us an array, or we're destructuring from an array. And here we want to say use reducer, and this takes in two things. First of all is the reducer we're using, which in our case is the GitHub reducer, and then it also takes in the initial state, okay, that we just defined right here. And then what we get from this is going to be two things, the state, and we have a method called dispatch, or a function called dispatch. Kind of like we have from use state, we have set whatever that piece of state. Only what this is used for is to dispatch an action to our reducer, which we haven't defined any in here just yet. We just have the default, but we can define actions in here, or action types, and we can dispatch them from wherever we want in this file. So where we want to dispatch is down here. Instead of just set users and set loading, we no longer have those available to us because we're not using the use state hook. Instead, we want to dispatch, and this takes in an action object. So we're going to pass a type, and a type is just going to be a string, all uppercase. So let's say get users, right? So we're going to dispatch that to the GitHub reducer. So in here, we want to say case, and it's going to be a string of get underscore users. And then from here, we want to return some type of state. Now remember, we have the current state right here. So usually what we'll do is we'll spread across anything that's already in the state. Okay, so that's just going to return the current state. It's basically doing the same thing that we're doing here, except we defined an object and we just manually spread across whatever's already there. Now for get users, what do we want to do? What do we want to change? If we look at our initial state, we have users and we have loading. So we want to fill the users array with the users from the API, right? And then we also want to set loading to false instead of true. So we're passing the type, which is fine, but we also need the data. So we send that as a payload. So we're going to say payload, and that's going to be the data we get from the API. All right. So now if I save that, this is just going to break until we finish this up. But now we're dispatching the type get users and sending the data as payload. So in here, what we want to return is whatever's already in the state, but then we want to update users to be the action.payload. Okay. And I could call this something else. I could call this users, and then this would be action.users, but payload is I guess the convention. So we also want to set loading, and we want to set that to false. All right, so let's go ahead and save that. And there should be one last thing we need to do for this to work, and that's in our context where we're returning down here the provider. Instead of just users, we're going to go ahead and pass in state.users. Right? Because now we're dealing with the state, we're dealing with this right here. Okay, and the dispatch is updating that state, so that's what we want to pass down to the components. Same here, state.loading. And if we save that, now it works. Okay, so we've switched from just putting the state into these use state values. We've switched to now having these reducers that we can dispatch actions to and have those actions from this function update the state in whatever way we want. All right, guys, so before we get into the search component, there's a little bit of cleanup that we're going to do here. So the fetch users function that we're calling inside of user results to display these users is basically just for testing purposes, right? There's no reason to display these particular users. I just wanted to have something in the state so that we could create our user results component and our user item component. Now, I realized that in our initial state here, I set loading to true. So if we don't call this fetch users, which we're not going to, and I go ahead and reload here, you'll see that the loader is going to show because loading is set to true. And if we look in our component, if loading is set to true, it returns a spinner. So what we're going to do is set that to false, and that should get rid of the spinner. But I do want to set the loading state to true right before we make any request, just like down here when we make our fetch users. So we would want to set it to true here before we make the request. It gets set back to false in the reducer, right? So what I'm going to do is add another case here. So let's say case, and if the action type is set underscore loading, then we want to return our current state. So we want to just spread across the current state and then set loading to true. All right, so whenever you want to set anything in your state, you use a reducer. So we're going to have this set loading that we can then dispatch. So in our context, I want to dispatch that here, although I'm going to be using that set loading in a few different places. So what I'll do is create a function specifically for that. So let's say set loading, let's say const set loading, and all we want this to do is dispatch, and we just want to dispatch an object with the type of set underscore loading. Okay, so then wherever we want to set loading, we just call that function, and I'm going to do that right here. So we can just call set loading. All right, so now if we were to call fetch users, we should have the same result that we had before. We see the loading. All right, now, like I said, I don't actually want to do this. We don't need to fetch users. So in the user results component, we can now get rid of the entire use effect. We don't need to bring in this fetch users and get rid of that. We don't even need use effects. We can get rid of that. So we can save that, and now we shouldn't see any users. Okay, and the reason we're not is because there's no users in our state, right? We're not calling fetch users anymore. So this whole function, this fetch users, let's just say get initial users, but I'm also going to put in testing purposes because we're not actually doing anything with these users. Ultimately, we'll have a search users that, when we submit our form, it'll get those users and put them into this state instead of just fetching random ones. All right, so I just wanted to take care of that real quick before we work on our search. So in the next video, we're going to start on the user search component. Okay, so now that we've basically emptied our user state, so we have nothing displayed here. Now we want to create our search form because ultimately we want to search for something and then have those user results display. So let's go into components and then users, and let's create a file here called user search.jsx, and we'll create a component, and just for now let's just say search, and then where we want to bring this into is our home page. So if we go to pages and then home JSX, let's go ahead and copy this down, and we'll change this to user search, change this to user search, and then we want to replace our comment here with user search. Okay, so we'll save that. We should just see this displayed on the page. Now we're going to have quite a few classes and stuff because I want to make this look pretty decent. So let's start off by just adding all of our classes and all that just to get it looking nice. So this is going to use the grid, and what we're going to have in the grid is basically just the search form with the button as one item, and then we're going to have a clear button as well, and we want that clear button to show when users are displayed. So if we want to clear that state, we can. Okay, if we want to clear up those users. So we're going to have a few classes here. Let's do grid. Let's do grid calls 1, and so that's going to be for small screens. And then let's do extra large screens. We'll do grid calls 2. We're also going to do on large screen. grid calls to, and on medium, same thing. I'm going to do grid calls -2, and then let's add some margin here. I'm going to do MB-8. Oh, and some grid gap. So we're going to do gap -8, and I think that should do it as far as those classes go. Now within that div, we're going to have a div that has the form. Okay, that'll be one grid item, and then we're also going to have the clear button. So here, let's create. Actually, let's put this in a div. So we have these two divs for grid items. This one's going to have the clear button. So this is going to have BTN. Let's do BTN dash ghost, and then let's do BTN dash large. And this is just going to say clear. Now in this div is where our form's going to go. So let's go ahead and add that. We'll do all the events and stuff after. I basically just want to get this displayed on the screen. So we'll have a class of form control here. And then inside form control, we're going to have a class of relative to position this relative, and have an input. So this input is going to have a class of w-full, so width full. We're also going to do padding right 40. We're going to do bg-gray-200, class of input, and a class of input-lg. These are Daisy UI classes, and then text-black. So we can save that for now. We'll just make this a little bigger. Let's see, that should be bigger. Input, oh, I forgot the dash, so it should be input-lg. So let's also add a placeholder. We'll just say search. And then let's add, you know what, we'll do the value and the on change. We'll do that after. So let's go under the input and let's have our button. And this is going to have some classes on it as well. We want to position this absolute, okay, within the relative div. And let's do top 0, right 0. And let's do rounded dash L dash none. So we don't want rounded corners on the left because it's going to basically look like it's attached to the input. Let's do a width. Let's do W-36 BTN and BTN-LG. Okay, and then in here we'll just say go. And let's make sure that we make that a submit. So we want to add type submit. All right. So there we go. Good. And the clear button will go on the bottom. It's only one column on small screens. So let's see. The next thing we'll do is add the state for the input. Remember, when we have a form, usually your form inputs are going to have their own state, their component level state. So let's bring in up here the use state hook. So we're going to bring that in from React. And then let's go right here and let's say const. We're going to have this, we'll just call this text, and then set text, and set that to use state, and then the default is just going to be an empty string. Okay, and then for the text input here, let's have the value, and the value is going to be that text value, and then we also need an on change, because when we update, when we type in the input, that's going to call this on change event or on change handler, and then the function will call handle change. Okay, and then we'll go up here and we just need to define handle change, and that's going to take in an event param. And all we need to do here is update that piece of state, which is text. So we want to set text to whatever is typed in, which we can get with e.target.value. Okay, so let's just open up our console and make sure we have no weird errors. And as we type, that should update the component state. We can check that here. So if we look at user search, you can see that the state is whatever is being typed in. All right, good. Now let's add, we'll do the on submit now. We're not going to do the actual search yet. We'll do that next. But let's add the on submit to the form, and we'll set that to, let's say, handle submit. And then we're going to go up here and create that function. Let's say const handle submit and pass in our event. Okay, now since it's a form submit, we have to do e.prevent default. And we'll just do just a little bit of validation here and just make sure something is there. So let's say if text is equal to nothing, then ultimately I want to have a custom alert because I want to create another context for alerts. But right now we'll just use window.alert. So let's say please enter something. And then we'll just have an else. Then we want to search for the users. I'll just put a comment here. We'll say to do search users, and then let's set text back to empty. All right, so if we come over here, if I have nothing in here and I click, we should get an error. And if I do submit something, it's just going to clear up. But ultimately we want to search users, which is going to happen in our context. Now, one last thing I'd like to do in this video is the clear. I only want to show that if there's users in the state, right? If there's actually users being shown. Otherwise, there's no reason to show it. So in addition to use state, let's bring in use context because we want to have access to the users array in the state to see if it's empty or not. And then let's bring in our GitHub context. Okay, so we're going to bring that in, and then let's go right here and let's say const, and then whatever we want to destructure from use context, and then pass in our GitHub context. And what I want to pull out of there is users. Okay, and then let's go down here, and I only want to show this div right here with the button. I only want to show that if there's actually users. So I'm going to go right above it and open up some curly braces and say users.length. So if that is greater than 0, then I want to show this div. So I'm going to grab this, cut that, and we'll put this in parentheses. Okay, so let's save. And now that clear button isn't going to show because there's no users in the state. And we'll get to the clear button functionality later on. In the next video, what I want to do is actually search users. When we go ahead and type something in here, we'll have a function in our context that will make a request to search from the GitHub API and then put it in the user state. Okay, so now we want to make our form work. We've created it, it's displayed, we can submit it, although right now it's not doing anything. What we want to do is go into our context. So we'll open up our GitHub context, and we need to create a function that will hit the search endpoint. If you remember, actually I'll just open up Postman, but if you remember when we looked at the API, we can do GitHub API github.com/search, and I actually have it right here, /users, and then we can add on a query param of Q and set that to whatever we want to search. So whatever we type in the form is what we want to put in that query param. But this is the endpoint that we want to hit. So I think what I'm going to do here is just copy fetch users. In fact, you know what? We don't really need fetch users anymore, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Let's just put a comment here, and we'll say get search results. And we're going to change fetch users to search users just to avoid confusion. Now we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to set loading, right? Then we're going to make our request, except now we don't want it to /users. We want it to /search users. So let's do / Let's close this. So slash search slash users, and then we want to do slash, and then we want the query param. And what we can do here is just create a variable called params. And let's set that to new, and we're going to use URL search params. And we can pass in an object here, and let's say Q, and we want to set that to the text. Now text is going to come in from here. Okay, when we call search users, we're going to pass whatever the text is, which is whatever we type in, and then we want to create a new URL search params and set Q to that, and then we can just simply add on to this at the end, users, and then question mark, and then just put params. Like that. Okay, and we're going to still send the GitHub token just like that. Now what this returns, actually let me show you real quick. Let's take a look at what this returns. So we get an object, we get things like the total count, the incomplete results, but the items array is what we want. So instead of just setting data right here, what we're going to do is destructure from the object that's returned. We want to get the items array, and then what we'll do is we'll still dispatch get users, but we're going to pass in items as the payload. Okay, and if you remember, if we look in our reducer, so get users is just going to set users to whatever that payload is, and of course set loading to false. So we can keep this at get users, that's fine. So we'll go ahead and save that. Now it says fetch users is not defined, and that's because down here we're passing fetch users. We don't want to do that. However, we do want to pass in search users so we can access that from anywhere we want. In this case, we're going to go back to our user search, and then we're already getting the users from the context. So now let's, in addition to that, let's get search users. All right, and then let's go down here. So where we have this to do right here, this is where we want to actually call that. So let's get rid of this and let's call search users, and that's going to call the function that's in the context, and we're going to pass the text in. Okay, and then that should fill the user state, and we should see them appear here. So let's save, and let's just search for something. There we go. So we can go ahead and search for anything we want. Now, this clear button, I want that to clear the user state, which will then clear all of these users in the UI. So we're going to get to that next. All right, guys, so now we want to make the clear button work. So if we search, I want to be able to hit clear and just clear all of our results from our state. Now, what I'd like you guys to do, if you want, of course, is to pause the video and try to do this on your own based on what you've learned so far. And just to kind of give you a couple hints, what you basically want to do is have a function in your context that dispatches an action to your reducer that just clears the users out of the state. Because remember, in our state we have users, which is an array. When we make a search, that array is full, but we want to dispatch an action that sets it back to an empty array. Then you want to bring that function into your component, into the user search component from the context, and you want to call it when you click and fire that off. Okay, so given those hints, go ahead and pause the video and give it a shot. So now I'm going to do just that. I'm going to go to my context, and let's put this, we'll just go above the set loading, and let's say clear users from state. And we'll have a function, let's call it clear users. Okay, and then all I want this to do is dispatch an object, and we want to have a type in here, and for the type, let's say clear underscore users. Okay, then we'll go to our GitHub reducer, and let's create a case here for clear users. And what we want to do is return, for our state, we're going to return the current state, but we also want to set users, we want to set that to an empty array. Okay, so we're clearing that user state. Let's save that. Now, this clear users we want to make available to our components, so let's pass it in here as a value. Then we'll go to our user search, and from here we want to pull clear users from our context. And then down here where we have the clear button, let's go ahead and add an event handler here. So we'll do on click, and what we want to set this to is clear users, which we brought in from our context. So now if I come over here and click clear, it's going to clear up our state. Okay, so clear, good. So hopefully the whole process of how this works is becoming more clear. Basically, you have these functions in your context that will dispatch some kind of action to your reducer. Your reducer looks at that action, updates the state, and then any components that use any part of that state are going to react to it. Okay, so we have one single source of truth for our state. We also have these functions that you can pass down and call from any component that you want. So hopefully that's clear, or that becomes more clear as we move along. All right, so let's jump into the next video. Okay, so before we get to the profiles, if we search and we click on this, we want to have profiles. I want to have an alert context. So basically right now, if we submit this without anything, we get the default window alert. I don't want that. I want to have just something appear, an alert appear and then disappear automatically after whatever, 3 seconds. And then anywhere else in the application that we wanted to use an alert, we could use that context. And the main reason I'm doing this is just to show you how we can use multiple contexts. So let's go into our context folder and let's create a new folder called alert. Make sure it's alongside of the GitHub folder, not inside of it. And then let's create alert context.js. And then it's also going to have, alerts will have its own reducer. So let's do alert reducer.js. So we'll start off in the context here. We're going to do a lot of familiar stuff. Let's bring in create context, and let's bring in use reducer from React. Okay, and then we're also going to import the alert reducer, and that's going to be from /alert reducer. Okay, and then let's create our context. So const alert context, and we just want to call create context. And then remember, we need our provider, so we're going to export const alert provider. Okay, and that's going to take in from props, we're going to destructure children. And then let's set our initial state. Now, I'm just going to set the initial state to null by default. And then if we do have an alert, it'll just be an object with a message. And we can have a type as well if we want it to be like an error or success or whatever. So now we need to use our use reducer hook. So let's say const, and remember we get state and our dispatch function from that. So that's from use reducer, and that takes in two things. It takes in the reducer we want to use, in this case alert, and then also the initial state. All right, and then what we want to return from here is going to be alert context dot provider, capital P. Actually, we need our tag here, or angle bracket, whatever. All right, and then in here is going to be the children prop. Okay, and then any values we want to pass are going to get passed in here as an object, and we want to pass in alert, and I'm going to pass in the entire state. Okay, and then let's export default alert context down here. And yeah, so That should be good. Now let's go to app.js, and just like we did with our GitHub provider, we have to wrap everything. So we'll actually just copy this down, and this is going to be our alert provider. And let's change the folder name to alert, and then this is going to be alert context, and we're going to put this right under the GitHub provider. Let's do alert provider, and we're going to close that down here. Okay, so we shouldn't have any errors or anything. Let's open up our DevTools here. It's just telling us dispatch hasn't been used, but let's go to our components, and if we look here, you should see your alert provider, and right now all we have in our state is just that null value. Okay, so we know at least we have our context hooked up. Now let's create in our context a function here to set an alert. So let's say const set alert, and we're going to have two things typed in here or passed in here. We'll have a message and we'll have a type, and then what we want to do is dispatch. So we're going to dispatch to the reducer, and we'll dispatch a type, which is going to be just set underscore alert. And then for the payload will have an object with the message and the type. Now I want this to go away after a few seconds, so after we dispatch, let's do a set timeout, which is just, regular JavaScript. And set timeout takes in a function, and this function I want to dispatch, we're going to go ahead and dispatch an object with the type of remove underscore alert. Okay, so now we're dispatching remove alert, and set timeout takes in a second argument here of the number of milliseconds we want this to fire off at. So let's do 3000. So in 3 seconds, so it'll dispatch set alert, and then in 3 seconds remove alert will be fired off. So now we need to take care of these actual actions in the reducer. So let's save this, and let's go to our alert reducer, and let's create it. So alert reducer takes in state action. Oops. Okay, and then we're going to have a switch here. We want to evaluate action dot type. We're going to have a case for set underscore alert, and for set alert we just want to return, and we're just going to simply return the entire payload. So action dot payload, right? Because that's all. We only have one piece of state, so we're going to return the whole thing, which will be that message and the type. Then for the case of remove alert, for that we're going to want to return null. That's basically the initial state, right? Return that back to null. And then for default, as usual, we're just going to return state. And that's it. So we just need to export. So export default alert reducer. Good. So now this set alert, we should be able to, we can pass that in down here. So set alert. And now we should be able to bring that in whenever we want to call an alert. We can bring that into the component and fire it off. And then whatever we pass in as a message and type will then get put into this this alert state, and we can show it wherever we want. All right, so in the next video, what we'll do is make it so we can fire that off. So instead of this happening, we'll fire off that set alert, and then ultimately we want to have an alert component to display the message. All right, so in the last video, we created our alert context and the reducer. So now let's go into our user search component, because that's where we want to fire this off. So from here in user search, we're bringing in our GitHub context, but we're also going to want to bring in the alert context. So let's copy this down and let's bring in alert context. And then down here, let's see. So basically we're going to do the same kind of thing that we did with the GitHub context. We're going to pull out what we need, which in this case is going to be the set alert function. And then we just want to do use context, and we want to use the alert context. Okay, so now we can call this set alert from wherever we want. Where we want to call it is right here. Instead of doing this, just regular, a window alert, let's call set alert, and it takes in a message which will pass in please enter something, and then as a type, let's pass in error. So let's save that, and now let's go ahead and open up our DevTools. And let's see, what's this? Okay, that's fine. Let's go to our components, and I want to go to the alert provider, and we have over here it says null, but if I click go without putting anything in, we see the message and the type. Now it goes away after 3 seconds because that's how I set it up with the set timeout. Because when it displays, I don't want it to just sit there. We want it to go away, right? It's just a notification. So now anywhere that we want to, create an alert with a message and a type, we can simply do what we just did, just bring in set alert and call it from wherever we want. Now, obviously, just having it in the state doesn't do us much good in the UI, so let's close up user search now that we know that it actually, adds it to the state. And now let's create an alert component. So I'm going to go into components layout, and let's create a file here called alert.jsx. Create a component, and let's just output alert for now, and we want to bring this into our app.js, and this is just going to be displayed down here. So let's see, I'll just copy this down, and let's bring in layout alert, and then we're just going to put this down here. Let's put it directly in the main tag. We're going to go above the switch with the routes and have alert, and you can see it's displaying right here. Now obviously we don't want to show anything if there's no alert, so we'll have to account for that in the component. But let's go ahead and first of all bring in what we need. We're going to need the context because we need the alert state, right? Because that has the message and the type and all that. So let's bring in use context from React, and then we need to bring in the alert context. Oops, I guess I can't do that. So let's bring that in. That's going to be from // context / alert context. So let's go right here and let's say const, and we want to get out the alert state. So we want that from, let's say, use context, and then pass in here the alert context. So that'll give us whatever is put in the alert, which is an object that has a message or MSG and a type. Now in the return, let's see, we're going to return, let's get rid of that, and let's say alert. So if alert is not equal to null, then, because remember it's null by default, so if it's not equal to null, then we want to display it. So I'm going to put in a paragraph here. You can copy this from the repository if you want, because I'm going to have an SVG, which you might not want to type out. But let's just add the paragraph here. This is going to be flex. Let's do items or items dash start. Let's do margin bottom 4, and let's do space dash x dash 2. Okay, so we have a paragraph here, and then if if it's an error alert, then I want to show the SVG. So I'm going to put some curly braces here and say alert dot type, because remember it has a message and it has a type. So if alert type is equal to error, then I'm going to show an SVG, and I'm actually going to just grab that and paste that in. Okay, so we'll go ahead and paste that in. So it's this right here, this SVG. And then let's go underneath that conditional, and then we want to just have, I'm going to do strong, and we'll add a class. Actually, let's do a paragraph here with a class of flex -1. Let's do text -base, font semi-bold. We'll do leading -7, and let's do text -white. And then inside here we'll put strong tag, and we just want the message, so alert dot, and then I think it's MSG. Okay, so let's just click go here, and there we go. Please enter something, and it disappears after 3 seconds. And yes, you could do this without context. You could simply just bring in the alert component into the the user search and just say whatever, if there's nothing in here, then display the component. But I did want to show you a couple things. I wanted to show you how you could add multiple contexts, because now we have the GitHub context and the alert context. And also, if you wanted to use an alert somewhere else, it would be easier, because you could just bring in the set alert function from your context and just call it from there, and it would display wherever you display the alert component, which I just chose to do right here. All right, so that's it for the alert context. Pretty simple. In the next video, I want to start to look at creating the profiles. So right now, if we click here, it goes to user slash and then the username, but right now that doesn't exist. So that's what we'll continue to work or start to work on next. Okay, so now we want to get the specific user data. So if I type in search here and I click on visit profile, and I'm probably going to make this bigger for this because there's quite a bit of data we're going to display. But as you can see here, it goes to user slash and then whatever the login. So I want this to load a user page or a user component, but we're going to put it in pages since it is its own page. So let's say new file, and we'll call this user.jsx. Create a React component here. And for now, I'm just going to output user. And what we want to do is create a route that matches this. Actually, this should be user, not users. So let's fix that link. That's going to be in our, where is it, user item component. So right here, I'm going to change users to just user. So now if I go back here and we click on, actually let's just search again. So if I click on visit profile, it should now go to user slash and then the login. So now let's create a route for that. So we need to go into our app.js, close that up. And in our app.js, let's create a new route. I'm going to put this under the about, so I'll just copy that down. And the component we want to load is user, which we have to bring in from pages, which I can auto import. Okay, so you can see that auto imported. I'm just going to move it up to the rest of the pages. And then for the path, it's going to be, the path is going to be slash user slash, and then we're going to do colon and then login. So now if we save that, now we should see, if we go to user slash anything, we should see the user component or the user page. Now there's a few things we need to do in our context. We need to have a function that makes a request to get that specific user. Then in that function, we have to call an action in our reducer to add the new user to the state. So let's go ahead and open up our context, GitHub context, and where we have our initial state up here, let's add to it. So we're going to add user, which is singular, and that's going to be an object. It's going to be an empty object by default. And when we fetch our user, we want to fill that with the specific user. So let's go down, and before I forget, let's add it to our value down here. So we'll say user, and we'll set that to state.user. And now we need to create our function. So I'm just going to copy the search users and then we'll just, whoops, and then we'll just edit it. So let's see, we want to copy this, search users. It's going too fast. Okay, so we'll just grab that and then I'll paste it right underneath. And then let's change this. So this is going to get a single user. Instead of, let's see, search users, let's change it to get, but we're going to change it to get user because it's just getting a single user. And we're going to pass in here the username or the login. And then we're going to set loading to true. That can stay. And then we don't need any params. We'll get rid of that. And the endpoint we want to hit is no longer this. So we can get rid of that. We want to do the GitHub URL /users and then / the login. Okay, so that will give us the single user. Now I do want to check to see if it's a 404. So basically if there's something in here that isn't a user and it doesn't match, if it doesn't match anything, then I want to redirect to the not found page. So right here, let's do an if statement, and we can take that response and we can check the status of it. And if that is equal to 404, then we'll just redirect. So I'm just going to do window location and we'll set that to /not found. And then else is where we want to then get the data. So we can actually let's just bring these two up into the else. And there's no items array. So right here, we're just going to replace this with data. So we're just setting the response to a variable called data. And then we're going to dispatch an action called get user. So just remove the S from that. And then the payload is going to be data, which is going to be the single user that comes back from that response. All right, so we'll save that. Now let's create this action in our reducer. Okay, so we'll go to our GitHub reducer and we'll go right under get users and let's add a case for get underscore user singular. And then basically we just want to return our current state, and we want to set user. Okay, so make sure it's singular, not users. That's the array of users. We want to set this to action.payload because that's what we sent. We sent it as the payload. And let's set loading to false. Okay, so that will that'll put that single user in the state. So let's save that. Now we obviously want to call this get user, and where we want to call that is in the user page or the user component. Now we do have to add it down here into our value if we want to access it, so let's add it here as well. Okay, now we'll go into user JSX and let's close that up. And from here we're going to want to import useEffect because that's where we want to call the get user function, and let's also bring in use context because that's where the get user function is. So we want to bring those in from React. And then let's also import our GitHub context. And then let's go down here and we're going to set, so what do we actually want to get from the context? We want to get the get user function. We also want to get the user state. And then we're going to set that to use context and pass in here the GitHub context. Now we want to run useEffect here, and that's going to take in a function, and make sure you add your second argument of just an empty array, because if you don't do this, it's going to continuously run and it's going to basically crash your browser. So make sure you add this in order for it to only run once. And then we want to run get user. Now to get the actual login or username to pass in here, we want to get it from here, from the URL. And remember, when we created our route, we called it login, this :login right here. So with React Router, we can get a prop called match. And let's go down here, and on match, we can get params, and we want to get the login param. Hey guys, I just wanted to cut in here real quick and show you that this match isn't going to work for React Router version 6. So if you are using 6, what you want to do is bring in something called use params hook called useParams from React Router. So let's say import useParams from React Router DOM, and then we're not going to use match, so we're going to get rid of that prop. And down here we just want to create a variable called params, set that to useParams, and then down here simply get rid of the match. And I know you don't have this get user repos yet, but we're going to do that for both of these. And save that, and then that should work. Okay, so it goes to user slash the username, and you haven't got this far yet where you create the actual profiles, but I did want to just mention that match is no longer available with React Router 6. All right, so let's continue on with the video. And we're not going to see anything here, but if we open up our DevTools, our React DevTools, and we go to our GitHub provider, we should see, if we look in here, if we look in our state, you can see the user. There we go. So we're getting all the data. And we have access to that with the user right here. In fact, I can go down here and just put in here, let's do user.login. And you'll see the name. And if I go back home and I search for something else, I don't know, hello, we visit the profile, you should see that username, that login. All right, so now that we know we can get that, in the next video, let's go ahead and display some of that user data. And there's a lot of stuff we can display. We'll have the image, the name, their location, their bio, all that stuff. And we are going to be making it look nice, so we will have quite a few classes to use as well, and some conditionals. So we'll get into creating the user page next. So now we're going to start to work on the user page, the data output. So if I search for Brad and I go to my profile here, right now we're just seeing the login, but we're going to have a whole bunch of stuff here, the image, the location, bio, all that stuff. We're even going to make another request to get the user's repositories. So let's go into our user.jsx, that's in our pages folder, and I'm going to import up here, we're going to bring in some icons from react-icons/fa, and the icons we want, the first one is going to be FA CodePen, and then we're going to get FA store, let's get FA user friends, and then FA users. So those are the 4 icons that I want to get. And then we're going to need link from React Router DOM, so let's import that. Okay, and then we're going to bring in a spinner. We want our spinner component that we created. Actually, let's put that right here. Let's import spinner. And that's going to be from what? We want to go up one level into components, right? Yeah, so we're in pages, we're going up to components, then we're going into layout, and then we want our spinner. Okay, and then let's see, in addition to get user and user from our context, we want loading. And then right above this return, let's just check for loading. And if that's true, then we're going to return our spinner. All right, so now we should, yeah, you can see the spinner flashes real quick. Now, all the stuff that we want to display is in this user object right here, and I'm going to destructure and just pull all the stuff that I want to use out of it. So we'll go right above our loading here, and I'm just going to copy and paste this in, and then you guys can copy it. So basically we're just destructuring from this user object all of this. Okay, because we're going to be using all that stuff. Now down here in the return, let's go ahead and we're just going to use a fragment here for the main wrapper element. And then in here we're going to start to create our markup. So first of all, we'll have a div here. Let's do width-full. Let's do MX auto, so margin auto on the left and right. On large screens, we're going to do width-10. It's actually going to be 10/12, but I don't think, yeah, Emmet won't work with that. So we'll do 10, and then we'll do add slash 12 onto that. So that's basically like actually this is going to be our wrapper div. Now we're going to have just a go back link to go back to the search page. So let's have we'll do MB4 here, so margin bottom 4, and then let's add a link, and this is going to go to just slash, and I'm going to add a class name onto this of BTN and BTN dash, let's do BTN dash ghost, and then we'll just say back to search. Okay, so now we should have this back to search button. Okay, cool. Now we're going to go outside of this MB4 div. Let's go outside of that, and let's do a class here. This is going to be our grid, and we're going to do grid dash calls dash 1 by default, and then on XL we're going to do grid dash calls dash 3. Same thing on large, grid dash calls dash 3. Also medium, so MD colon grid dash calls dash 3. And then we're going to add margin bottom, let's do MB8, and then let's do on medium screens we're going to do gap dash 8. Okay, so I know that's a lot of classes, but we want this to look nice. So in here we're going to do a custom dash card dash image, and we're also going to add to this margin bottom 6, although on medium screens, so let's do MD colon, we're going to do margin bottom 0. And then in here we're going to have our div that wraps around our image, so this is going to be rounded dash LG. Let's do shadow dash XL, card, and image dash full. And then in here we're going to have a figure tag and then an image tag, and this image source is going to be the avatar URL. So we can go ahead and save that, and we should see the image like this, and it should be faded out because we're going to put the login name on top of it. Alright, so let's go outside of the figure, and then we're going to have another class here. This is going to be the card body, and we want to justify, we're going to add the class of justify dash end, and let's put an H2 in here, and this H2 we're going to give a class of card dash title, and let's also do what else do we want in here, MB, we'll do margin bottom 0, and in the H2 we'll have the name, so we got that from the user object, and then under the H2 we'll do a paragraph with the login. So let's save that, and now you should see the name, and then under it the GitHub username or GitHub login. Now to fix this issue, we have some just a little bit of custom CSS that I'm going to add. So let's go to index CSS, which we haven't touched, but you can put any other global CSS that you want in here. And I'm just going to override custom card image, and then card, I'm going to say card dot and then image dash full, and we're going to add the pseudo selector of before, and we're going to set the border radius to 0.5 rem, and let's set the opacity to 0.45. Alright, cool, so that removed the corner issue, so we can close that up. And let's get back to this. So let's see, just trying to figure out where we are here. So this is the main wrapper div. This is the card image. So we're going to go underneath the card image. So this div ends right here. So this is going to have a class of call dash span dash 2. So it's going to span 2 columns of the grid. And let's have another class in here of MB6. And here we'll have an H1. Let's give it a class text-3XL, so we'll make the font really large, and we'll do card-title. And in here we're going to put the name again, And right under the name, still within the H1, we're going to add a div with a class of ML-2, so margin left, MR, margin right, 1. We're going to do badge, class of badge, and then also badge-success. And in here, in that div, we're going to have the type. And then under that div that's wrapping the type, I want to put if they're hireable or not. So hireable is actually a Boolean. So what we'll do is say hireable double ampersand. So if hireable, then let's create a div here. I don't think we can use M. Oh yeah, we can. All right, so let's create a div with the class of MX. We're going to do MX-1 badge-info. And then here we're just going to type out hireable, okay? Because this is a Boolean. If it's true, then we're just going to output the word hireable. So as you can see, which I should probably change because I'm not hireable. Then let's go underneath that H1. So the H1 ends right here, and we'll have a paragraph with the bio. Okay, so we should see the bio now. Let's see, underneath that, we're going to have a button to view the GitHub profile, but we're going to put that in a div with margin top 4 to push it down a little bit, and card-actions. And then let's have an A tag here. So the A tag, since it's an outside link, actually let's add here, it's going to be HTML_URL, and since it's an outside link, we're going to add target. We're going to set that to _blank, and then we're also going to add the rel attribute, and we're going to set that to no referrer. So no, what is it? No referrer, like that. And that shouldn't give us any warnings here. Let's see. And don't worry about these. They're just variables that we haven't used yet. Anchors must have content. Yeah, so I don't have any content in here, so it's whining. But if you have a target blank, but you don't add this, I'll just show you real quick. If we don't have that, then we're going to get, where is it? Let's see, let's reload this. Right here, using target blank without rel no refer is a security risk, so it's going to complain about that. So make sure you add that. And then let's close this up. And then within the A tag here, we're going to have just visit GitHub profile. But we do want to add some classes as well to style this. All right, so the class we're going to have is btn and then btn-outline. Okay, cool. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so I think we're going to stop here. Actually, let's make sure that works. Yeah, so that brings us to the profile. So in the next video, we're going to finish up the standard data. We'll have some stats here. We're going to have the followers, number of repos and all that. And then after that, we'll go ahead and make another request to get the actual repositories and list those out. All right, so we'll finish this up in the next video. Okay, so in the last video, we went ahead and created this output here. We have some other stuff to add. We're going to have like the location, website, and so on, and then some other stats. So let's continue on here. We left off creating the GitHub button, or the go to profile button. Now we're going to go under this second div right here, and let's create a class of width-full, and let's do rounded, let's say rounded LG, shadow MD, BG base-100, and stats. Okay, so in here, first thing we're going to have is the location, which is optional, so we have to do a conditional here. Let's say if location, so if that exists, then let's open up some parentheses, and we're going to have a class name of stat, which is a Daisy UI class, and then in here we'll have stat-title, and let's do text medium, so text MD. Yeah, that should do it. And that's where we're just going to put the label of location. Okay, and then underneath that div, well, let's do text-lg, and then we want stat-value. And the value is the location, so we just want curly braces location. And now we should see whatever the user's location is. Now we're going to have two other stats here, which is going to be the website and the Twitter URL. So I'm going to just copy this location. We'll just go ahead and copy that down. And the website is actually called blog. So let's see, blog, because if we look at our response here, you can see right here, blog traversymedia.com. So we do need to add the HTTPS onto that as well. So here we'll check for it, and then the label will just be website. And then let's get rid of that. I do want to have a link to the actual site. So let's add an A tag here. And the href, this is going to be, let's put in some backticks, and we'll do HTTPS and then / and then blog. Okay, let's also add a target, and let's set that to _blank. Oops, forgot my quotes. And then let's also add the rel attribute, and we want to set that equal to no referrer. Okay, and then in here we want to just have the website, which is called blog. Okay, so it should look like that. And then the last one is going to be the Twitter URL. Actually, let's make sure this works. So that should open up in a new tab. Good. Now let's copy this whole conditional down. So we'll copy that down, and then we're going to check. It's called Twitter username. So let's do Twitter _username. We're going to check for that, and then let's replace the website label with Twitter. And then for the link here, we're going to go HTTPS, and then it'll be twitter.com/ and then we want the Twitter username. And then down here, let's get rid of that, and let's add Twitter username. Good, and that should open it up. Cool. And make sure you follow me on Twitter as well. All right, so now we have that part done. Let's go down here. We want to go, so where the Twitter ends, we want to go just outside of the last div here. Okay, so right here, and let's do width-full, and we'll do py, so padding on the top and bottom. Let's do 5, and then margin bottom 6, rounded-lg, shadow-md, bg-base 100, and stats. Okay, and then we're going to add here, we're going to have a class of stat, and in here let's do a class of stat figure, and then we're also going to add a class of text-secondary. And in here is where we're going to have our icon. We're going to have the FA users, so FA users, and we're going to give this a couple classes. So we'll say class name, and let's make it bigger. So we'll do text-3XL, and let's do on medium screens, we'll make it a little bigger. So text-5XL. All right, now we want to go still within the stat, but outside of the stat figure. We'll go underneath that, and this is going to be the stat-title. And let's also do a padding right 5. And then this is going to be the label for followers. So we'll just say followers. And then underneath that, we'll have the stat-value. And these are all Daisy UI classes. These stats, I really like this, the Daisy UI framework, or whatever you want to call it, plugin, I guess, just extra classes. So stat value, let's do padding, we'll do padding right 5, and text-3XL, and let's do on medium screens, we'll make it a little bigger, so text-4XL. And in here's where we want to put the actual followers. Okay, so we're going to add more of these, so this isn't going to look, this isn't going to be so far apart. Next thing we want is what is the next thing we want? Following. So it's going to be similar to this stat. So this whole div right here, I'm going to just grab that and I'm going to copy it. We'll paste this in. So the next thing we want is following. So let's change this from followers to following, and we'll change the this right here to following, and the icon as well. Instead of FA users, this is going to be FA user friends. So let's go ahead and save that. Good. So now we have followers, and Jesus, I'm only following 6 people. Huh. All right, so let's go underneath that stat. And this next one is going to be the repos, public repos. So let's change the label here to public repos and change this to public underscore repos. And then the icon we're going to use here is going to be CodePen. Oops, not CodePen. We could use code as well. Actually, let's use code. No, we'll use CodePen. That's fine. And then we have one more thing we want to add here, and that's going to be the GIS, the public GIS. So let's go underneath this stat, which ends right here. And then let's change this to, let's say, public GIS. And this is going to be public underscore GIS. And then the icon we're going to use here is going to be FA store. All right, so that looks pretty good. Now, the next thing we're going to do is get the user's latest repositories. So we'll get like the latest 5 or 10 repositories and display them here with links to them as well. So we will have to hit another endpoint. In fact, I can show you here. If we go to user / and then the username and then repos, that's going to give me an array of all my repositories. Okay, so we'll get to that next. So now we want to get the user repositories and display them down at the bottom. So let's first go into our context, and for the initial state here, I'm going to add on to this repos, which is going to be an array. And let's go down to the very bottom where we have our values, and let's add to this repos and set that to state.repos. And now we need a function to actually get the user repos. So I'm going to copy, I'll copy the search users. And then let's go under the get single user. And let's paste that in, and let's say our get user repos. Okay, so we'll change this function name. Let's call it get user repos, and it's going to take in here. We want to pass in the login or the username, and let's see, we don't need this. And the endpoint that we want to hit is going to be our GitHub URL, and then /users/ and then the login, and then /repos. And let's go down here. We're not getting items, we're just getting the straight data. And then for right here where we dispatch to our reducer, we're going to call this get repos, and we're going to pass along the data as the payload. And then let's make this accessible to components that need it. So we'll pass down here get repos. Wait, get repos is, oh, I called it get user repos. All right, now in our reducer, let's go to our GitHub reducer, and from here we're going to add a new case for get underscore repos, and what we want to return is our state, and then we're going to set repos to we're going to set that to the action.payload, And then we also want to set loading to false. And that's it. So now let's go, let's see. So we're going to want to put this on the user page, but I'm going to have a separate component for the repo items. So let's go into, we can close, should be able to close this stuff up. And let's go into components and inside users. Yeah, I guess we could put this in here. I was going to create a, no, we'll create a separate folder for repos, I guess. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, we'll just create a new folder called repos, because we're going to have the repo list and we're going to have the repo item. So let's first create repo list.jsx. Okay, and then for now we'll just output repos. Whoops, don't want that. And then what we're going to do is bring this into our user JSX. So let's go way up to the top here and let's bring in, copy this down and say repo. Actually, no, it's not in layout, it's in repos and then slash repo list. Repo list. Okay, and then we're going to put this down way at the bottom. So let's see, we just want to go right above the last div, the container div here, and we're going to output our repo list. Save that. Okay, so now we have the repo list component showing. Now I'm going to go to my user JSX, and that's where I'm going to actually call get repos. So right here, our get user repos. So we're bringing in from the context, let's add to this get user repos. And let's also get the repos themselves. Okay, and then we'll go into the use effect here, and let's just copy this down, and let's call get user repos. We'll go ahead and save that, and let's just check our state. Let's go to, what's this, FA code is not defined. We don't need that. And then this React hook use effect dependency thing, I'll get to that after. But I just want to check to see if in our GitHub provider, if we look at our state, yeah, so you can see we're fetching, yeah, we're getting the repos for this user. Good. So let's pass that in now. Since we have access to repos, we're getting that, we're calling the function, getting it from the state, from the context, and then I'm going to come down here and I'm going to pass repos in as a prop. So now in repo list, let's destructure and say repos, and we'll add our prop types here. Let's go down here, repo list dot prop types, and we have repos, which is an array, so we'll say prop types dot array dot is required. Okay, now we're going to want to loop through, map through, and show these repos, but I am going to add a couple, I'm going to add a couple classes onto this div right here. So let's say class name, and this we're going to add rounded, let's say rounded LG, and let's do shadow dash LG card and BG dash base dash 100. All right, and then let's just close that up. Inside here, inside this div, we're going to add a card dash body class. And then inside that, we'll have an H2, and then let's add to this, we'll make it text 3XL. This is just going to say repository. It's just going to be the heading. We'll do MY, so margin top and bottom 4. Let's do font dash bold, card dash title, and in here we'll say repositories, or let's say top repositories. And then underneath that H2 is where we want to create our list. So let's say repos.map, pass in a function here, let's say for each repo. And what we're going to return here, actually we don't need to put a return. We're going to have a repo item, but let's for now just have an H3, and let's say repo dot, I think name should be one of them. Let's see. Yep, so now it's going to show my top repositories. Actually, wait, no, this is just alphabetical, and it shows more than I want. So I think we can add a sort. I think we can add, let's go back to our context and go back to that function. So get user repos, and I'm pretty sure we can add a sort and a per page. So I only want to get like the latest 10. So let's copy up here where we did our search. I'm just gonna grab this because we're gonna add some params. Okay, and then here, let's paste that in. So I think we can do sort, and let's sort by, I guess we'll do latest instead of top repository. So I think we can sort by created, and then let's do per page and set that to 10. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we'll try it. And then we'll go here and let's just put a question mark and then params, and let's see, created is not defined, that needs to be a string. Okay, so yeah, that did work, because Node API proxy, that's my latest public repository. All right, cool. Let's see if you can do it by stars, because then it would be top. No, that's not right. That's still latest. We'll just keep it at created, I guess. So we'll change in the repo list here in the heading, let's just say latest repositories. All right, cool. So now that we can get them, we're displaying them. In the next video, we're going to just style these so this looks nicer. All right, so we're just about there, guys. We just need to style these down here, and we want to have a separate component. Right now, it's just an H3. So let's create in components and in repos, let's create repo item.jsx. And let's create a React functional component. And for now, I'll just say item, and I just want to bring this into my repo list. So let's say import repo item, and then here, when we map through here, we're going to display a repo item. Let's give it a key. So the key, we'll set that to repo.id. All right, so now in repo item, we're going to get from the props repo, and we can add in our prop type. So repo item, prop types, and that's going to be an object, and let's do is required. All right, now I'm going to bring in some icons as well. So I'm just going to paste this in. So we're bringing in FAI, info, link, star, and utensils. And then I'm also going to destructure a bunch of stuff from the repo prop here. So right above the return, I'm just going to add this so we have access to all this data. And then down here, we have, we'll get rid of this. And this wrapping div here, let's add some classes. So we're going to do margin bottom 2, rounded dash medium, card bg-gray-800, and then let's add a hover effect as well. So we can do hover : bg-gray-900. All right, so that's the wrapping div. Then we'll have the card dash body, then another div with margin bottom 2, text dash XL, and let's do font dash semi-bold. Okay, and then actually, I'm sorry, that's an H3, not a div. So that's going to be in H3, and then we'll have a link inside here that wraps around the name. So let's do an a tag here. Let's do href, and this is going to go to HTML underscore URL, which will bring them to the repo page. Okay, and then in here we'll have our FA link icon, and I'm just going to give this FA link a class name. Let's give it a class of inline because we're displaying it next to the text, and we'll do margin right 1 to just move the text over, and the text is just going to be the name. All right, so we can save that so far, and you can see what we get. All right, so let's go under the H3 here, and I'm going to have a paragraph with the class of margin bottom 3, and this is going to be the description. So paragraph with the description, then we'll have a div, and in here we're going to have basically like the watchers, the stargazers, and so on. So let's do another div in here with the class of mr-2. We're going to do badge, and badge-info, and badge-lg. Okay, so this is going to be the watchers. So we're going to have the icon here of FAI, and let's just give this a margin right. So class name, we'll set that to mr-2, and then next to that icon we're going to have the watchers. What is it? Watchers count. So let's take a look at that. Good. And then what we'll do is just copy this div. Let's copy this down. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the second one here, let's change the color of the badge from info to success. And this is going to be the stargazers count. Okay, so this will be the stars, and the icon, let's change it to FA star. Okay, and then this third one here, let's do badge error to change the color of the badge, and then this is going to be the open issues. So let's say open underscore issues, and for the icon, let's do FA info. All right, last one here, let's change this to warning. Let's change the icon to FA utensils, and this is going to be the forks. All right, save that. Cool. All right, so our application is pretty much done in terms of what is done in terms of functionality and what it does, but I want to, in the next section, show you how we can refactor things a little bit, because in React there's so many different ways to do the same thing, and that can be a complaint that a lot of beginners have. So in the next section, instead of creating our functions directly in our context and passing them down through the provider, I want to put them in a separate actions file and call them from the component, and then call our dispatch from the component. And there's a couple reasons for doing this that we'll talk about. One other thing that I want to mention is if we open up our console, you might have noticed this warning here: React Hook useEffect has missing dependencies, get user repos. So that's talking about the user page or the user component. And the reason it's complaining is because in our useEffect, we're calling getUser and getUserRepos, which are functions that were created outside of the useEffect. So it's saying, hey, add them here as dependencies like this. Now, you don't want to do this. Don't do this, because if you do, it's going to cause a never-ending loop, and it's going to cause your browser to crash. The reason for that is because since we're passing these functions down through our provider, anytime we update our state, these functions basically get recreated. So what's going to happen is when they get recreated, useEffect will fire off because we added them as a dependency, and it's going to get called again. And it's going to do the same thing, and it's just going to keep doing that until your browser crashes. So we don't want to add these as dependencies. And in the next section, we're going to do things in a way where we don't have to. But if you do want to keep it like this and you want to have your functions in the context, there is an easy fix to get rid of this warning, because it's not hurting anything in this case. I mean, if you have a larger application and you're doing it in this way, you might run into some issues, but this is absolutely fine in this case. And to get rid of that warning, you can go right above, right above this line here that has the array of dependencies, and you can put this specific comment to disable the linting. So ESLint disable next line, and then this React hooks exhaustive depths or dependencies. So if I go ahead and save that, and then we come back to this page, that warning isn't going to be there. All right, so like I said, I mean, this is fine for this application. If you want to skip the next section, you don't have to do it, but I think it'll help you not only write the code in a little bit of a better way, but also help you wrap your head around context and reducers and dispatching actions and all that. Okay, so we're going to start to refactor our application a little bit. We're going to move our context functions into an actions folder, and we're going to call those from the component and dispatch to our reducer from the component as well. So let's go into our GitHub context. And the first thing we can do is these 4 lines right here, since we're just passing users and then state.users, instead of doing this, we can just pass all of the whole state directly. And we can do that with the spread operator. So we want to spread across all the state values. So that will, save us a couple lines of code. If we save that, everything still should work the exact same. Okay, good. Now, these are the functions that I want to get rid of. The only thing that I want to pass down through the provider is the state and dispatch, because remember up here, from use reducer, we get this dispatch, and what we've been doing is just dispatching directly from these functions within our context. But like I said, I want to dispatch from the component, so let's pass down dispatch, okay? And ultimately, these will be the only 2 things that we pass down. We're going to get rid of these. So let's start with search users. So like I said, we're going to move that to an actions file. So in the GitHub folder in context, let's create a new file, and let's call it GitHub actions.js. And we're going to need access to the GitHub URL and our token. So let's copy these 2 lines right here. Ultimately, we'll get rid of these, but for now, we'll just copy. And then the search users, I'm going to grab that. So this whole search users function. And let's actually go ahead and cut that and paste that in here. Now, the actions, they're not going to call set loading, because we're going to dispatch loading from the component right before we call the action. And then down here, instead of dispatching, since we're doing that from the component, all we want to do here is return the data. So we're going to return items. And we also want to make sure we export this so that we can call it from the component. So we want to make sure you add export to all of your functions here. So let's save that. And then let's go into our user search, because that's where we're actually going to be using this. And we want to bring that action in. So let's say import, and we want to use curly braces because this is not a default export. So search users, and we're going to bring that in from, let's go up 2 levels into context, into GitHub, and then into, we want GitHub actions. And then let's go down here. So before we were bringing it in from the context right here, we can get rid of that. And then down where we were calling right here, calling search users, we still want to call search users, but we're going to put this into a variable, because remember, it returns the data. So we're going to set users to, and then we need to await here. And since we're using await, this handle submit needs to be asynchronous. All right, so this will get the users. Then all we want to do is dispatch. Oops, I want to say dispatch. And in here, we're going to dispatch the action with the type of search underscore users. No, actually, it's get users, right? Let's take a look in our reducer. Let's see. Yep, so we want this get users, and basically send as a payload, we want to send the users, just like we were doing from the context. So type is going to be get users, and then the payload is going to be users. Now we also want to set the loading state right before. So let's go right here and let's dispatch. And from here we want to dispatch an object and set the type and set that to a string of set loading. All right, now dispatch, remember we passed into the value in the context, so we should be able to get it from the context. So I'm going to go right here and pass in dispatch. And the reason we can get that is because, remember, down here in the value we passed it in dispatch. So let's save that. Let's save all of this. Okay, so yeah, that should now work. Let's try it out. So we'll go ahead and try to search. Let's see, unhandled rejection dispatch is not a function. So dispatch is not a function. We're taking it from the, did I not save this? Oh, I didn't save that. Search users is not defined. Oh, so in the context, we're still passing search users, but I deleted it from the context, so we want to get rid of that. Okay, so let's try it now. And there we go. So search users is working, except now it's not being passed down through the provider, through the context provider. It's just stored in an actions file, and in our component, we're calling that action, and then we're dispatching the action to the reducer, passing the payload, and updating the user's state. So that should be all set, the user search. We can close that up. And in the next video, we want to take the get user and get user repos, and we want to move those to the action file as well, and then we want to dispatch from our component. All right, guys, so now we want to move our get user, which is our single user, and the user repos to the GitHub Actions file. So let's grab both of these, and later on we're actually going to turn this into one function instead of two. But for now, let's grab both of these, let's cut those, and let's bring those into our actions. So paste those in, and let's make sure that we export. So we want to export const get user and export const get user repos. Okay, and let's see, set loading is not defined. So yeah, we're not going to call set loading here. And let's see, we also want to just return, instead of dispatching, we're going to return the data. Okay, and just clean that up. And then under get user repos, again, not calling set loading, and we're going to return the data from here as well. And then since we move these to the actions file, we no longer need to pass down here. We no longer need to pass either of these functions through the provider. Also, we're not calling set loading anymore, so we can actually get rid of this. And clear users, we can actually, yeah, we'll get rid of that because we're going to dispatch right from the user search to clear the users. So we can get rid of that and clear it up from here. And then we no longer need these because the only place we're using them is in the actions file. So this got cleaned up quite well. So it's basically just our state. And then we're only passing down our state and then dispatch to use from components. So let's save that. Before we implement the get user and get user repos, let's do the clear, because right now, if I try to clear, it's not going to work. So back in our user search, so let's see, from our GitHub context, we don't want to bring in clear users. We got rid of that. And then down where we're calling clear users, which is, where is it? Down here. Yeah, so we're calling it right here. Instead of calling it directly, we're going to have a function, and we're just going to call dispatch, and we're going to dispatch the type, which is going to be clear underscore users. Okay, so that'll dispatch that action to the reducer, and then in the reducer, it will just empty the user state. So if I click that, there, they should go away. All right, so let's close up user search. Let's go back into, or let's go into our user page, because that's where we're going to use these actions. If I search for a user right now and I go to the profile, it's not going to work because it doesn't know what get user is. So let's go to, where is it? Pages, and then user. And let's close up the sidebar here. So we have two actions that we need to bring in. So let's bring in get user, and let's bring in get user repos. That's going to be from .. context / GitHub / GitHub actions. All right, and then what we're getting from the context, remember get user is no longer being passed down, so we don't want that. We also don't want get user repos. So all we're getting is the state values of user, loading, and repos. And then down here where we have our use effect, and we're not just going to call get user and get user repos, which before dispatched right from the function. Now let's get rid of that. We want to basically just get the user data from those actions. Now I'm going to use async await, and when we use use effect, we can't do this, async, and then do some kind of await down here. We can't do it like that. So we need to create a new function here. So I'll call this get user data, and we'll set that to async so that we can use async await. And then we'll just call that down here, get user data. And before we get the user data, I want to set the loading state. So let's dispatch, which I don't think I didn't bring that in. So that we want to bring in from our context. So bring in dispatch, and we're going to dispatch the action with a type of set underscore loading. All right, and then inside get user data, let's create a variable here. I'll just call it user data. And then we want to await get user and pass in our params.login, so whatever's in the URL. And then we want to dispatch from here. We want to dispatch an object, and the type is going to be a string of get user. And then we want to pass the payload, which is going to be the user data. Okay, so that takes care of the user. Now we want to do the repos. So I'm just going to actually copy that, and we'll call this user repo data. And instead of get user, it's going to be get user repos. And then when we dispatch, we'll dispatch get repos. And the payload for that will be the response above, which is get repo data. Now, in the next video, I want to refactor this again so that we don't have to do two separate calls here, two separate functions, and two separate dispatches. We can actually merge them, but for now, we'll just do it this way. And let's save that. And now this is working again. So we're just calling our actions and making our dispatches from the component. Now, we will get some warnings about dependencies. Let's just reload this. Yep, so missing dependencies, dispatch, and params.login, because we use those within the use effect. Now it's fine to add these as dependencies. So dispatch and params.login. So we can add those, and if we reload, we shouldn't get that warning anymore. And this is fine because these things aren't constantly changing like before when we had our context functions that got recreated every time the state changed. So we can pass these in as dependencies. So in the next video, what I want to do is clean up this actions file, because right now we have, for one, we have two separate functions to get the user and repos. We can combine those. And then I'm gonna actually install Axios, which is an HTTP client, and use that instead of Fetch, because it allows us to basically create an instance where we can just add headers once instead of having to add it here, instead of having to add them all separately. So Axios will allow us to clean this up quite a bit. All right, guys, so now we're going to clean up our actions file a little bit, and I'm going to be using Axios instead of the Fetch API to make our requests. So down here, I'm going to just open up a new terminal, and I'm going to npm install Axios. And this is completely optional. Pretty much this whole section is optional because there's, like I said, there's so many different ways to do things, but we can clean this up quite a bit. So let's go ahead and in our actions, we're going to go to the top here and let's import Axios from Axios. And now what I want to do is create an instance of Axios that we can use, and we can call this whatever we want. I'm going to call it GitHub, and then we can do axios.create and pass in an object here, and we want to set the base URL, which is going to be set to our GitHub _ URL. And then we can also set the headers here for any requests that we make with this instance, which is really cool. So we're going to set the authorization. Actually, I can just copy from one of these down here. Just want to set that. Whoops. Okay, so now we can then do github.get or github.post, whatever type of request we want to make. So in the search results here, let's see, we still want the params. I'm just gonna we'll just get rid of that. So we want the params, and then let's do const response and set that to await, and then we can use github.get. So that's going to make a get request using that Axios instance, and in here it's going to be /search/users, and then we want to add our params. So we want to do question mark and then params. And with Axios, you don't have to do, await res.json like you do with the Fetch API. This will just give us the response, including the JSON data. It's going to be in an object called data. So what we want to return from here is going to be response.data, and then remember there's an items array in the data. So that's what we want to return from here. Now, for the user get user and get user repos, I'm actually going to get rid of those because we're going to have one single function that gets both. So we're really going to clean this up. Let's say get user and repos, and we want to export our function, and we'll call this get user and repos and set that to async. And this is, remember, this takes in the login. And then what we can do here, since we're making two requests, remember we're making it to /user/login, and then also /user/login/repos. So to make two requests, we can actually use promise.all and basically pass in an array of requests. So to do that, we're going to say const, and we're going to, in brackets, we'll have user and repos. And then the way this works is we do await promise.all, and this then takes in an array of requests. So our first request will be github.get, and in here it's going to be /users/ and then the login. Okay, so that's going to be the first request, and then we'll put a comma here, and the next one is going to be github.get, and this is going to be to /users/ and then we want the login, and then we want /repos, like that. All right, and then we'll go underneath those requests, and what we want to return from here is an object with a user, and that's going to be set to user.data, and then we want the repos, which is going to be set to repos.data. All right, so we're going to get the user and the repos from these requests from this one function. So let's now save that, and this is going to break right now because getUser is gone and it's looking for getUser. So let's go into our user.jsx, and there's not much we're going to have to change here. We just want to go into our use effect right here, and instead of making 2 requests, let's go ahead and just make 1, and we'll still call this user data, but instead of get user, it's going to be get user and repos, which we do have to bring in. So up here, instead of bringing in both of these, get user and repos, we're going to bring that in from the actions. Okay, so we make that, we call that function, pass the login, and then for dispatch, instead of get user, let's do get user and underscore repos, and then the payload is going to be the user data. Now we don't have this in our reducer, so let's open that up, go to our GitHub reducer, and from here we no longer need 2 separate get user, get repos. So I'll actually delete this one, and let's rename this. Oops, let's rename that to get user and repos, and then the payload that we're passing in should have a user and a repos object. So for the user, we're going to set that to action payload user, and then we also want the repos, and that part of the state that we're setting is the repos, and loading false. All right, so we'll save that, and now we should get the user and the repos. And just to kind of test everything, let's search, let's click on one of these, and there we go. So it's getting the user data and the repos. So this actions file is now, really cleaned up. So like I said before, I mean, in React, there's a lot of different ways to do the same thing, and everybody has their preference. So you might watch tutorials and read articles where they do things in a completely different way, and that's just something you're going to have to learn to kind of navigate as a React developer. But I wanted to refactor because I think this is a better way of doing things, and I also wanted you to get a better idea of just what exactly is going on when we dispatch actions to our reducer, and then it updates the state and it passes those state values down into our component. So hopefully that whole process is clear to you now. All right, but that's it for this project. I may add something onto it. I may add a little bit of extra functionality later on, but that's going to be it for now. All right, guys, so Vercel is another great place to host your React websites or React applications, and in no way is Vercel or any other company sponsoring this course. These are platforms that I personally use and recommend. So we're going to go ahead and deploy our GitHub Finder app to Vercel, and it's very simple. Basically, all you need to do is push your app to GitHub. You can say I have this GitHub Finder app, and then just go ahead and register at Vercel, and you can use GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, or email. I use GitHub, so I'm going to click that, and then you'll see your project page, and you can click on New Project, and from here you want to find your GitHub repo. So I'm just going to search for it, this one right here, GitHub Finder app. I'm going to click Import, and then you're going to see this form. So you have your project name, your framework preset, which is for us is going to be Create React App, and then we do have a couple environment variables that we need to add. So back in my text editor, if we go to .env, remember we have this React app GitHub URL. So I'm just going to grab that value. And then for the name here, React app GitHub URL. And then we want to paste that in here and click add. And then we also want to do React app, and what was the other one? So React app GitHub token, and I'm going to just grab that. So GitHub underscore token, and then we'll go ahead and paste that in. All right, so we'll click add, and then we should be all set to deploy. And this might just take a couple minutes. Okay, so once that's done, we'll see in our dashboard our application, and we should be able to just go visit. Okay, and we'll just test it out. We'll search for Brad, and there we go. So our app is now deployed. So very, very simple. And Vercel is also great for like Next.js and Vue.js and all that. But yeah, so this is all working correctly. Our routes are working. Now the domain obviously isn't very pretty, so you can add a custom domain if you want. I'm not going to go through that. You can just follow the instructions. It's pretty easy. But yeah, so that's it for this project, and let's move on to the next one. All right, guys, so now we're going to look at a couple hooks that we haven't used yet, including useRef, useMemo, useCallback, and I'm also going to show you how to create custom hooks. We're going to create a custom useFetch hook and a custom useLocalStorage hook, and these aren't full projects or anything. They're just smaller examples just to kind of show you how this stuff works. So I just have a folder called React Sandbox. What we'll do is just set up a brand new Create React app and just create these files as we go. useRef, I have a couple different examples, and we'll code this out. You can follow along, and we'll learn a little more about some of the hooks that are included with React, as well as how to create your own custom hooks. All right, guys, so I have a brand new React application here. I just call this React Sandbox because that's what it is. It's not any specific project. We're just going to use it to, I'm going to use it to just show you a couple things. And I just cleared up some files here. We cleared up my app component, and I did include Bootstrap. I just include the CDN in my public index HTML. So if you want to get all that set up and follow along, I would suggest that you do that you follow along and code with me instead of just watching it, because I do think it helps people retain more. So in this video, we're going to look at useRef, which is a hook that we haven't looked at yet or talked about yet. And it essentially allows you to create a reference to a DOM element in a functional component. And you can actually create a reference. It doesn't have to be to a specific DOM element, and we'll get into that later, because there's a few different scenarios where you might use useRef. So I'm actually going to give you 3 different examples. So the first is probably the most common, and that's to get a reference to some element in your component that you want to do stuff to, whether it's get its value or change some of its style or whatever you want to do with it. So I'm going to create a new component, a components folder here, components folder, and inside the components folder, I'm going to create a file called useRefExample1.jsx, because like I said, we're going to have a couple examples, and I don't know if I'm going to create a GitHub repository for this. I might just include it in a zip file, and you guys can download it if you want. But again, I would suggest you follow along. So let's create a React component here. We'll just keep it as useRefExample1. And just for now, we'll just say useRef. And I just want to bring this into app.js. So we're going to go to our app.js, and let's import useRefExample1. And then we'll replace this h1 right here with useRefExample1. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and create a form here. And in the form, we're going to have, we'll just say label, and we'll say name. This could be anything. And we'll have an input, and let's give that a class of form-control, and let's do MB2. So just some Bootstrap classes, and we can give it an ID of name, although we don't have to. And then let's create a button, and we'll give this a type of submit. And let's say submit, and then we'll add, let's say class name, set that to BTN and BTN-primary. So we got a basic form here. Now the example I'm going to give you is this input. I want to reference to this input form, and this is kind of an alternative to the normal way of doing things, where every input we have a piece of state for. Like we might bring in useState. We'll have name set name equals useState, and then on the input we'd have the value of name, and then an onChange event or event handler that will get called, and then we'll set whatever we type in to that piece of state. So that's kind of the the normal way of doing things when you work with forms. But there might be cases where you want to get the value, but you don't want to have that connected to any state. So useRef is a way that we could do that. So let's go ahead and import here useRef, and that's going to be from React. And then we want to create a reference. So up here, let's say const. I could call this anything. I'm just going to call it input ref and set that to useRef. And then this input here, I'm going to add an additional attribute of ref and set that to the variable of input ref. So now I have a reference to this input and I can do whatever I want with it. So let's create an onSubmit handler here. Let's say onSubmit, and we'll just set that to a function called onSubmit. And let's create that up here. We'll say const onSubmit. Takes in an event parameter, and we just want to call e.prevent default. And just to make sure that's working, let's console log 1, 2, 3. So I'll open up my console here. If I submit, we should see 1, 2, 3. Okay, so if I want to get the value of that form, of that input, I could just console log here and take my input ref. Actually, first I want to show you what that gives us. So if I submit, if I put anything in here and I just submit, this gives me an object. Okay, useRef or reference is always going to give you an object with one property called current, and in that current is the actual DOM element. So you can see, like, all the different properties here and stuff. But if I were to console log just input ref dot current, okay, so I'm just going to clear the console up here, type this in, and submit. Now you can see that that input ref dot current is the actual DOM element. So if I want to get the value, I can simply do input dot current dot value. And now when I submit, it's going to give me whatever is typed in there. Okay, so this is kind of an alternative to doing it with the useState. But you don't really want to do this just for the hell of it. There might be some instances where you would, though. Now I could do anything with this reference. I could set the value. So if I want, I could say input ref dot current dot, and then we'll say value, and we'll set that to hello. So now if I come over here, I'll just reload this, and if I click submit, the value of the input gets set to hello. Let's say I wanted to change something in the styling. I could do input ref dot current dot style dot we'll do background or background color and set that to red. So now if I come over here and submit, it's going to set the value to hello, and it's going to set the background color to red. So you have all the, just like you would with vanilla JavaScript, you have all those methods and properties that you can use. And it's really important to understand that when you change a reference value, it does not re-render the component as if you were to set a state value. So this doesn't have to be just inputs. We could create a reference to anything. In fact, we'll go ahead and just create a paragraph here, and we'll just say hello, and then on this paragraph I'll put a ref to, let's say, para-ref, and then we'll create that reference up here. So const para-ref, set that to useRef, and then maybe when we submit, we want to change the text of that, so we could just do para-ref dot current, and then we'll say inner text and just set that to, let's say, goodbye. Okay, so now when I click submit, you'll see that that paragraph will get changed to goodbye. And we can also, so let's say we want to click on the paragraph and then focus on the input, so we won't get the cursor to go inside the input. On the paragraph, we'll say on click, and we'll just have a function, and we'll just have the input ref, and we'll do dot focus. So now if I come over here and I click on the paragraph, I'm sorry, that needs to be on dot current. That's something that I do quite a bit, is forget the current. So now if I click on the paragraph, you can see how we're not focused in now, but if I click on the paragraph, then that input gets put into the focus state. So hopefully this gives you an idea of how useRef is used in this scenario where you want to get a reference to a specific DOM element. In the next video, I'm going to show you how we can use the useRef hook to get previous state. All right, guys, so in this video, I want to show you another reason you might want to use the useRef hook, and that's to get your previous state. So we're gonna go ahead and close up the example one, and let's create a new file in components called useref example2.jsx, and then we'll create our functional component here, and let's just do useref2 for now. Oops, we don't want it down here. And then we'll bring that into our app.js, so we'll just replace the one here, here, and here with a 2, and save. And make sure we save this one as well. All right, so now we have our example 2. So we'll close that up, and then up top we're going to bring in 3 different hooks. We're going to bring in useState, useEffect, and useRef. And what I want to do is basically I want to set a reference to the number of renders. Because remember, we don't have to just have a reference to a specific DOM element. So what we'll do is we'll create a reference here, let's say const, and we'll call this renders. And we'll set that to useRef. And when we set it to a DOM element, remember I just left in here just empty. Well, you can pass in a default value for this reference, which in my case I'm going to set to 1, because when we first load the component, that's the first render. So I'm going to set that to 1 by default. And then what we'll do is have a useEffect here and create our function. And what I want this to do is set the render to 1 ahead of it, right? So if we render again, renders will get set to 2, then 3, and so on. So let's say renders.current, and we're going to set that to just renders.current, so whatever it is, and then +1. And then we'll display it down here. Let's just have an h1 here. We'll say renders and set that to renders.current. Okay, so now we see renders 1, right? It's the component has been rendered 1 time. Now remember, whenever we update any state in the component gets re-rendered. So let's create a piece of state up here. So we'll say const, and let's say name and set name. So that's going to be useState, which will just be an empty string by default. And then down here, let's put an input. We'll just give it a class of form-control and MB3. And we want to make the value of this the name, and of course we want an onChange. And in our onChange, we'll have a function that's going to call setName, and we need to pass in our event parameter here. And then, we want to set name to e.target.value, because that's whatever we type in, right? So now if I go in here and I type something, we're going to see renders 2, and every time I type something, the state changes, so the renders increases by 1, or increments by 1. Now there might be cases where I want to get the previous state. So the previous state for me right now would be this, right? Because the current state is this. So we could create another reference here. Let's say const, and we'll call this prev name, and we'll set that to useRef, and this will be empty by default. And then in here in our useEffect, we'll say prev name dot current, and then we'll set that to name. And then we want to add as a dependency to this useEffect, we want to add name. So every time name changes, this is going to run, and we're going to store the previous state in this prev name dot current. So what I'll do is come down here, we'll just add an h2, and we'll say prev name state, and then we'll output here prev name dot current. All right, so now if I type in A, the previous state obviously was nothing. If I type in B, now the previous state is A. C, the previous state is AB. D, so the current state's ABCD, the previous state is ABC. So there are going to be instances where you might need to get the previous state. And again, not necessarily on an input, but any kind of state. All right, so in the next video, we're going to address a specific problem where you get a memory leak error, and that's when you fetch You fetch something from a backend, some kind of API, and then the component unmounts before the response comes back. So we're going to look at that issue in the next video. All right, so the last scenario that I want to show you that we can use the useRef hook to fix a problem is a problem that we're actually going to run into in the Firebase project. And that is when you make some kind of fetch request and then the component unmounts before handling the response, you get an error about a memory leak. So the first thing we're going to do is create this scenario, and then I'm going to show you how to fix it. So let's go ahead and create a new component here, and we'll call this useRef example3.jsx. And in addition to that, I'm going to create a component called to-do, because we need a component that's going to make a fetch request that we can unmount before we get the response back. So let's create a new component here. I'm going to call it to-do.jsx, and we're just going to work with the typecode JSON placeholder fake REST API. And you can use any API if you want. So in app.js, let's change this, and this to 3, example 3. That's what we want to show here. And let's create a function here. So this is useRef example 3. Let's say useRef 3 and save, and that should display here. All right. So let's see, trying to figure out how I want to do this. In the to-do component, let's just create a function first, and for now, we'll just say to-do. And we want to show this on the screen, but we want to be able to toggle that component. So first off, let's bring in to-do. So we'll say import to-do from /to-do. And we're also going to want to bring in useState. So let's import useState. useState from React, and then let's go down here and create a piece of state, and I'm going to call this show to do. So show to do and set show to do, and say useState, and the default for this is going to be true. Okay, and then down here, let's see, get rid of this, and we want a conditional here. And we'll say if show to do, then we'll display the to do component. So if I save that right now, we should see to do because it's set to true by default. So let's go underneath that and let's create a button. And I'm just going to give this a class of btn. Yeah, btn and btn primary. And we'll just say toggle to do. And then we want to add an on click. And we'll just set this to, we'll just do it right in here. So on click, we want to then set, set show to do. We want to set that to the opposite of whatever it is. So the opposite of show to do, so that we toggle it. So now if I click that, now it's gone, click it again, then it shows. All right, so that's really all we need this specific component to do. No pun intended. So in the to-do.jsx, this is where we actually want to make our requests. So let's go up here and let's import. We want to bring in useState, use effect, because we're going to make the request right away, and then useRef. And then inside of our function here, let's add our state. So we're going to have a loading state, so loading and set loading. And I'm going to set that to true by default, and then once we make the request, we'll set loading to false. And then of course we need somewhere to store. We're just fetching a single to do, so it's not an array, it's just going to be a single object. So set, but it doesn't really matter what you're fetching. So this, let's see, useState, and that's just going to be set to an empty object by default. And then let's add our useEffect. Okay, and we want this to run right away, so I'm just going to add an empty array dependency here. And then I'm going to make a fetch request to HTTPS, and the URL is JSON placeholder.com slash typecode slash, I'm sorry, no, it's JSON placeholder.typecode.com, and then we can do slash to do's. That will get us an array, but I just want to get a single to do, so I'm going to do /1. All right, and then we're going to do dot then, and let's get our response and say res.json, and then dot then, and then we get our data. And then here is where I want to set the to do. I want this to take extra long though, because we need some time for it to, when it's sending, I want to basically have it displayed. It's going to make the request, and then we're going to toggle it out. So we're going to dismount it and or unmount the to do component. So let's wrap it in a set timeout just to make it a little longer. So we'll say set timeout, and that's going to take in a function. And then it also takes in how long we want to wait before we execute this. So let's do 3 seconds, 3000 milliseconds. And then in here in the set timeout, that's where we want to do the actual set to do and change our state, which we're going to set to data. And then let's also set loading to false. All right, so that'll make the request. Now down in the return, let's say if loading, then we'll have an h3, we'll say loading ... else, then we'll have an h1, and we'll just show in here the to do dot title. All right, so let's go ahead and just reload this, and we should see loading ... until we get the title, which comes back, and the reason it took so long is because of the set timeout, right? If we change this to 1 second, and we reload, it's going to be quicker, but I want to set it to 3 so I have time to toggle it out. So what I'm going to do is open my console up, and useref is not defined. That's okay, we haven't used it yet. So I'm going to just reload and then toggle it out, and we'll see what happens. So I'll reload, it's fetching, I'll unmount it, and when it comes back, what we get is this can't perform a state update on an unmounted component. It indicates a memory leak in your application. To fix, cancel all subscriptions and asynchronous tasks in a useEffect cleanup function. So we want to handle this error, and again, this is something that we run into with Firebase. It's actually an issue with React and Firebase, and we're going to handle it in the same way in the project. So you'll actually see it in a real project. So what we can do here is, first of all, create a reference pertaining to the component being mounted. So we want to be in our to-do JSX. We already brought in useRef, so let's create a reference here. We'll say const, and we're going to call this isMounted, and set this to useRef, and the default for this is going to be true. Okay, now down here in our useEffect, when you return, if you want something to happen when a component is unmounted, you return it from the useEffect. So we want to make sure outside of the fetch, but still in the useEffect. And I'm going to return here an arrow function, and just for now, I'm just going to console log 1, 2, 3. All right, so let's reload this, and we can let that fetch. That's fine. But you'll see when I toggle this, it's going to cause an unmount of the to-do component. So then this should run. So I click toggle, and now we see 1, 2, 3. All right, so I'll put a comment here, and we'll say that this runs when component is unmounted. Okay, so what we want to do is in this return, let's get rid of this console log, we want to set isMounted, which is a reference. We want to set the dot current, set it to false. And then before we set our data here, before we set our state, we want to make sure that it's mounted. So we want to just wrap this in isMounted dot current, and then that's where we actually want to put this. Okay, and then we just want to add as a dependency here isMounted. So now let's just reload this, and while it's fetching, I'm going to toggle out, and then we shouldn't see that error. So this is another helpful use of the useRef hook. Alright guys, so now we're going to look at the useMemo hook, which deals with memoization and computed values. So this isn't a hook that I use all that much. You probably won't either. I would say that you should really only reach for the use memo hook or the use callback hook, which we'll be talking about next, if you're experiencing performance issues. There are consequences to overusing it, and a lot of times it's just unnecessary. So I would say reach for it if you're seeing performance issues. So let's talk about memoization real quick, because obviously you need to kind of understand how that works to use the use memo hook. So memoization is an optimization technique that speeds up performance by storing or caching the result of an expensive function call when the same inputs occur, or when it has the same arguments. And what I mean by an expensive function call is a function that it takes a lot of resources, that takes a while to execute and complete. You know what I mean. If you're searching through thousands of records in a database, or if you're doing something with video processing or some kind of computation that just takes up a lot of time, that's an expensive function call, and that's where use memo and memoization can help you out in performance. So let's go ahead and create a new component. So in components, create a new file. We'll call this use memo example.jsx. And then let's create a function. And for now, we'll say use memo. Save that. And then in our app.js, let's replace this use ref example 3 with use memo example. Okay, so we should just see use memo on the screen. So let's go ahead and bring in a few hooks that we're going to be using here. So we want use state, we're going to be using use effect, use ref, and of course use memo. And that's from React. All right, so we'll create a couple pieces of state here that we're going to be using. The first is going to be number. So number, and set number is the function to manipulate that piece of state. And the default for that is going to be 1. And then we're also going to have this default's going to be 0. This is going to be called inc, or increment. So this one will be set inc. Okay, now I want to have a value for the number of renders that have happened. So we did this in the last video too. We're going to use ref for this. So we'll say renders and set that to use ref and default that to 1. And then we'll have our use effect. So our use effect function, and then we'll take renders.current, and we're going to set that equal to renders.current, but we want to just add 1 to that, so plus 1. And yeah, and then we'll just show that down here in the UI. So let's just have an h3 and say renders.current. So if we save that, now we should see 1. Actually, I'm just going to add a label here of renders so we know what this is. Okay. And we're going to have an input. So I'm going to go right above this and have an input here. We'll give it a class name of form-control and width-25. And this is going to be a number input, not text. And basically, I'm going to add a value here of number, so that number state, and then we need an on change so that when we type in the input or when we change the number, it changes the state. So we'll have a function in here that's going to call set number, and it's going to get set to e.target.value. And of course we need to pass in e here as our event parameter. And now we should be able to change this, and anytime we change this, whether we use the arrows or we type in, it's going to re-render the component. We can see the number of times it's being rendered. Now, as for this inc value, let's have a button that we click to set that, to increment this number right here. So we'll have a button, give it a class of btn and btn primary. And in here we'll just say, let's say re-render, because that's really the point of this button. Because whenever you change a piece of state, it's going to re-render the component. So let's have an on-click here, and we'll set that to an on-click function. And then the on-click will create right here. Okay. Okay, and then what this is going to do is set inc, and I just want to increment the number, so we'll pass a function in, that way we can get the previous state or the previous number, and then we can just go ahead and return the previous state plus 1. And then let's also just do a console log of that as well so we can see it. We'll say previous state plus 1. So now if we open up our console here and I hit this re-render, it's going to do a couple things. First, it's going to re-render. As you can see, every time I click, it re-renders. Also, it's going to increase that inc value by 1. Now, this is just kind of all the setup to what I actually want to show you. So let's say that we want to get the square root of this number right here. We have an expensive function to do that. Now, getting the square root is not actually an expensive function, but what we'll do is we'll add a for loop in it to make it expensive and make it take a couple seconds or whatever. So let's have a value here called square root, or sqrt. We'll set it to a function called get square root, which is our dummy, our dummy expensive function. So that's going to take in number. So it's basically a computed function. And then that square root we're going to display down here. So I'm going to go above the button. We'll have, we'll just do an h2 here, and I'm going to give it a class of my3 just for some margin. And in here we'll say the square root of number is, and then square root. And then we'll create the actual function. So let's go down here and say function get sqrt, which takes in the number. And to actually return the square root, really easy, we're just going to use math sqrt and then pass in the number. However, I also want to add in here a console log. So in here we'll say expensive function called, and then to make it actually expensive and make it take a little while, I'm going to put a for loop in here. We'll say for let I equals 0, and then we'll say as long as I is less than or equal to 10,000, and then we'll have I++ to increment by 1. And then all I'm going to do in here is console log what I is. So let's save that, and you'll see it's going to run right away, because this is going to run every time we have a render, right, at this point. So if I change the value of the number, that causes a render, and notice it takes a little bit to actually get the new render and get the square root. So if I click it, it takes a little bit. You can see it counting down here. That's just because it has to go through 10,000 times before it actually returns the square root. Now this also happens when I just click the button, and all that button is doing is changing the inc, right? It's not doing anything that has to do with the number, it's simply just changing the inc. And this could be doing anything. I just chose it to increment that inc value. But that causes a re-render, and it also fires off square root. Now, when we click this and we change inc, we're not changing the value of number, so this is a good opportunity to memorize this get square root function, or memorize the value from it. So to do that is pretty simple. I'm actually going to just copy this down and then comment this one out just so you can see the difference. And we just need to set this to use memo, and use memo takes in a function, and then I'm just going to take our get square root here and put that in here. Now use memo takes in a second parameter of a dependency array, just like use effect and use callback. So our dependency array is just going to take in number, okay, because it depends on that number. So let's save this, and you'll see if I change the number value, then yes, it does call the expensive function call. However, if I click this, notice it's not calling it's not going over it again, because it's memoized the value from square root, because this number isn't changing, the input isn't changing, so there's no reason to call the whole thing again. Okay, again, if I change the number itself, it is going to call the expensive function call because that's the input. If the inputs change, then it's not going to get memoized. All right, so hopefully that makes sense. And obviously this isn't really a very practical example, but this is a case where you're saving on performance. Every time I'm clicking this, I'm not having to wait for that expensive function call. All right, so in the next video, we're going to talk about use callback, which is similar, but instead of memoizing the return value, it actually memoizes the callback, the entire function. But we'll talk about more about that next. All right, so now we're going to look at the use callback hook, which is another hook that you can use to optimize your application. And in some ways, it's similar to use memo, but the big difference is that use memo returns a memoized value and use callback returns a memoized callback function. So they're used in the same way. Both expect a function and an array of dependencies. Use memo calls the function and returns the result when the dependencies change, and use callback returns the function when the dependencies change. So let's start out here by just creating a new component as we have been, and we'll call this use callback example.jsx. So use callback, and then let's go to our app.js, and we're going to change this, actually this, and this to use callback example. Okay, so we're going to, first of all, as far as what we want to bring in here, we're only going to bring in, aside from use callback, we're going to bring in use state and use callback. And then let's create some state here. We're going to say const, and we'll say we have tasks. Okay, so task and set tasks. Use state, and the default for this is just going to be an empty array. And then let's have a function here called add task. So we'll say add task, and we're going to set that to a function. And all we're going to do here is set tasks, and let's pass in a function here so we can get the previous state, and then we're going to set it to an array that has the previous state, and then in addition to that we'll just have some task. So every time we run this function, it's just going to add a new task of a string called some task. So it's not doing very much here. And then down here in the return, we want to have a new component which I'm going to call button. Okay, so we'll have a button here, and we'll create that component. We could do it in a separate file, but I'm just going to create it here. So we'll say const button, and that's going to take in some props, specifically a function called add task. We're going to pass that into this component. And in here, I'm just going to do a console log just so we know that the button rendered. And then let's have return, so div, and then we'll have a button, and this button is going to have an on click. So on click, and that on click is going to call that add task. All right, so we've done this before where we've had functions being passed in, and then passed in as props. So when this add task is called, it will then pass it up here into the button. So here we'll say add, or let's call this, no, yeah, we'll just do add task, and then we'll call add task. All right, so hopefully this makes sense. We have a button, we click that, add task gets called, it's passed in as a prop, and then it calls this function here. If I save that, we should just see a button. Let's give this a couple classes actually, just to make it look a little better. So class name, and set that to btn primary. All right, now let's open up our console, and we just see button rendered, and every time I click this, we're going to see that button rendered. Now let's show the task. So in the return here under the actual button, we can take the tasks and we can create a list with map. So we'll pass in here for each task. We'll also get the index, and then we'll just show a paragraph, and this needs to have a unique key since this is a list, and we'll use index for that. And then in the paragraph we'll show the actual task. It's just an array of strings. Okay, so we just see some task. If I clear it, we start off with an empty array. I click this, we get some task gets added because we call this function. Click it again, and you can see the button continues to be rendered down here. Now there's something called react.memo, which is a high order component, or an HOC, and it's basically a component that takes a component as a prop and prevents the re-rendering if the props or the values within it haven't changed. So we can essentially memoize a whole React component. So I want to do that with the button component, this right here. So we want to bring in up top React outside of the curly braces, and then we should be able to, where we set our button, we want to wrap react.memo around this whole function, around the whole component function. So react.memo, open parentheses, and then we'll add the closing parentheses at the very end here. Okay, now if we go ahead and do this, we should still see the button rendered. However, we can now use callback within this add task function. So it's the same signature as use memo. It just takes a function and it takes some dependencies. So let's say use callback, and then I'm going to take the function. So we're going to take all this, cut that, and we want to put that in the use callback. Okay, so we have our function, and then we want to pass in an array of dependencies, and the dependency is set tasks. Okay, so now if we come over here, and I'm just going to reload, and if I click it, notice that it's working. We're adding our task, but the button is not being re-rendered. It's been memoized along with this entire add task callback here. Okay, so that's going to save you some time if this were more complex. I mean, this is obviously very simple, and this definitely isn't a case where you would use this, but the point is to show you how to use it and how it works. And I can't stress this enough that I would only reach for something like this if you were having performance issues. Don't just do it just for the hell of it. If you notice certain things are slow in your application, you have expensive function calls, then you want to look at some of these hooks. All right, guys, so we've gone over quite a few of the hooks that are included with React. Now I want to start to talk about custom hooks and show you how we can create custom hooks, because you're not stuck with just the ones that come with React. There's tons of custom hooks all over the web. You can also create your own. The two that we're going to create are pretty common. You can find different variations of them all over the web, but I think that they're two very, very useful hooks, and that's going to be a use fetch hook to make HTTP requests, and also a use local storage hook to store items in local storage as well as your state. So these two hooks are very useful, and I use them quite a bit, or different variations of them. So we're going to start with the use fetch. So first thing we'll do is in our source folder here, let's create a new folder called hooks. So usually you'll have in your file structure, if you have any custom hooks, you'll store them in a folder called hooks. And then we're going to call it use fetch.js. So your hooks should always start with the word use. And then we can actually start this off just like a React component. So we'll do RFCE, and it's just a function. That's all a hook is a function, except we're not going to return JSX in this, or at least for this hook. So we'll get rid of that, and I'm going to bring in up top here, I want to have use state and use effect, because we're going to have state for the loading. If it's loading, true or false. We want a piece of state for an error, if there's some kind of error from our response, and then data that will store the data that we're fetching. So we want to bring in use state and also use effect, because that's where we want to make the request. So we'll bring in use effect from React. Okay, and then in the use fetch, let's go ahead and use the use effect, because this is where we want to make our request. So this is going to take in a function, And actually, we should probably add our state first. So let's say const, and I'm going to have this be loading, and then set loading. And we'll set that to use state, and that's going to be, I'm going to set it to true by default. And once we make the request, get the response, then we'll set it to false. And then we're going to have two more pieces of state, and these are both going to be null. So one is going to be for the error. So if we get some kind of error, and we'll say set error, and then this is going to be the data that we get back. So this will be set data. Okay, so in the use effect here, we're going to have an asynchronous function called fetch data. So we'll set that to async. And then we want to call that down here. So we'll say fetch data. And then inside the function here, let's say const. Actually, let's do a try catch here. So put a try catch, and inside the try, let's do a const response and set that to await. And we're using the fetch API. And then what's going to happen is we'll pass in to use fetch. We want to pass in URL and then also options, because when you make a fetch request, you can also send options as well, like the method if you want it to be a post request or whatever, any headers, things like that. So in here we're going to pass in the URL and then any options, and options will be an object. So URL options, and then after that we want to get the JSON data. So we'll say JSON, set that to await response.json. And then we're going to go ahead and set data. Actually, we'll call that data instead of JSON. So data, and then we'll set data to the data we get back, and then we'll set loading, and we want to set loading to false. Okay, now if there's some kind of error, so that's why we did a try catch here. If there's an error, we can then set error to whatever that error is. And then I'm also going to set loading to false. All right, now as far as the dependencies here, it's gonna, if we just do this, it's gonna complain that we're not adding URL and options. If we do that though, we're gonna get a never-ending loop. So I'm just gonna use the ESLint disable comment, which is this right here, ESLint disable next line, just so it doesn't show a warning. And then all we want to return from this is going to be what our state, our loading, error, and data. So we'll go down here and we'll just return. And in curly braces, we want to return the data, loading, and error. And that should do it. So now to use this, let's go into our components folder and let's create a new file, and we'll call this, we'll call it custom hook example1.jsx. Okay, then we'll create a React component, and then we just want to bring in our use fetch hook. So we'll say import use fetch. And before we do anything, let's just get this shown on the screen. So we'll say use fetch down here and go to our app.js, and I'm going to replace this use callback example. We want to replace all these with use. No, not use. Custom hook example 1. So now we should just see use fetch here. All right, so in the custom hook example, because we're done with the hook, this is all we have to do here, so we can close that file up. Now to use it, all I'm going to do in the function here is create a variable called res for response, set that to use fetch, and then we'll pass in here. I mean, you could use whatever API you want. I'm going to use HTTPS and use JSON placeholder dot typicode.com slash, and we'll do posts. And then remember, it also takes in options, which for this is just going to be an empty object. And then let's just do a console log of res to see what we get. Okay, so you can see that at first it's getting the data, loading is set to true and the data error is null. And then here loading true, and then the final render here loading is false. And you can see the data has the array in it, the 100 posts or whatever it gives us. And the error is null because there's no error. So now if we want to show this, we could, let's do we'll say if res dot loading, and we could even do this, we could destructure it. Instead of doing res here, we could get data loading error, and then we could go ahead and say if loading, then let's just return an H3 and say loading dot dot dot. And then down here, once it's unloading, we could take our data and map through it, and we could say for each item, or we'll say for each post in this case, then let's go ahead and have an H3, and we'll give this H3 a key of, let's say, post.id, and then we'll just show the post.title for each one. So if I save that, there we go. So you can see we get loading, it fetches the data, and it goes ahead, it shows it all on the screen. All the titles are in H3s. We get this error is assigned but never used, so I mean we could just get that. We don't have to take the error, we could just get rid of it. Alright, so that's an example of a custom hook that can be pretty helpful, you know, so you don't have to do the use effect and all that inside the component. You get your loading state, your error, and so on. Alright, so in the next video, just to dive a little deeper into this, we're going to create a custom hook for setting data to local storage. Okay, so now we're going to start on our second custom hook, which is going to be used to set local storage. So instead of just setting it to the state, whatever it is, whether it's an input field or any kind of state, we'll set it to local storage. So I'm going to create the component first that we're going to use it in. So let's create a file here called custom hook example2.jsx, and we'll create a function here. And I want to use it like we use useState. So just to show you, we'll just import useState here for now. And then let's say we have a form and we have an input for a task. So we would do like const task set task, and we would set that to useState with just an empty string, right? We would do that, and then we'd have a form. So let's just create a form down here real quick. Yeah, so we'll give this form a class name of W-25, just so it doesn't go all the way across. And we'll have a div in here with the class of MB3, and then we'll do a label with the class of form-label. And for the label, we'll say task, and then we'll have an input. So input, we would set, we'd set the value to the state task, and then we'd have an on change, right? And then the on change would be a function, and then we would call the set task, and we'd pass in here. First, we need the event parameter, and then we would pass in here e.target.value, so that every time the on change runs, when we type in it, it sets the task state. You guys know how this works, right? So let's bring this into our app.js. So we just want to change this to example 2, and we'll just add a class name to the input of form control. Actually, let's do W50. All right, so now as I type in here, the state gets filled. So if I go to, let's see, components, and we look at our state. So right here, state, whatever I type in goes into that state. So the custom hook that I want to create is going to do this same thing, except it's also going to set this to local storage at the same time. So now let's create a new hook. So we'll go into the hooks folder and create use local storage.js. and we'll create a function here, and then the return. So what we're going to end up returning from here is going to be, in brackets, we'll have a local storage value, and we'll have set a function called set value, and we'll be able to use it. So if I go to my component here, and we can replace use state, instead let's import from that. Let's import the use local storage hook, and instead of saying use state, I want to be able to say use local storage, and what this will take in is going to be a specific key that we want to use. In this case, we'll say task, and then the default or initial value, which to begin with will just be an empty string. And then this stuff down here would all stay the same. The value will be task, and then it's going to call set task, right? So if we go back to our local storage here, that's what we're going to return. Let's see, we're going to end up, this isn't going to work just yet, but we want to basically do the state stuff in here. So we're going to import use state, and then we're going to set here, just like we would in a component, we're going to set local storage, say local storage value, and then to manipulate that, we'll say set local storage value, and that's going to be set to use state. All right, now, and we get set value is not defined, so we will have a function we'll call right here. It's called set value, and that's going to take in a value, and just for now we'll just I don't know, console log value, just so that this works. Okay, now in the use state here, we want the if something is already in local storage with that particular key, which we need to pass in here, the key and initial value. All right, because what we're doing here is passing in the key and the initial value, so we're catching it here. And then we want to check to see if something is in local storage with that key. And I'm assuming that you know how local storage works. You can view your local storage. I don't know why I keep clicking on that. You can view it with application. And if you go to local storage right here, this will show your values. I have some stuff that isn't relevant to, I can actually clear this stuff up. Yeah, we don't need that. But we want to set a key. In this case, we're going to have a key of task. And then as we type in the input, we should see the value update in local storage, right? So in the use state, we're going to pass in a function, and then we're going to call another function. We could put the code right in here, but I'm just going to have another function called get local storage value. And that's also going to take in key and initial value, right? And then we'll just create that down here. That we can create that outside of the main function. So we'll say get local storage value, takes in a key and initial value. And then what we want to do is get it from local storage. So we'll say const, and I'll call this item from, or we'll just call it item from storage. And then we want to set that to local storage dot, and then get item. Okay, so that's how we can get from local storage, and we just want to pass the key in. So if there's already a key of task in there, in this case, the value will get put in here. Now what we want to return from here is that value, and if there's nothing there, then we're just going to return the initial value. So let's say return item from storage, and then use a ternary, and then we want item from storage if it's there. If not, then we just want to return the initial key. Initial value. Now I want to make this, I want to be able to store JSON as a string in here. So what we'll do is when we get the item from the storage, we'll just wrap it in JSON.parse. So we can parse it back to JSON if it's, if it's an array or whatever. Okay, so that takes care of that. Now, this set value should run anytime we update our state. So we should console, if we go to console, we should see, if I start to type in here, whatever I type is showing up down here. So that value we then want to take, we want to set it to our state, to our local storage value state using this right here. And then we also want to set it to local storage. And then one thing we want to do before that is check to see if it's a function, because remember, when you use your set, whatever it is, like set task for instance here, you can pass in a straight value or a function. So we want to account for that as well. So I'll get rid of this console log, and then let's say const, we'll say value to store, and we want to check to see if that's a function. And we can do that by saying value instance of, and then function. So that will be function, that'll be true or false depending on if it's a function or not. If it is, so if it is, then let's say value, it's going to be a function, and we pass in local storage value. If not, if it's not a function, then it's just going to be the value that's going to be stored in this variable. All right, then we want to, actually let's put a comment here. We'll say check if function, and then we want to set to state, and that's easy. We just call set local storage value, and we pass in the value, and then we want to set to local storage, and we do that with local storage dot set item. So let's say local storage dot set item, and we're going to set it as whatever the key is, and then the value is going to be this value to store, but we want to wrap it in JSON.stringify in case it's like an array, or you know, it's JSON or whatever. So let's say JSON.stringify, and then we'll pass in value to store. So that will save it to local storage. And that should do it. Every time we type in something in this input, it should save it to local storage. So let's save this file, and then let's go back to application. And then if I click in here and I start to type, you'll see that it gets added to local storage. If I reload, it's going to stay there, right? Even if, I mean, if I delete this, it's going to go away because this is attached to the local storage. But whatever I type in is going to stay. Now, let's say that we want to store an array. By default, you can't store an array in local storage. It has to be a string. However, we're running our value through JSON stringify, and when we take it out, we're doing JSON.parse. So our hook is done, but I want to just show you how we could use it in a different way. So let's say we want an array of tasks. So we'll say tasks and then set tasks, and the key is going to be tasks, and the default will be an empty array. All right, and then what we'll do is we'll have an on submit on this form. So let's say on submit, we'll set that to on submit to a function. Let's say const on submit, and pass in an event parameter here. We'll say e.prevent default, and then we just need to add a button to this form so we can submit it. So let's add a button, give it a type of submit, give it a class name of btn primary, and just say submit. Okay, so now we have a button. Let's just move the button outside of that div, so it's pushed down a little. And when I submit it, I want to take the task that's in there, and I want to set it to an array and then put it in local storage. So the first thing we'll do in this on submit is, let's say const, we'll say task object, and we'll set that to an object that's going to have the task. So task, which is going to be whatever's typed in the form here, and since these are the same, we can just do task, and then we'll add on to that a completed value. So completed, and we'll set that to false, and then we'll add date, and we could set that to new date, and let's just do dot to locale date string. Okay, so that will create the object. Now we want to set that to tasks, so we call set tasks, And in here we're going to pass in an array. We want to spread across all the previous tasks, and we want to then just add the new task object. Okay, so now let's save that, and in here I'm just going to say task 1. Task 1 is in our task. It's just a string. If I submit, now that gets submitted. I mean, it gets stringified, but you can see it's in the format of an array, which has the task title, the completed, and it should have the what else? The date as well. So if I add another one, let's say task 2, and I submit, that gets added as well. And if we want to display these on the screen, we could simply go down here and let's go under, we'll go under the, no, we have to stay within the form just because this, yeah, you know what we'll do is wrap this in a fragment. Okay, so now we'll put an HR here, and then we'll say task.map, and for each task, let's go ahead and just show an H3, and we'll give this H3 a unique key. Set that to task dot. We don't have an ID, so I'll just set it to date. And then in here, let's add the task. Well, I guess it would be task.task. I could have called this title or something, but whatever, that's fine. So let's save that, and now we can see our tasks. And if I refresh this, it's still going to show because it's in local storage. And since we're setting tasks, we're not using use state, we're using use local storage, so it's going to search for a key with that tasks. If I add another one here, let's say 3, and I go ahead and submit that, that's going to get added as well. All right, so this is a very helpful hook, and you can use this for a lot of different app ideas.